recovery ship. We are working to troubleshoot the forward link transition. Stand by for translation across the deck. I'll let you know when we're ready for that.
Okay, copy.
The crew is preparing for translation. This is where that Dragon nest is going to move the spacecraft towards the deck, and that deck is going to meet the bottom of the Dragon hatch, and that'll enable the crew to egress or exit the Dragon spacecraft onto a platform on the recovery vessel. And again, the recovery crew looks like they may have finished safing the vehicle in preparation for that translation.
As you mentioned, Jesse, that hatch that you see right in the center of the spacecraft, when we see crew egress from that, SpaceX medical personnel will be there to assess crew and assist them along with other ground support crew out of the spacecraft. And at that point, that will be our first time being able to see the AX-4 crew since their liftoff to the International Space Station on June 25th. On a side note, I do love seeing crew go into and come out of the hatch, whether it's the side hatch or whether it is the docking port. I love seeing the smiles on their faces.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting for them once we open this Dragon side hatch. Again, it'll be the first breath of fresh air in about 20 days for them since they boarded the Falcon 9 on launch day.
And this is an interesting distinction. You launch in the Atlantic and you splash down the Pacific. It's very different breaths of air that you're getting.
And you traveled all over space for thousands of miles.
288 orbits, something like 7.6 million miles. All just to come down across the country.
Millions of miles, I should say. It's definitely a great passport to have.
It is. Maybe that could be the next memento that we can provide crew before they lift off as a passport that they can stamp.
I think the locations would be orbits.
That'd be really cool.
Outside of Earth.
Yeah.
Earth orbits, low Earth orbit. Again, next up, we are expecting the translation of the Dragon spacecraft named Grace, named by the Axiom Mission 4 crew. Again, the spacecraft will translate in preparation for hatch opening and exiting of the vehicle.
A few moments ago, Core spoke with the AX-4 crew to let them know that the translation will be happening soon.
Dragon SpaceX, final checks are complete. Translation across the deck to the egress platform will begin shortly. There is a chance that we get a lot of alarms. No concern.
Yeah, I can copy.
We have movement. Translation is beginning. Some residual ocean water splashing down, and then we are washing down the hatch area. Again, just preparing for the vehicle's side hatch to be opened. Getting some of that salt water off, maybe some of that plasma from reentry off.
Right, all nominal processes to ensure that that crew can safely egress the vehicle, but also that ground personnel are safely protected while handling the spacecraft and crew as well. So at this point, we can see SpaceX personnel positioning themselves to support in this, as well as the spacecraft making final approaches to that upper landing pad for crew to egress the vehicle. And after that freshwater washdown of the hatch area, we're seeing some final wipe downs as well. For those with a keen eye as well, you can see on the side of Grace, as it was making its approach towards the upper landing, the Axiom logo proudly displayed on the spacecraft. We had some great shots during the docking footage of SpaceX, Axiom, making a beautiful image of the vehicle docked to the International Space Station. It's a little worn.
A little toasty.
A little toasty.
A little toasty.
All part of nominal ops, though.
3,500 degrees Fahrenheit
That'll
will do that.
Dragon, SpaceX, standby for side hatch opening and egress of some smiling faces.
Here we go.
All right, we're looking forward to it.
They are just about to open that side hatch, and again, first person that'll greet the crew will be the medical officer.
The hatch is open, and ground crews are making first contact with the Axiom 4 crew.
And you see that square looking tool, that's just a protector for the hatch seal for while the crew egresses. This is a reusable vehicle, so we are protecting both the crew as well as the spacecraft, making sure there's no damage that happens and that the crew doesn't bump their head on anything on the spacecraft.
Axiom for crew back on Earth. The splashdown is successful, and we're getting live images coming in from off the coast. You can see family celebrating Shubhanshu Shukla's group captain Shubhanshu Shukla's homecoming. Of course, he will be in Delhi. He'll be in the country in August, and 17 August. There's a lot of time. There's almost a month to go. But he's the first astronaut to go to the International Space Station, and he's successfully back on Earth. And of course, inspiring a billion dreams. He's lived the dreams of a billion. And you can see his family was waiting with a bated breath just a while back. And we've seen that history has been made. And of course, the entire country, nation is erupting in celebrations. And the Space Dragon, SpaceX Dragon spacecraft carrying India Shubhanshu Shukla and the multinational crew safely splashed down in the Pacific Ocean. And they are, of course, undocked from the ISS the day before. And Shukla's return, of course, marking a proud moment for India as the nation celebrates its growing role in international space exploration. That's what the Prime Minister also highlighted. It's an important step towards India's own human space mission, that is the Gaganyaan.
So this time we are now if you're just joining us, we're waiting for the AX4 crew to egress or exit the Dragon spacecraft, also known as Grace, as part of the conclusion of their more than 20-day mission to the International Space Station.
You can see the crew is handing some of their cargo that looks like...
ISRO Chief joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Narayan is joining us right now. Thank you so much, Mr. V. Narayan. And this is, of course, a historic moment for India, sir. How are you feeling?
I feel very happy that it's a successful mission. You all know we are working for the Gaganyaan program, and we have to send our own Gaganyatri to space using our own launch vehicle and bring them back safely. It's a very wider program. We have developed our human-rated launch vehicle, orbital module we are developing another control and safety system, and full escape system, parachute, human-centric products. So many developments are going on. Now, one of the aspects is the training of Gaganyatris and giving them exposure and confidence and giving them knowledge to carry out experiments. And it was in the year 2018, August 14, Honorable Prime Minister announced the Gaganyaan program. And we are working, the entire country, entire ISRO is working towards that program. And Honorable Prime Minister 2023 strongly felt that we should give exposure to one of the Gaganyatris. We selected 4 people and gave training. At least one of them should send it to the International Space Station. And so he will gain a lot of knowledge. So thereby, 2 Gaganyatris, Mr. Prashant Nair and Shubhanshu Shukla was selected. Both were given almost 10 months training in various facilities in USA. Then, of course, we also and they got exposure to multiple places. And then, originally the launch was scheduled last month 11th. And 10th we noticed a minor leakage in the rocket, and we Indians were insisting to stop the launch and correct the entire thing. And based on our insistence, the launch was called off on 10th of last month. Then everything was corrected based on our requirements and demands. And today I am extremely happy that they were sent safely. I was confident after the correction. In fact, I was there leading the team in insisting for the entire correction of the leak of the Falcon rocket on 10th of last month. Then finally, the entire thing launch was postponed and everything was corrected. And today I am extremely happy as Secretary Department of Space. The entire program is a successful program. Our people have got the exposure. Our Gaganyatri has got the exposure. Suklaji could do some experiment in the space. Even though it was shorting some exposure, and then he has come back safely. And this entire data will be useful for our Gaganyaan program and future human spaceflight program. And we have got only one exposure earlier, 1984, August Sharma went, and that he switched off in country. And this exposure also will help us in a very big way in the coming years for our human spaceflight program.
Sir, if you could just highlight what role did the ISRO play, because of course it is the ISRO's contribution is also important to be highlighted in this very successful mission, sir.
ISRO contribution, the entire contract management was executed by, in fact it was initiated by Honorable Prime Minister, but the entire contract and its management was done by ISRO, and ISRO team led by me. We were there before the launch, and we have seen the result, and we have insisted to correct the rocket to ensure safety of all the 4 astronauts, not only Sukuna, our Suklaji, all the 4 people, and based on our insistence,
Right, sir. Right. Right. So can you hear me, Mr. Narayan, if you're still with us? Also the fact that ISRO played a role in the safety. We've seen that there were a lot of delays, incessant delays. We've seen time and again delays in the launch of this mission. But, one of the issues was also identified by ISRO, sir. Mr. Narayan, can you hear me? Are you still with us? All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Mr. V. Narayan, the current ISRO chief that who was right now speaking live and exclusive on Republic TV. And that's, of course, a big moment that everybody's celebrating. And ISRO, of course, also had a great role, which Mr. Narayan was also highlighting. Viewers also, of course, emphasizing the importance of India-US space cooperation. There's a pact that was signed between ISRO and NASA during Prime Minister Modi's US visit, viewers, and of course it plays a major role here.
In addition to that slide, we do have, there's a complex tool that you mentioned earlier, Jesse, about protecting the seals. We can see now crew looking to make, the first crew members looking to make their egress from spacecraft along that slide.
Sliding out.
And there she is. We see Commander Peggy Whitson, all smiles, exiting the spacecraft Grace. That is a beautiful sight. Peggy Whitson, the AX-4 commander, is home, having logged 695 days in space on 5 flights. She is the 7th on the all-time list for most days in space by a human. It's an incredible feat.
Legendary.
Spacecraft viewers. Right, so I think we are just a few moments from now, we're going to see the crew coming out, and that's the moment everybody's waiting for. The family, imagine, has also been waiting for with a bated breath there. And after the checks are completed, okay, we've seen Mission Commander Peggy Whitson has exited the Dragon capsule. So one by one, all the crew members are exiting this spacecraft. We're soon going to see India's Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla also exiting this returns to Earth after 18 days aboard ISS. And this is, of course, one of the this is going to be one of the most remembered scenes, remembered moments in India's space history. And the other astronauts are also going to exit the Dragon capsule just in a short while from now. We're going to see any moment from now. In fact, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla will be exiting this spacecraft, and he's the mission pilot, remember. And it's, of course, very important. He has an important role to play in getting this spacecraft back on Earth in this successful splashdown. And we're getting to you the live streaming right now.
Is for this particular crew. We'll see another big smile coming out of the Dragon spacecraft in a moment.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla, as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said. India reached a major milestone for the nation's space exploration goals. AX-4 pilot Shubhanshu Shukla became the first astronaut to fly from the country's newly established astronaut corps. His participation marks a vital step forward for ISRO's Gaganyaan program, which aims to send Indian astronauts into space aboard domestically developed spacecraft. Shukla's flight demonstrates India's readiness to execute international missions and reflects the country's broader ambitions to become a key player in the global space community. As India continues to expand its capabilities in crewed spaceflight, this mission serves as both a proving ground and a symbol of its commitment to innovation, collaboration, and leadership in space exploration.
बेटा जो है बेटा वापस चला आया तो ये भावुक पल है भाई उसका जो है बेटा वापस चला आया तो ये भावुक पल है भाई उसका जो है बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। इस समय जो है हम लोग बच्चे को देखकर बहुत खुश हैं। अच्छी रही यात्रा, अच्छी रही जैसा कि हाँ बात होती थी और मंत्री से बात कर लेता है थोड़ा हल्का लगता है।
यही पल तो था जिसके लिए जी रहे थे।
नहीं बिल्कुल बिल्कुल उसका मिशन पूरा हुआ। अब ईश्वर को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और सभी देशवासियों। अब मिलना 15 दिन लग जाएंगे अभी मंडला में, 15 दिन लग जाएंगे मिलने में।
किस तरीके से स्वागत की तैयारी है?
नहीं, बहुत भव्य स्वागत करेंगे हम लोग, जो है बिल्कुल एंजॉय करेंगे, पार्टी करेंगे, पूरा बैंड बाजे के साथ स्वागत करेंगे, जो कुछ होगा बहुत अच्छे तरह स्वागत करेंगे।
की सकुशल वापसी हो गई, क्या कहेंगे?
क्या कहेंगे, भगवान का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है कि वो कुशल मंगल वापस आ गए हैं। पूरे देश के लिए बहुत ही बड़े गर्व का मोमेंट है और मतलब क्या कहें, आज के इमोशन ऐसा है, इमोशनल मोमेंट है कि कुछ कहने को नहीं बन रहा है। कितना ज़्यादा गौरवान्वित है पूरा लखनऊ, पूरा प्रदेश, उत्तर प्रदेश और पूरा देश खुशी खुशी और कुशल वापस आना चाहता है।
तो आप लोगों का इंतजार होगा उस पल का जब वो घर आएगा। किस तरीके से स्वागत की तैयारी है?
बहुत बड़ी स्वागत उनका किया जाएगा, पूरा लखनऊ उमड़ पड़ेगा उनका स्वागत करेंगे।
जब वो आ रहे थे
Craft, there you have, he's all smiles, he's waving at the camera, very, very confident. And we have Srijanpal Singh, Dr. Srijanpal Singh, author, scientist.
चलिए सुबह से लेके अब तक आज पहली बार अभी देखा है, क्या कुछ कहना है?
ट्राइंग आवर बेस्ट कि आप लोगों को पूरा राइट मिले और हम हर क्वेश्चन का जवाब दे रहे हैं, बट स्टिल आई एम फीलिंग लाइक
एंडिंग हो गई है और आपने जो तस्वीर कह रही थी जो आपको देखनी थी अब वो आ भी गए और तस्वीर भी सामने आएगी। पहला क्या वर्ड कहेंगी अब जब वो पृथ्वी पर आ गए?
जस्ट आप लोग खुद अलाइन कर लो, हमें कहने की क्यों जरूरत पड़ रही है? आप खुद अलाइन कर लीजिए।
We'll just shortly get you the reaction from the family. Of course, they are elated right now. They're celebrating it right now, seeing their son. He's India's son. He's India's space hero who has just emerged from that spacecraft. He's all smiles. He's waving at the camera. He's waving at 1 billion Indians who are so happy. And he inspires so many youngsters after this successful mission. He piloted this Axiom mission, crew members back safely on Earth. And this is history, viewers. 41 years. It took 41 years for an Indian astronaut in space, and the first time ever an Indian astronaut in the International Space Station. He has conducted several crucial experiments, viewers. And in total, there are 60 experiments that have been carried out by this team, by the crew. They have come down, they have splashed down very successfully off the coast of California, coast of San Diego. And this is, of course, celebration time for the entire family in Lucknow. You can see to the right side of the screens, they are so very happy. And to the left side of the screen, you can see Shubhanshu Shukla there for the photo op. Of course, the body, of course, changes. There are many changes in the body, so he's not able to, I think he needs support for walking. I have Srijanpal Singh, Dr. Srijanpal Singh joining us on the broadcast, Dr. William Selvamurthy, former Chief Controller of DRDO, also joining us. Dr. Selvamurthy, I want to understand from you, for those who are not understanding, like we see...
हाँ, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी बधाई दी थी और बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, इसका कोई वर्णन नहीं किया जा सकता, इतना अच्छा लग रहा है।
That was the mother of Shubhanshu Shukla, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla there. Mr. Shukla was speaking to the media right now, and you can see the cake cutting when Shubhanshu Shukla had successfully splashed down with the crew. And I have my guests also joining us right now. I'll go to them now finally. Dr. William Sarvamurthy, tell us more about what physiological changes are the astronauts experiencing right now. We see, of course, it's been a long journey, and there will be, of course, a lot of medical checkups also happening.
प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने बधाई दी है एंड उन्होंने काम ही ऐसा किया है कि वो सबकी बधाइयों को डिजर्व करते हैं एंड वी वर आल्सो वेटिंग फॉर इट कि वो जल्दी से लैंड करें और अपना डॉक आउट करके उसके बाहर निकले कूप से एंड ही हैज डन दैट एंड वी आर सो रिलैक्स्ड एंड हैप्पी राइट नाउ
Right. I'll continue to speak over the visuals since there are multiple feeds coming in right now, viewers. So Shubhanshu Shukla there has just few moments back exited from that spacecraft, and he'll be in India in next month. So it's going to take at least a fortnight, viewers, for this, for the rehabilitation and all the process that will happen from here on. Dr. Sarvamurthy, I want to understand from you, if you're still with us, what is the impact on the body on these astronauts once they come back on Earth?
What will happen is the cardiovascular system, your heart, blood vessels supplying the brain, because heart is here, brain is above that. You have to pump against the gravitational force, the pump to the brain, which has got all the control machineries, whether it is for breathing or it's for cardiac system regulation or the metabolic regulation. All the regulatory centers are in brain. So you need to provide the blood to the brain against gravity. So when he comes back to the earth after 18 days, in 18 days there has been some deconditioning of the cardiovascular response to orthostasis. Orthostasis means you are lying down, suddenly you are getting up. So there is a pooling of blood in the lower parts of the body due to gravitational pull, and venous return to the heart decreases, cardiac output decreases, so your cerebral perfusion, systolic blood pressure drops, your cerebral perfusion goes down, so a person can go into giddiness and collapse. It's known as orthostatic syncope. So this happens in many of the aged people because the baroreflex, the pressure sensor, which is there in the carotid artery, which supplies the brain. The artery supplying the brain is known as carotid artery. This has got the pressure sensor. This becomes sluggish. So when you go to space, this baroreflex, which normally corrects the variations in blood pressure, becomes sluggish because of the deconditioning where there is no gravity there. So it forgets about how to be regulate to the orthostatic tolerance. So that is why he is being escorted, holding, because he should not collapse, because his cardiovascular adjustment to pump the blood to the brain adequately may not be there. That is one. The second is the equilibrium maintenance. Normally your equilibrium is maintained by vestibular apparatus, which is there in your ears, cochlea. It has got semicircular canals. That has got sensor for equilibrium. Whether you are erect, you are lying down, or you are swaying, all this can be judged by the vestibular apparatus, which maintains our equilibrium. We don't fall. Even if we fall, we immediately correct it. This all happens because of this vestibular apparatus, cerebellum, which is part of the brain, which corrects it. So this also undergoes, deconditioning. So that is why he is being held. The third part is musculoskeletal system. Normally in the short sojourn, it may not be very significant, but otherwise, the muscular, also it loses the muscular efficiency goes down, and also the neuromuscular coordination goes down. So that is why he is being escorted with some support. Otherwise, he is perfectly fine.
Right. Even Dr. Surendra Pal is with us, former Associate Director and Program Director of Satellite Navigation in ISRO. Dr. Pal, how do you see this? Because, it's a historic moment right from the takeoff to the landing. This smooth execution. And ISRO's contribution to it, more importantly, sir, how do you think makes an important case for our upcoming project, especially the human space, the first ever human space mission, that is the Gaganyaan for India, sir? What role this will play?
Yeah, first of all, I must congratulate the whole country and congratulate myself also that the Gagan Yatri, Group Captain Shukla has come well. There are physiological changes, but I can see that he is able to walk. Somebody is escorting him, but he is able to also walk. He stood, so that's one thing. Now let me talk, Dr. Silamurthy talked about the physiological and biological things. Let me tell about technological things. First is ISRO contributed significantly in going through the documents, etc. Also the testing. Our teams went there. That's why Dr. Narayanan told the leakage was found out and it was plugged. It was pointed out and plugged because we had such problems in our GSLV earlier. One of the GSLV. And we are quite versed how to check such leakages. Now, coming to the overall experience, see, the ISRO team went through the documents, all the documents, so they got the experience of how to prepare documents, because document preparation is also a big thing. Then go through all the procedures, total mission thing, how to control the mission, and our doctors are there, they will look into how medical health is taken care. As far as coming to Group Captain Shukla and Group Captain Nair, both were trained for it. Now Group Captain Shukla has gone into the real orbit, and he has seen all the things. So his experience, which will be sharing and which will be also documented, As soon as he comes, the first thing is that whenever we do anything such thing, we document it, because after some time the memory goes off and everything is documented, experiences are documented. So the debriefing which is done in all those things are properly put in that one. And so technologically, he has gained the experience how to maneuver the spacecraft grace, because he is the pilot. Although there is a commander, but he is the pilot. How to bring it, how to change the orientation, when to fire the cold jets, because when it's when it's undocking, at the time cold jets are fired, not the hot jets. And when it goes away from it, then hot jets are fired. And it's a deorbiting time, hot jets are fired. So these are some of the things which are of course done automatically, but the commander is finally, he checks it. And he also, if there are any problems, he can check it, he informs it. So that's a technological aspect. As far as telemetry, telecommand, etc. are concerned, our ground stations are also involved in that one. Our mission teams are involved. So overall, if you see, there's I won't call it a dry run. It's a wet run as far as the total Gaganyaan mission is concerned. So we will be almost on the same lines, if not exactly the same, but we'll be almost on the same lines. This experience will be useful, and our Gaganyaan is almost designed on these lines only. It's not that different. There will be 3 persons can go there. I'm sure now, as per Dr. Narayanan, 2 persons will go, 2 Gaganyatri will go, but there is a provision for 3 Gaganyatris to go. And the period will be small, 2 to 3 days or 4 days, once they plan it. It's not that long, which they stayed in the ISS. Now, getting an experience in ISS, that's another aspect. See, that will feed to our Bharat station, Bharat Space Antariksh Station. So that's a far-reaching experience which one will get it. Because going to ISS is not that easy, and it costs a lot. Like we have spent almost 563 crores. So it's money is not that important as the experience which we got it, and the technology which will, in terms of experience and documentation, which will come to us, and the whole team which is there will also get trained. Group Captain Shukla is one person, but there is a big team also. Thank you.
Right, sir. Absolutely. So, viewers, this is the latest visual that we have as Shubhanshu Shukla exits very happily, and of course, he has all the reasons to smile. He has made a billion Indians proud today and smiling, and he gives India a happy space. We see that he's going to, of course, undergo the rehabilitation process, and as our experts were just explaining to you what impact it has on the physiology, that of course is quite visible right now. The family, of course, is cheering for the son, and we also We also have Dr. Sujanpal Singh is also joining us right now. Dr. Sujanpal Singh, thanks so much for joining us with Republic TV. And this is, of course, a historic moment that we are witnessing right now. The experiments are very, very crucial here, right from diabetes to bone health to many other important experiments have been carried out in space. Now, I want to understand from you, if just as a layman, if anybody wants to understand, studies carried out in space, what is their difference and what importance, what significance do they hold for issues back on Earth?
Correct. So thank you for having me here. And you rightly identified there are two reasons why we need to do studies in space. One is in the near future, we will have many people visiting space, staying in space for long durations. And in about 2 decades or 3 decades, we will have a permanent colony outside this planet. That may be in space, it may be on Mars, it may be on Moon, it may be a mix of all three of them. For that world, we are preparing today. And we need to understand how things grow in space, how human genetics, how plant genetics, how human physiology, psychology gets affected by long exposures in space. I'll give you a simple case in point, right? See, if you compare this visual with what happened with Sunita Williams. When Sunita Williams was back from her Dragon module, she had to be pulled onto her stretcher, and that stretcher had to take her while she was all smiles and healthy. But she couldn't stand. Here you see Shubhanshu and all the other astronauts, even Peggy, when standing and smiling. Why did that happen? Well, the reason for that is that he spent 18 days in space and she spent 9 months in space. So there's a difference on how time spent in space changes the human physiology. The experiments which he is bringing in, the seeds, the germinated seeds of moong and methi are extremely crucial. It helps us understand two things. How will we ever grow plants in space? And how a plant which germinates, whose birth happens in space, does it become genetically different over generations when it is brought back to planet Earth? And can we create super crops? Or can we identify problems in crops? Can we solve problems in crops? All that stuff, happens in space and space research. And there's so many other experiments. There are 60 experiments which they did. 7 of them were Indian. And they all will not only enrich our space community, but also our community of agriculture, microbiology, medical fraternity, and so many other streams which will learn more and more about space and how gravity has an effect on everything around us. So these things are extremely important. The other thing which is very important is the fact that now for our Gaganyaan mission, we have a Gagan Yatri.
So we are live reaction, sir. Dr. Pal, I will just listen in to the mother.
की कृपा है, शंकर जी की कृपा है, सबकी कृपा है, जिसकी वजह से सेफ लैंडिंग
निकले।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, वो हंसता वैसे ही रहता। आप जब कभी देखोगे हमेशा उसको मुस्कुराते हुए देखोगे, चाहे जितना, हमेशा।
ठीक है, देखिए उनकी माता जी ने कहा कि शुभांशु को आप जब देखेंगे, जब उनसे मिलेंगे तो वाकई में मुस्कुराते रहते हैं। तो शुभांशु की जो माँ है, उन्होंने कहा कि आज मंगलवार का दिन।
So Dr. Sujanpal Singh, we just heard the mother, and of course he's all smiles, and it's good to see that gleaming smile. But yeah, Dr. Sujanpal Singh, please continue. Please resume what you're saying.
Yeah, so the other thing I was telling you was an important lesson is in the terms of getting one Gagan Yatri who is now experienced space, and not just space. He's the mission pilot for this mission, and also he is experienced now at the International Space Station for a good 18 days. Two things will emanate from here. One is the Gaganyaan mission will have an experienced commander, an experienced pilot, somebody who has experience of space and how things go right and wrong there. And the other thing would be very important is that when in 2035 we built our Bharat Antarctic Station, we are building the plans of it right now as we speak, all the learnings about ISS firsthand which we get from Shubhanshu Shukla ji is very, very important. So that those kind of things will be also important. The third most, and I would rate it amongst the three, this is probably the most fascinating thing which Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla brings back with him is a sense of motivation, pride and confidence in the nation. So today Indians are dreaming. How many children you have interviewed from all over news, from all the past 2 weeks or so, who now they have children who want to go in space sector, who want to be astronauts, who feel that they have the power, the might, the grit, the knowledge and the human tenacity to become an astronaut. They all want to do that. It builds the national aura, it builds the national confidence, especially in its youth. And a nation which is able to have confident children in its school is a nation which is the power of tomorrow. So I think think this builds India of tomorrow, a new India, a newer India, which is going to be exceptionally powerful and will have its eyes really set up. And I remember what Shubhanshu said when he saw India, and somebody asked, what did he see? He said, Bharat Mahatvakanshi dikhta hai, and India looks ambitious from space. India does. It is now an ambitious country, and we have ambition with humility because we have the culture of humility. So it's a beautiful chapter, the first chapter to a wonderful book of Indian space science, which is going to unravel over the next 1 decade and more.
Right. We also have Dr. Selvamurthy. Dr. Selvamurthy, we've been, I will just take it forward from where Sujanpal Singh was, speaking, highlighting that how it's inspiring so many people. But, the fact that it took 41 long years. And yes, things have been in process, but we've seen in the past, just recent few years, in the past 2-3 years, I think, there has been a push to our space agency, and we've seen back-to-back success for ISRO. What do you think has propelled? What are the factors behind this, this space push that India, that ISRO is getting? In fact, before that, we'll just take a live dip into the reactions coming in.
हम जो है बहुत खुश हैं उसके लिए.
What is Dr. Selvamurthy? What has really changed in the past few years, in the last few years, as far as India's space journey is concerned, sir?
Right. Actually, the Indian Space Research Organization has grown, during the last 4 or 5 decades. That they have grown, but the last 1 decade has been exponential growth. The last 10 years, and particularly from 2014, I see a tremendous, vibrant ecosystem has been created for space research and development. And you see so many missions, soft landing of moon, Chandrayaan-3, which is something unique. India was the first one to soft land on the moon. Similarly, we did the Mangalyaan mission very frugally, with minimal expenditure. We were able to achieve, and we know how to do things in a frugal manner. So we were able to demonstrate our capability, technological, scientific prowessness, and we were able to demonstrate in that mission of Mangalyaan, which is the orbiter mission of the Mars. Then L1 Aditya mission, which is again recent one. You see looking at the sun, going close to the sun and then putting the observatory over there, looking at the solar flare, the magnetic storms, collecting a numerous data, which is going to be tremendous application in the biosphere, atmosphere. So that is yet another achievement. Launching 104 satellites in one mission, which is never done. The reliability of PSLV proven so that the other countries coming to India to launch their own satellites. So, and now Gaganyaan, which is in the offing now. In the next 2 years, we are going to have this. And then Antariksh Station, our own Bharatiya Antariksh Station will be there by 2035. And these are all by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. I should express our gratitude as a scientist that he has given a new momentum to Indian science and technology. A lot of missions have been launched: green hydrogen mission, semiconductor mission, national quantum mission, and also now the space mission. You see so many the new things happening in the country in space sector, opening up the space sector to private sector, because earlier it used to be only in government domain. Startups coming in the space sector, looking into space economy in a big way, and using the data which comes from remote sensing satellite to translate them into an application, whether it's for agriculture or it is for energy, environment, or for natural resources management or forest fire detection, you name anything, and for strategic application. So you have the satellites information coming as tremendous application. Last 10 years, I see such a great vibrance, and the one major thing is that opening to public sector. The private sector is a very important the decision as a policy, because earlier it used to be a strategic department. Department of Space was a strategic department, like DRDO, Department of Space, Atomic Energy. These three are strategic departments, which is highly guarded. Now, this Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, as well as the whole government, has opened up to the private sector, which is a game changer. Which will bring in capacity building at national level, capability building in new dimensions like what we have done here. International Space Station, where our Gaganyatri group captain Shubhanshu Shukla has gone. It happened only 2 years ago when our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji visited USA, met the then President. The whole idea and the vision started, he envisioned that we must have our Indian astronaut in the International Space
Yes, Dr.
Station.
Murthy.
And so
Yes,
this
Dr.
is
Murthy,
what has
absolutely.
happened in the recent years.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. And this is, of course, the biggest game changer, I think, right now. Dr. William Salvamurthy, Dr. Surendra Pal, and Sujan Pal Singh, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast on the special coverage of Republic TV. Continues to get our viewers every detail and update on that, viewers, as history has been created. India's space hero group captain Shubhanshu Shukla is back. We'll be right back after this very short break.
फिर ये डुगडुगी गई कहाँ? पापा के साथ साथ सारे सपने में चले गए। अब तो बस अपने गैराज में बैठा लोगों की डुगडुगी ठीक करता रहता हूँ। और अपने बच्चों के सपनों के साथ ऐसा कुछ नहीं होने देना। वो कैसे? पहले से लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जलजीरा मसाला।
We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled, and they did. And they were both great leaders, and they were great.
So really, thank you. This is important.
He's did a great job. And it's a really great job. We've been very successful in
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। We are very unhappy, I am, with Russia, but we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be...
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled, and they did. And they were both great leaders, and they were great.
So really, thank you. This is important.
He's
Thank
did a
you.
great job, and it's a really great job. We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been...
fresh air, the roof, but different, the grill, but different, the alloy.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year. with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
We are very unhappy, I am, with Russia, but we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100% Bitcoin.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च.
We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week. The way that was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled, and they did. And they were both great leaders, and they were great.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला. सिर्फ जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जल जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जल जीरा सिर्फ.
We are very unhappy, I am, with Russia, but we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be
Fresh air. The roof, but different. The grill, but different. The alloys, but different. The seats, but different. Different is in the XUV 3XO Red X series, starting at rupees 8.94 lakh.
पढ़ता है खेलता है झूलता उछलता है दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला.
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week. The way that was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled, and they did, and they were both great leaders, and they were great.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
We are very unhappy, I am, with Russia, but we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means.
Back, Gaganaut Shubhanshu Shukla is back on Earth amid cheers from the entire nation and, of course, a super excited and happy family. That's going to be our focus. Let's begin with the headlines. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and team returns back. India's space hero back on Earth after 18 days mission on ISS. 1.4 billion plus Indians cheer for Shuk's as Axiom 4 crew back on Earth after 18 days. Juvenile Justice Board quashes Pune police plea to try killer brat as adult. The JJB says accused will be tried as a mime. Supreme Court summons Samay Raina and other YouTubers in the disability jokes round. As per sources, local authorities in Yemen have postponed the execution of Kerala nurse Nimisha Priya. The Supreme Court issued notice to UP government over QR code diktat to eateries along Kanwar Yatra route to reveal their identities. Elements. Welcome back, friends. History has been made. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla led Axiom 4 team has a splashdown successfully in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California. That was just a while back. Over 1.4 billion Indians, led by the family, of course, are now cheering for their space hero, Shubhanshu Shukla, back on Earth after an 18-day-long mission. And the data, of course, that he has collected after conducting crucial experiments aboard the ISS holds the key to future manned missions to space. It's a moment of joy for Shukla's family members, and the entire nation is proud of Shuk's historic space mission. Let's listen to the moment when he just came out of that capsule, and then, of course, the family reactions.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said. And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles.
सावन के महीने में क्या होता, पिछले 6 साल से लगा हुआ था, इसी की तैयारी में लगा हुआ था। हम लोग तो पिछले 6 साल से देख रहे हैं उसको। हाँ,
मंगलवार का दिन भी है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, हनुमान जी की कृपा है, शंकर जी की कृपा है, सबकी कृपा है, जिसकी वजह से सेफ लैंडिंग
निकले।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, वो हंसता वैसे ही रहता। आप जब कभी देखोगे हमेशा उसको मुस्कुराते हुए देखोगे, चाहे जितना, हमेशा।
अरे नहीं तो अच्छा लग रहा है। बेटा जो है, बेटा वापस चला आया, तो ये भावुक पल है भाई उसका जो है, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। अब इस समय जो है हम लोग बच्चे को देखकर बहुत खुश हैं। अच्छी रही यात्रा, अच्छी रही, जैसा कि हाँ बात होती थी और अब मंत्री से बात कर लेता है, थोड़ा हल्का लगता है।
यही पल तो था जिसके लिए जी रहे थे।
नहीं बिल्कुल, उसका मिशन पूरा हुआ। अब ईश्वर को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और सभी देशवासियों का आभार प्रकट करते हैं। नहीं
मिलना
बहुत अच्छा लगा, बहुत अच्छा।
मिलना कब होगा?
अब मिलना 15 दिन लग जाएंगे। अभी मंडला में 15 दिन लग जाएंगे मिलने में। नहीं, बहुत भव्य स्वागत करेंगे हम लोग, जो है बिल्कुल एंजॉय करेंगे, पार्टी करेंगे, पूरा बैंड बाजे के साथ स्वागत करेंगे, जो कुछ होगा बहुत अच्छे तरह स्वागत करेंगे।
Indeed, it's a moment of celebration for India and a moment of glory for India, because one of Mother India's illustrious son has come back after having successfully performed a voyage, and more importantly also for having performed some of the first of its kind experiments which were never taken up before. So we are today, India is in a position to say that we were already equal as far as our space achievements and capabilities.
Net sound.
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है हमको, जो है बच्चा जो है लैंड कर गया, अच्छी तरह लैंड कर गया और अच्छी तरह जो है उसने ड्रैगन से भी बाहर आ गया। ये हमारे लिए बड़ी खुशी की बात है और हमारे क्या देशवासियों के लिए जो है देश की तरफ से गया था, पूरे देशवासियों का जो है सबको जो है सुकून होगा। और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो है बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया और उसके लिए जो है उनके प्रयासों से ही ये संभव था। उनके लिए कोट हमारी तरफ से जो है उनका आभार प्रकट करते हैं और उनको धन्यवाद करते हैं। उन्होंने आशीर्वाद दिया बच्चे को, बधाई दी। माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी ने उसको हमें बधाई दी और बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया और गणमान्य सदस्य अखिलेश जी ने और सभी मतलब वो मुख्यमंत्री केशव ने, सभी ने जो है बच्चे को मतलब आशीर्वाद दिया और हमें बधाई दी। इसके लिए सभी का जो है हम बात हुई तो उन्होंने जो है बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया सफलता के लिए, मिशन सफलता के लिए बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया और हमें बधाई दी। ये बहुत अच्छी
लगातार जो है बधाई का
Now we are going to celebrate. नहीं, कुछ नहीं, we were clueless। कभी कभी आप होता है एक सिचुएशन ऐसी होती है जहाँ पे आप शून्य में चले जाते हैं और ये वो सिचुएशन थी और ये वही था कि हम उस शून्य में बस उस ब्यूटी को देख रहे थे और that is happy, excited and proud.
All right, moving on, friends. In the case of Nimisha Priya, the Kerala nurse who was on death row in Yemen, it has been learned that the local authorities there have postponed the execution scheduled for July 16, that was tomorrow. The government of India, which has since the beginning of the case been rendering all possible assistance in the matter, has made concerted efforts in recent days to seek more time for the family of Ms. Nimisha Priya to reach a mutually agreeable solution with the other party. Despite the sensitivities involved, Indian officials have been in regular touch with the local jail authorities and the prosecutor's office, leading to securing this postponement. In fact, there was a back channel established with the family of the victim, and some role was also played by the Grand Mufti of Kerala, AP Abu Bakar Musaliar, and now it seems some peace has been brokered between the two sides, leading to the postponement of Nimisha Priya's death row or execution that was to take place tomorrow. I am told Chandrakala joins us live. And Chandrakala, I believe there was some role of the Grand Mufti of Kerala. What are you hearing? This postponement is for how long? And pending a decision, would the dialogue go on between the two sides, or can we or are we given to understand that this is? Are we given to understand that this postponement perhaps might turn into some kind of? This provides time, in fact, for some kind of deal to be struck between the two sides.
Well, absolutely. The point is, it's a diplomatic breakthrough, I would say. Although all efforts were underway to save her, and now that the information is coming from the Grand Mufti's office, Abu Bakar Ahmad, who has confirmed that that the victim's uncle, as he might be known, he's a victim uncle who has actually approached the court, asking them to postpone her execution. So this means that there is more time, and it might lead to because the negotiations are underway, and the fact that the blood money negotiation is underway, and the victim's relative has himself approached the court to postpone her execution. And of course, the fact that, despite all diplomatic hurdles, the Indian government has been providing all possible helps. Of course, there are a lot of challenges because we don't have such diplomatic relations with Sana'a due to the Houthi-led administration there. Of course, as you must be aware, that the Save Nimisha International Action has yesterday met personally Abu Bakar Ahmad, the Grand Mufti in Kerala, and after it was his intervention, the talks was underway and it was positively carried out. And now that the execution has been postponed, we have seen the letter coming out from the Grand Mufti's office, which says that, of course, as of now, it has been frozen. Her execution date has been postponed, and it has been frozen as of now. We hope that we could save her from execution. Over
a lot of hope there riding on the decision. Thank you so much, Chandrakala, for joining us on this. And with that, we move on and to another development coming out of the Supreme Court, which issued notices to the Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand governments on pleas challenging the government's directive to shopkeepers to put up QR codes at their eateries along the route of Kanwar Yatra, which could be scanned to reveal the names of the owners. SC posts for July 22 hearing on plea against UP government's QR code directive for eateries along Kanwar Yatra route. Essentially, the UP government's campaign now reaching the Supreme Court with petitioners wanting a stay, but the UP government maintaining that this is done to bring in transparency, this is done to bring in clarity for the consumers. In fact, Aditya is joining us live from outside the Supreme Court. Aditya, any other instructions passed by the Supreme Court during the hearing, even as notices have been issued?
Yes, sir. Today the Supreme Court has today asked the Uttar Pradesh and the Uttarakhand government to respond to the petitioner in next 1 week. The matter is scheduled to be heard on next Tuesday in this matter.
All right, the matter is slated to come up next Tuesday. And Aditya, you think what was the, if you were hearing the proceedings there inside the court, what was the drift like? Did the court seem receptive to the idea that in the interest of consumers there has to be transparency about they are buying their services from whom?
Yes, sir. The main issue was about whether the state government has the power or is there any mechanism in the place to seek those information through the QR mandate. This was the question posed by the Supreme Court to the state petitioners.
Okay, fair enough. Aditya, thank you so much for joining us with those details. It's over to Tuesday now in the UP government's instructions to shopkeepers along the Kanwar Yatra route to give their right name in the QR codes for payments so that people who are taking their services know exactly whom they are dealing with. Moving on for now and to foreign policy development. Foreign affairs news coming in. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has met Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi on the sidelines of the SCO summit in Tianjin. That's Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit. It's taking place in Tianjin of China. And while these pictures are of the foreign ministers' dialogue, on the sidelines of this meeting, the two leaders met Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi and, of course, S. Jaishankar. He's going to have a couple of more bilaterals there. Shanghai Cooperation Organization, remember, is a grouping of China plus Central Asian states, including Russia, and of course, subsequently, it included India and Pakistan. Ishaq Dar, the foreign minister of Pakistan, is also there at the meeting, but no bilaterals are slated to take place at all between India and Pakistan. In fact, it's likely that the foreign minister might skip the formal dinner just so that we do not have end up having any dialogue with the Pakistanis in the backdrop of Operation Sindoor. All right, moving on, but staying with some more foreign affairs news. S. Jaishankar and Foreign Minister of China Wang Yi and Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and other leaders posed for a group photo at the SCO Council of Foreign Ministers meeting in Tianjin. These are pictures coming in from the family photo op that happened just about an hour back during the SCO meet that's taking place in Tianjin in China. And you can look at the pictures. Wang Yi, next to him, to his left is Ishaq Dar, to his right is Sergei Lavrov, and then you have foreign ministers of those Central Asian states, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and then of course S. Jaishankar in between. Shanghai Cooperation Organization, almost 27 years now, and essentially originally began as China plus 5, and then has grown into 13-nation grouping, 12-nation grouping now. So these are pictures from Tianjin of earlier when the family photo of the foreign ministers happened. Jaishankar has been in Beijing for the last 3 days. This is the first time India's external affairs minister is in China after the Galwan standoff, after the Operation Sindoor, and after the Dalai Lama's 90th birthday. And there is a lot of catching up, obviously, on the bilateral front between India and China, on which a meeting has already taken place. So this is the multilateral part of the visit. All right, moving on. In a major crackdown on drugs smuggling in Rajasthan, the police have arrested social media influencer by the name of Bhavika Chaudhary for trafficking drugs from Bardmer in the state to Gujarat. The police seized 152 grams of drugs from the accused while she was traveling in a roadways bus near Sevada police station in Jalore. The 83,000 follower Instagram influencer was caught during a targeted operation and is now in custody as investigations continue into the drug supply network. Watch this report.
In a major crackdown on drugs, police has arrested 27-year-old social media star Bhavika Chaudhary from Rajasthan's Jalore district. She is arrested for allegedly transporting 152 grams of MDMA in her laptop bag. The influencer was traveling from Jaisalmer and boarded the government bus at the Bardmer stand. Her journey came to an abrupt halt in Chitalwana, where police, acting on a tip-off, intercepted the bus and conducted a surprise check. Bhavika reportedly named a local drug supplier, Channani Devi, as the source of the narcotics. The drugs were allegedly being delivered to Unjha and Mehsana in Gujarat. Police say the influencer was part of a wider smuggling network, which is now under investigation. Authorities are now tracking down other possible suspects connected to the racket. The arrest has sparked widespread discussion online, with many shocked to learn of a social media personality's alleged link to narcotic smuggling. And meanwhile, investigations are ongoing and more arrests are likely in the coming days.
All right, some other stories in Bharat in 1 minute from across the country. And first up, Tesla is all set to mark its official entry into the Indian market.
Bharat won by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
Tesla is all set to mark its official entry into the Indian market. It has launched its first showroom in India, which opened in Mumbai of Maharashtra today. The electric vehicle giant's showroom is located at the Maker Max City Mall in the city's Bandra Kurla complex. Jammu and Kashmir's Srinagar has received light rainfall. The India Meteorological Department has issued a yellow alert in Srinagar for thunderstorms accompanied with lightning for today and tomorrow. The Weather Department has predicted that rainfall will continue until Thursday, July 17th. Recent rains have further lowered temperatures in Jammu and Kashmir. St. Thomas School in the Dwarka area of Delhi and St. Stephen's College of Delhi University also received bomb threats via mail. All right, that's St. Thomas School in the Dwarka area of Delhi and St. Stephen's College of the Delhi University. They received a bomb threat via mail. The Delhi Police Bomb Squad, Dog Squad and Fire Brigade teams they have made their way to St. Thomas School and the college. The premises of both have been evacuated and so far the police have not found anything suspicious at any of these places. The United Kingdom, King Charles III met the players of Indian men's and women's cricket teams, the coach, staff members and BCCI officials. This happened at St. James Palace in London. Take a look.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Perfect.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Sorry.
Still, actually, school. I hope it doesn't interrupt the training.
Just finished our message.
Juvenile justice. All right, short break. Coming up on the other side, the Juvenile Justice Board of Pune has quashed the police plea to try killer brat as adult. The JJB says accused will be tried as a minor. Supreme Court summons Samay Raina and other YouTubers in the disability chokes row.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan. You have Rwanda and the Congo that was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled. And they did. And they were both great leaders. And they were great.
So really, thank you. This is important.
You did a great job. And it's a really great job. We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan. You have Rwanda and the Congo that was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled. And they did. And they were both great leaders. And they were.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया सफेद चने या काले चने
सब कुछ मजेदार बने
We are very unhappy, I am, with Russia, but we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means. It's a honor, great honor, to have a friend of mine who's become very friendly over the last number of years. We knew each other before, but Mark is the head of NATO, Mark Rutte, Secretary General of NATO. Highly respected by everybody that knows him, but in particular the European countries. They have great reliance on him.
Pune Porsche accused to be tried as a juvenile. 2 dead but drunk driver to be tried as a minor. Justice delayed and denied in Pune Porsche case again. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध MDH गरम मसाला
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा
We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan. You have Rwanda and the Congo that was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled. And they did. And they were both great leaders. And they were great.
Pune Porsche accused to be tried as a juvenile. 2 dead but drunk driver to be tried as a minor. Justice delayed and denied in Pune Porsche case again. Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Kavod Yatra nameplate row reaches Supreme Court. Supreme Court sends notice to UP government over the QR code on eateries order. Why shouldn't eateries display name of owners? Debating tonight at 9 p.m. Porsche accused to be tried as a juvenile. 2 dead but drunk driver to be tried as a minor. Justice delayed and denied in Pune Porsche case again. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
We are very unhappy, I am, with Russia, but we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means. It's a honor, great honor, to have a friend of mine who's become very friendly over the last number of years. We knew each other before, but Mark is the head of NATO, Mark Rutte, Secretary General of NATO. Highly respected by everybody that knows him, but in particular the European countries. They have great reliance on him. And he's done a fantastic job. And we had a tremendous meeting, I guess it's about a month now, a month ago. And I think Mark.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Joining us here on Republic TV, we've just witnessed that historic splashdown, ladies and gentlemen. India's first astronaut, the first Indian to go to the International Space Center and return. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla making a billion proud, like the Prime Minister said. We're leading with that story and much more this evening. Here are the headlines. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and team return back. Axiom 4, a success. India's space hero back to Earth after 18-day mission. $1.4 billion Indians cheering as Shaks leaves the capsule, all smiles as Axiom 4 crew return to Earth. Juvenile board quashes Pune police petition to try the killer brat in the Porsche hit-and-run case as an adult. The JJB, the juvenile board, says accused will be tried as a minor. Supreme Court summons Samay Raina and other YouTubers in the disability jokes controversy. As per sources, local authorities in Yemen postponed the execution of Kerala nurse Nimisha Priya. Supreme Court issues a notice to the Uttar Pradesh government over QR code diktat to eateries along the Kavar Yatra route to reveal their identity. The big breaking news update, ladies and gentlemen. When the story happened, it was Republic TV that led the coverage of the Juvenile Justice Board rejecting the petition. Now, filed by the Pune police seeking permission to try the Pune Porsche accident accused as an adult. We led the coverage. We told you how he couldn't just pass off as a juvenile. This teenager, along with a few of his friends, drunk that night when they ran over people in Pune, IT professionals. The board has now ruled that the child in conflict with law will be tried under juvenile provisions and not as an adult, thereby continuing with the legal process as per norms applicable to minors, which means this minor on your right, he was at the wheel, ran over two IT professionals, resulting in deaths. IT professional Anish Avadia was on his motorcycle along with Ashwini Costa when this super brat in Pune hit them at high speed. Akanksha is joining me with the details on the story. Akanksha, it's been over a year and it appears, even when the story happened, it was Republic TV that exposed how at every stage he tried to use influence along with his father. He comes from a family of influential businessmen. They tried to first dodge the truth with the urine test. They tried to bribe the police. They tried to cover up the truth. They tried to blame another driver. And eventually now when it came to the Juvenile Justice Board, it appears that he will be tried as a minor, which means he's almost getting away.
Absolutely, Niranjan, and that is why the Mumbai police, the Pune police, in fact, had moved the Juvenile Justice Board, and they had claimed that this particular teenager, he should be tried as the adult and not as a minor, as he has done a heinous crime. Not just the heinous crime in killing of two people, but he also tampered with the evidence. And we've been reporting on the cover-ups. It includes a driver falsely named by the family, blood sample that was swapped by the doctors, FIR that was downplayed, drunk driving charges, medical test delayed intentionally, family and hospital involved in the cover-up, driver pressurized to take the blame. All of these cover-ups were there, but that plea by the Pune police has been rejected by the Juvenile Justice Board. They've said that he will continue to be tried as...
I'm sorry to interrupt you there. I have the victim's father live with us on the phone line. Suresh Kumar is joining us on the phone line, and Suresh Kumar is the father of Ashwini, one of the victims. सुरेश कुमार जी, मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको?
जी आ रही।
ये हमने इतना आपके लिए लड़ा था, ये जो है जुवेनाइल, सो कॉल्ड जुवेनाइल, एक और विक्ट्री हो गया इनको कि ये अभी माइनर की तरह ट्रीटमेंट मिलेगा इसको. यू लॉस्ट योर डॉटर सर. आपको आज ये न्यूज सुन के आपको क्या लगा सर?
अब शौक तो लगा है, बाकी देश की जितनी जनता इस न्यूज को सुनेगी, जैसे पिछली बार शॉक हुई थी 300 वर्ड के निबंध पर, उससे ज्यादा मेरे को लगता है शॉक होने वाली है. मेरे को शौक तो इतना ज्यादा लगा है कि देश के कानून के ऊपर मेरे को बेटी से ज्यादा रोना देश के कानून के ऊपर आ रहा है. क्या है, 2 लोगों का मर्डर करने वाला, 2 लोगों के ऊपर कार चलाने वाला, दारू पी के गाड़ी चलाने वाला आदमी 2 लोगों की हत्या कर देता है, उसको हत्या ही नहीं मानते, उसको क्या बोलना चाहिए?
ये मर्डर है सर, ये मर्डर है. ये सर, ये हमारे देश में, सुरेश जी, हमारे देश में ऐसा है कि देखिए, ये पब जा सकता है, पब के अंदर जा सकता है, पब के अंदर ऑर्डर कर सकता है, पब के अंदर दारू पी सकता है, कार, सुपर कार ड्राइव कर सकता है, लोगों को मार सकता है, उसके बाद एविडेंस को डिस्ट्रॉय कर सकता है, पुलिस सिस्टम को फिक्स कर सकता है. लेकिन जस्टिस जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड में ये सिर्फ जुवेनाइल है.
जुवेनाइल है. वही मेरा कहना है. मेरे को अपने न्याय प्रणाली जो है, न्याय व्यवस्था जो है ना, उस पर रोना आ रहा है कि जो हत्यारा है उसको कोई हत्यारा मानने को, न्यायपालिका उसको हत्यारा मानने को तैयार नहीं है। बोले वो तो बच्चा है, बच्चा है तो फिर जितने बच्चे हैं सबको खुलेआम छूट दे दो।
दी जा रही है मैसेज तो देश में यही जाना है, जितने ये इस टाइप के बच्चे हैं उनको मैसेज, उनके माँ बाप को मैसेज यही जाना है कि बेटा तुम क्राइम करो, बाकी तो हम देख लेंगे, और हम नहीं देख लेंगे तो जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड तो तुमको छोड़ ही देगा। यही मैसेज आएगा ना।
हाँ जी, आपको आप अभी क्या करेंगे सुरेश जी? आपके पास क्या ऑप्शंस है और अभी आप क्या करेंगे? देखिए, हम जो कर सकते हैं हम वो कर रहे हैं। वी आर क्वेश्चनिंग द जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड।
अब मैं आप लोगों के माध्यम से अपनी महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट, अपने माननीय फडणवीस जी हैं, तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री जी थे शिंदे साहब हैं, और वहाँ की जो हाई कोर्ट है, हाई कोर्ट के न्यायाधीश वगैरह हैं जहाँ पर केस चलेगा, पुणे में जो सेशन कोर्ट है, और वहाँ जहाँ ये अपील की जा सकती है, तो उनसे सबसे मैं अपील करता हूँ कि मतलब इस टाइप का कानून बनाए, या फिर इस केस की उचित जगह पर अपील करें, क्योंकि ये खाली मेरा केस नहीं है ना, ये तो न्यायिक व्यवस्था, अपने ये प्रशासनिक व्यवस्था की विफलता के कारण ये कांड हुआ है। यदि प्रशासन यदि सचेत रहता, माइनर को शराब पीने की इजाजत नहीं देता पब्लिक के अंदर, ट्रैफिक व्यवस्था जो है उसको स्पीड से गाड़ी चलाने की परमिशन ना देती है, उसको पकड़ती, उसी समय फाइन करती, जुर्माना करती, वार्निंग देती, तो हो सकता है कांड ही नहीं होता। तो प्रशासन नहीं किया तो प्रशासन को ही न्याय दिलाना भी प्रशासन का ही काम है। हमारा तो अप्रोच करना काम है कि हम सिर्फ अप्रोच कर सकते हैं, रिक्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं कि हमको न्याय नहीं मिला, हमको न्याय दिलाइए।
हाँ जी।
और उसके अलावा अब मेरी नजर तो पूरा रास्ता नजर आता नहीं है, सिवाय अप्रोच के, रिक्वेस्ट ही कर सकते हैं।
हाँ जी। सुरेश कुमार जी, इस केस में बहुत पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस भी है, बहुत सारे नेताओं ने हेल्प की थी इस किलर ड्राइवर को, और हमें पता है इन नेताओं का नाम, और जब हमने इस स्टोरी को कवर किया था तो बहुत सारे नेता लोग हमसे नाराज थे, बात करना बंद कर लिया, उन्होंने साउंड बाइट्स भी नहीं दिया, क्योंकि हम वो क्वेश्चंस पूछ रहे थे उनको, सरकार को, जो सरकार है महाराष्ट्र में। क्या आपको लगता है कि अभी भी ये पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर लग रहा है इस केस में?
अब पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर का क्या है, हमको क्या, किसी को भी जब तक हो सकता है आपके पास क्लिप वगैरह हो, मगर मैंने ऐसी कोई क्लिप नहीं देखी है जिसमें सुनने में जरूर आया है कि किसी ने उसको पिज्जा बर्गर खिलाया है और किसी ने उसको ब्लड सैंपल बदलने में पैसे ऐसे का लेन देन करवाया है या किया है, सुनने में जरूर आया है, मगर उसकी क्लिप वगैरह देखने को नहीं मिली है। तो मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि इस मैटर को पॉलिटिक्स बनाना मेरे हिसाब से उचित नहीं लगता है, या तो है, क्योंकि बिना इतने हाईलाइट केस को दबाने के लिए कोई मामूली सोच चल ही नहीं सकता, एकदम हाई लेवल का सोच चला होगा, तब जाके कहीं कोशिश की गई, हालांकि कामयाब नहीं हो पाई। कोशिश तो बहुत की गई कि मामला दबा दिया जाए, रफा दफा कर दिया जाए, ब्लड सैंपल बदल दिए जाए, ड्राइवर को किडनैप करके ऐसा कर लो वैसा कर लो, कोशिश तो बहुत की गई मगर नहीं कर पाए।
मैं आपको ये भी बोलना चाहता हूँ कि दिस इज आवर डिबेट नंबर 1, ये हमारा टॉप स्टोरी है आज, और हम अर्णब जी इसको डिबेट भी करेंगे आज शाम को, और हम ये भी कोशिश करेंगे कि आपको हम हमारे साथ लाइव लेने की हम पूरी कोशिश करेंगे आज रात। थैंक यू वेरी मच सुरेश कुमार कोस्टा, फादर ऑफ अश्विनी, हु वाज किल्ड इन द पुणे पोर्शा hit and run.
Pune Porsche accused to be tried as a juvenile. 2 dead but drunk driver to be tried as a minor. Justice delayed and denied in Pune Porsche case again. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Getting in some more breaking news now. The External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is in China, and he has continued to send a tough message on South India. Yesterday he spoke tough with China, and today S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, has spoken on the Pahalgam terror attack once again at the SCO Foreign Ministers meeting. S. Jaishankar stating that Pahalgam attack was deliberately conducted to sow a religious divide in India. And this has been the message of S. Jaishankar, who has exposed Pakistan and by default even China, which has helped Pakistan in Operation Sindoor, in what happened post-Pahalgam. China has had a huge role to play, and sitting in China, he has sent this message on the role of Pakistan in calling the attack religious, saying that it was an attempt to stoke a communal divide, a religious divide. The attack was deliberate and conducted to sow religious divide in India. S. Jaishankar has sent a strong message. In fact, a few minutes back, he also met the Chinese President Xi Jinping earlier today, and S. Jaishankar at the SCO summit for the first time meeting Xi Jinping. At this summit, this is the first time after the standoff with China, coming nearly 5 years after any leader, top leader, met Xi Jinping. He has met Wang Yi as well, the foreign minister of China, and sent the message to him on India's role in Operation Sindoor, indirectly, of course, letting China know exactly what we are aware of about Pakistan and the indirect Chinese support as well. Here is what S. Jaishankar said a few minutes back, specifically on Pahalgam.
As neighboring nations and major economies in the world today, there are various facets and dimensions of our ties. Measures towards normalizing our people-to-people exchanges can certainly foster mutually beneficial cooperation. It is also essential in this context that restrictive trade measures and roadblocks are avoided. I hope to discuss these issues with you in further detail.
Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, joining us live. Abhishek, the fact that he's gone to China a few days after Operation Sindoor, rather a few weeks after Operation Sindoor, a few days after our generals have pointed out China's direct role, I wouldn't say indirect, but a direct role in Operation Sindoor, and meeting Wang Yi, meeting Xi Jinping, and still managing to do some straight talk on Pahalgam. What are you hearing about how the Chinese are taking this? Well, as of, we are still awaiting a Chinese response, reaction, or how they responded or reacted, Niranjan. But the fact of the matter is that in all the other SCO meets that have happened post-Pahalgam, this is the third or fourth, there has been no joint statement because the Chinese would want to oblige the Pakistanis, and they have not mentioned Pahalgam terror attack. This really calls the bluff of the Chinese double standards, so to say. And while in the bilateral talks, the statement released by the Chinese yesterday called for a dragon-elephant tango on a very basic concern of India, that terror be tackled head-on, that terrorism be called out, that terrorism be mentioned in the joint statement. On that, the Chinese have sort of equivocated. It would be interesting to see how the joint statement pans out after this meeting of the foreign ministers. This is a very important platform within the SCO, and this would essentially be a showcase of the intent of the Chinese when they say that they want to bring back the India-China relationship on an even keel. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has done some plain speaking that was expected of him, and he has effectively thrown the gauntlet now on the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi to pick up the thread from here, and because this is live as we speak, this meeting is happening as we speak. The Chinese response is still awaited, but the fact of the matter is that for almost a decade we have seen China effectively putting itself in the Pakistani corner, be it the issue of Masood Azhar, be it the issue of Hafiz Saeed, be it the issue of Pahalgam terror attack, be it the issue of FATF. So I think in that sense, there is a certain continuity, and we can expect that the Chinese perhaps might not change tack from there. But External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar clearly calling a spade, and so to say, shedding a cat among the pigeons there. Let the Chinese really respond now. Well, absolutely. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. A very detailed statement also being put out on social media by the External Affairs Ministry, talking about China's Pakistan's role in this. In fact, I'm going to read out a part of that before I move on, saying that SEO was founded to combat terrorism, separatism, extremism, and talking about how recently in India we witnessed a graphic example in the terrorist attack in Pahalgam on 22nd of April 2025, deliberately conducted to undermine tourism economy of Jammu and Kashmir while sowing a religious divide. The UN Security Council, of which some of us are currently members, issued a statement that condemned it in the strongest terms and underlined the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, sponsors of this reprehensible act of terror accountable and bring them to justice. We have since done exactly that and will continue doing so, is what India has said while at the SEO. The big story coming out of Odisha, and Republic TV is tracking the story closely, after the 20-year-old student succumbed to injury burns. She attempted self-immolation after sexual harassment. The center has now stepped in and has appointed a fact-finding committee to investigate the case. In this case, the principal has also been arrested. The visuals are given on the 13th of July. We know that the student for almost 10 days asked for the college to act, but that action never came, ending her life with the self-immolation. The center has now stepped in to appoint a fact-finding committee to look into the facts of the case on campus. We have Chandrakanta from OTV joining us live from Balasore. Chandrakanta जी, ये जो केस टाइमलाइन है, थोड़ा हमारे दर्शकों को बताइए कि क्या हुआ था इस केस में. ये स्टूडेंट ने किसको कंप्लेन किया था, कब कंप्लेंट हुआ था और एक्शन लिया गया, जो भी नहीं हुआ इसके बारे में बताइए.
जी देखिए, ये केस जो है ये पूरा 30 जून को है. ये जो 30 जून को ये जो पीड़ित महिला है, जो पीड़ित छात्री है, वो छात्री ने अपने प्रिंसिपल को एक लिखित अभियोग किया था, जिस अभियोग में था कि उनका जो डिपार्टमेंट है एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट, उसी एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट जो एचओडी है, एचओडी का नाम है समीर साहू, उन्होंने उनको बार बार मानसिक और सेक्सुअली हरासमेंट, इस तरह का पीड़ा, इस तरह का धमकी दिया गया है. तो इस बारे में जब वो लड़की ने बार बार प्रिंसिपल को कंप्लेन किया था, तभी प्रिंसिपल ने एक कमेटी बैठाई थी, जिस कमेटी में ये अगले 7 दिन में एक फाइंडिंग होगा, जिस बारे में जो ज्यादातर हो गया था उसके बारे में वो इंक्वायरी होगा, और इंक्वायरी होकर जो भी आउटकम आएगा वो लड़की को वो उसका न्याय मिलेगा. लेकिन बात ऐसा हुआ कि जब इंक्वायरी हुआ और इंक्वायरी होकर जो आउटकम आया वो लड़की के फेवर में नहीं गया, तभी वो लड़की जो स्टूडेंट है, वो स्टूडेंट ने जाके प्रिंसिपल को इस बारे में पूछा, और उसी समय प्रिंसिपल ने जब मना किया कि ये तुम्हारा पेपर में नहीं है, और उसी समय जब लड़की ने प्रिंसिपल के चैम्बर से बाहर आया और खुदकुशी करने की कोशिश में वो पेट्रोल लेके आया था बैग में, और पेट्रोल को ही अपने पूरे बॉडी में डाल दिया और डाल के वो आग लगा दिए. तभी तत्क्षणात ही वहाँ के खड़े हुए लोग लड़की को तुरंत बालासोर हॉस्पिटल में पहुंचाया गया, और बालासोर हॉस्पिटल में डॉक्टर, लड़की जब सीरियस था तभी भुवनेश्वर एम्स को स्थानांतरित किया गया. तो उसके बाद 3 दिन तक लड़की ने लगभग 60 घंटे तक लड़की ने आईसीयू में और वेंटिलेटर में रहा भुवनेश्वर एम्स में, और जब इतने 60 घंटे के बाद वो लड़की का आज ही कल रात 11:40 को ही वो लड़की का डेथ हो गया था. तभी आज सुबह जब लड़की का पार्थिव शरीर उनका गांव भोगराई बालासोर में आके पहुंचा है। और बालासोर में ये पार्थिव शरीर पहुंचने के बाद आज ही जो क्रियाकृति किया जाता है हिंदू संस्कृति के अनुसार वो क्रियाकृति खत्म हुआ। और लेकिन यहाँ क्वेश्चन उठता है कि जिस तरह का वो बार बार प्रिंसिपल को अनुरोध किया था, वो जो पीड़ित थे वो बार बार इंक्वायरी के लिए पूछ रहे थे, लेकिन ये क्या हुआ था इसको मुझे मालूम नहीं, लेकिन ये जब हो गया था तभी ही इसको इंक्वायरी करना चाहिए था, लेकिन ये इंक्वायरी नहीं हुआ। तभी अभी पुलिस ने जो प्रिंसिपल को अरेस्ट किया, एचओडी समीर साहू है, एचओडी को अरेस्ट किया था। उसके बाद जो प्रिंसिपल को भी पुलिस ने अरेस्ट किया और ज्यादातर उन दोनों को ही सस्पेंड किया गया है। तो आज
ओके, हाँ जी, धन्यवाद Chandrakant ji. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. We'll have to move on now. We'll try and get you more details in a bit. The centre has now stepped in, appointing a fact-finding committee. Sexually harassed by a professor, she complained, no action taken. She attempted self-immolation and has now succumbed. Moving on now to some news coming in from Mumbai, where Tesla has officially made its debut in the Indian market with the launch of its first showroom at the BKC or the Bandra Kurla complex in India's financial capital. Inaugurating the showroom, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis saying that India will be one of the best markets for Tesla. A statement of intent. Here's what happened.
Elon Musk's Tesla has finally made its long-awaited debut in India. The EV maker has opened its first showroom in Mumbai's Bandra Kurla complex. Tesla has begun its India journey with the Model Y SUV. It is offering two variants to Indian buyers, Model Y rear-wheel drive for Rs 60 lakh and Model Y long-range RWD for 68 lakh rupees. This is a major milestone for Elon Musk, entering the world's third largest car market after years of back and forth. At the showroom launch, Maharashtra Chief Minister expressed confidence that India will emerge as one of Tesla's strongest markets.
I think this is not just inauguration of an experience center, but it is a statement that Tesla has arrived, a statement that Tesla has arrived in the right city, in the right state. That is the state of Maharashtra and the city of Mumbai, which is the entrepreneur capital of India, not just financial, commercial and entertainment capital, but also the entrepreneur capital of India. We are very happy that finally you are here, and I'm sure that the people of Mumbai and the people of India are going to love Tesla, and you will have one of your best market in India.
Tesla's formal entry comes after years of delays, tax talks and tweets, but the EV giant now plans to expand with more showrooms likely on the way. Tesla's first showroom is open and the race to go electric just shifted gears.
And moving on to the big story that we've been tracking here on Republic TV. Last evening, we got you the details of the Air India crash investigation, how the DGCA was forced to wake up after we reported about the FAA advisory and asked them a few questions. There's a nationwide inspection of Boeing 787 and 737 aircraft fuel switch locking system, which has now begun. And this comes hours after Republic exposed the 2018 FAA advisory. We questioned the regulator, the DGCA, on the delay for almost 7 to 8 years. They've now directed full inspections by the 21st of July. That's the deadline. Nearly 7 years after the first flagging of the issue by the FAA. That was in December 2018. And in 2025, they've asked all Boeing 787, 737 series to be inspected. We spoke to Rajiv Pratap Rudy, who's been a former aviation minister and also a pilot himself. Here's what he said about the DGCA's belated action.
DGCA was silent even after a letter which was written by FAA in 2018. What do you have to say about this?
Well, DGCA is a very proactive organization. It is a very reliable regulator. It takes care of aviation safety and anything in the air. So let's not make a comment about DGCA. Something figured in the report, which has been mentioned in the AIB report. On the basis of that, the DGCA, taking additional precautions, has instructed the airlines and the operators to have a look at this feature, which figured in the FAA, which is the American regulator on Boeing aircrafts across the country. So it's a usual process, but it has got highlighted because it has figured in the report. And I think DGCA is very competent, very capable of handling such situations.
Taking a break here on Republic TV, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, now back to Earth, will be returning to India soon. The debriefing is on the 17th of August, but his family says that he should be returning to India in the next 15 days.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar, getting your brilliance on behalf of IAHM. हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी एमडीएच का जीरा सिर्फ जलजीरा मसाला
We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week. The way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled. And they did. And they were both great. Great leaders. And they were great.
India's space hero Shubhanshu Shukla returns to Earth with a wide smile. Mission success. Back to Earth after 18 days.
And we've got our pilot Shubhanshu Shukla as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said.
So Vanshu will have to go as a series of SOPs. He'll be moving out to Houston. He'll arrive there close to midnight by Indian time today. Then he'll be spending a week in discussions with Team ISRO. Then about 2 weeks having separate sessions with all the partners, the Axiom, SpaceX, NASA. Maybe he'll be in Delhi by 17th of August.
Expected in India on the 17th of August. That's when there could be a debriefing as well. He's coming back home. Prime Minister Modi congratulates Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, India's space hero, says he's now inspired 1 billion Indians to dream about going to space. Juvenile Justice Board rejects police petition in Pune Porsche hit-and-run case. The minor will not be tried as an adult. Notice to Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand governments over their orders to put nameplate and QR code in front of eateries. SCO, Council of Foreign Ministers, meets in China. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar meets his Iranian counterpart on the sidelines, also sends a tough message on Pahalgam being an attack that was aimed to sow religious divide in Kashmir. Okay, we're getting in some more breaking news right now on the India-America trade talks. Some developments. There have been several rounds of negotiations and Trump doing some big talk, but we know that our negotiators are trying really hard to ensure that India gets the best deal out of this. As per government official sources, bilateral trade talks between India and US now progressing as per decisions of the Prime Minister and also US President Donald Trump. Government officials speaking to news agencies confirming that Indian teams are in America to carry out the fifth round of negotiations on the bilateral trade agreement. So the fifth round of talks now on in America. And we are hearing the talks are on in the right direction as per the conversation that was held between Prime Minister Modi, US President Donald Trump. Here's what Piyush Goyal said a few minutes back. Union Minister Piyush Goyal.
I've often said trade negotiations are not done on camera with the media. They are done between two nations, and negotiations are going on at a very fast pace and in the spirit of mutual cooperation, so that we can come out with a win-win trade complementing agreement with the United States.
Kritat is joining us. What's the latest, Kritat? Where does the trade talks stand? What was the last threat that Trump gave? And what exactly are our secretaries, bureaucrats doing?
Well, Niranjan, it is the fifth round of talks for which our government officials have now landed in Washington. The fourth round of talks, of course, was held in New Delhi, where the US officials had visited us. This is the fifth round of talk, and it is a massive development that the trade negotiations are ongoing. Remember, it was July 9, the self-imposed deadline by the US President Donald Trump to finalize all the trade negotiations. However, even back then, Union Minister Piyush Goyal had stated that India does not negotiate based on arbitrary deadlines, but we only negotiate based on national interest. Subsequently, we saw that the Trump administration has released more than 21 letters of tariffs issued to 21 separate nations, but India has not been part of that. So we believe that India and US are in very advanced stages of negotiation when it comes to an interim trade agreement. Of course, the final trade agreement is expected to be signed later this year by the end of fall, but initially under consideration there are more than 6,000 items that are under this very big and massive interim trade agreement. As Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, also said that we look for a big, beautiful trade deal with the United States. 6,000 items in consideration, more than 19 chapters, so it's going to be very comprehensive. In fact, it is believed to be one of the biggest deals that the US is negotiating this season. Obviously, there have been only two other parallels, the United Kingdom and Vietnam, who have signed a trade agreement with the US so far since the tariff announcements were made. But India and US have a very clear outline. That is also what the government officials said. In February, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi met Donald Trump, that is when both of them had decided that by 2030, they will reach $500 billion of trade. Subsequently, in the month of March, just immediately the next month when the negotiations began, the terms of reference were signed and the fall deadline was set. So there is still a lot of time left. Obviously, US President Donald Trump is expected to visit India later this year for the Quad Leaders Summit, and by that time we expect that the interim trade agreement at least will be finalized. Initially, it was even hypothesized that the full trade agreement could also come up, but India is clearly playing hardball and standing its ground and negotiating in national interest, and that's the big developing story.
Yeah, thank you for that, Kritat. Very comprehensive lowdown on where the talks stand now. Let's move on to some more breaking news updates now coming in. This one from Karnataka, where we are reporting another stray dog menace incident. An incident of stray dogs attacking a young girl. This is an update that's come in where a bunch of stray dogs have attacked a girl while she was playing on the street. There is a CCTV video as well. The girl escaped after a brief struggle. The neighbors had to step in. The entire attack has been caught on camera by the stray dogs. The attack captured on CCTV visuals. A 9-year-old girl was playing with her friends when the attack took place. And while the video of the stray dog menace has gone viral, residents demanding action on
stray dogs. And this is not just a story limited to this incident alone. This is not just about this incident in Chitradurga. It is a disturbing video, but it tells you how the stray dog menace needs to be acted upon, because there are some state governments that are promoting feeding of stray dogs. For example, in Karnataka, there is a program, a very controversial program, where they want to give stray dogs chicken and rice. And different people, different groups, different points of view, but the stray dog menace is something that state of Karnataka is grappling with. Of course, many states are, but in Karnataka, it's a burning issue right now. Smita's in the Republic Kannada newsroom right now, getting us some updates. Smita, what's going on? What is the government's view on this?
Niranjan, as you were rightly quoting, that the state government is busy, planning to feed the stray dogs biryani, that is chicken rice. As you were rightly stating, this issue become a controversy. The, far and pro arguments are on the road, but whereas the people are demanding that the government should rather shift their concentration on controlling the menace that stray dogs are creating. We are, witnessing series of reports like this. For example, the one we were talking about, a 9-year-old girl was attacked by the stray dogs in Chitradurga Ishwar layout while she was out from her house to play with the friends. But luckily she got escaped because the neighbors came rushing in to help that little girl. She survived with minor injuries and she's hospitalized and getting the treatment.
But the major issue here is the stray dogs are to be controlled. They are to be, vaccinated time and now. But the government and the local authorities, which have to shift their focus on this issue. There are a lot of funds dedicated for controlling the number of the stray dogs and also getting them vaccinated to avoid such kind of attacks on people, especially on the children. But instead of doing that, the state government and the local authorities are busy thinking, feeding the dogs the chicken rice or the biryani is what people, especially from Chitradurga, are blaming the government.
Okay, thank you for that update. It's a story that the state government will have to think about, because, from the latest details we're picking up, the state government in Karnataka and the BBMP, which is the municipal body, they've set aside nearly 3 crore rupees to feed the city's stray dogs daily meal of chicken and rice to about 5,000 dogs across 8 zones with 500 dogs per zone. Food will be prepared centrally, delivered to roughly 125 feeding spots, and there is a huge uproar against the state government's new push. They don't have money to pay for schemes. They could have used this money to perhaps control the population of street dogs, but instead they are feeding them biryani. Let's move on now. A 20-year-old student who attempted self-immolation has succumbed to her injuries on campus in Odisha, despite her repeated calls, complaints against a professor who was sexually harassing her. Her pleas fell on deaf ears. And now this case raises serious concerns about safety of women students on campus, systemic ignorance that forced this student to take the extreme step.
It's a tragedy that has numbed India. The 20-year-old Balasore student who attempted self-immolation over harassment succumbed to her burn injuries. The young victim had suffered a staggering 95% burns and was battling for life at AIIMS Bhubaneswar. But despite all efforts by doctors, she could not be saved. The victim claimed repeated harassment by her college head of department. An accused student and the suspended principal of Fakir Mohan University have now been arrested. The principal is facing serious allegations. Ghosh has been accused of ignoring repeated harassment complaints and failing to act despite desperate pleas from the student. Odisha Chief Minister Mohan Charan Manjhi has announced a compensation of Rs 20 lakhs for the kin of the victim, while assuring strict action against the accused.
बड़ी दुखद की घटना है कि हम लोग सब उनको डॉक्टर लोगों ने 3 दिन से जी तोड़ मेहनत कर रहे थे। दिल्ली की एम्स की सराहना पे चिकित्सा भी हो रही थी, लेकिन हम सब मिलके भी उनको बचा नहीं पाए। ओडिशा की एक बेटी ने जिस किस्म की बलिदान दी है, इसमें जो भी इन्वॉल्व है सरकार उनके ऊपर कठोर कार्यानुष्ठान करेगी। अभी तो दोनों जेल में हैं।
Women rights activists also weighed in and condemned the harassment and systemic silence despite repeated cries.
It is deplorable that in a time and age where we are talking about safety and protection of women, especially students, where the government is doing so much that the student goes for higher education, that a learning education institution has not even looked at the complaints. Often we are not able to make complaints as women because we are scared. They will say that we have provoked, or they will malign our character. So before reforms, I would like the mechanisms. We have very strong laws. We have BNSS now that is very strong. Why have the state and the police and the management not ensured that the case is taken up immediately? Why was it not taken up?
Meanwhile, former NCW Chief Rekha Sharma has appealed to Rahul Gandhi not to politicize the incident but to stand in solidarity with the grieving family.
देखिए, बहुत ही गंभीर विषय है और दुखद घटना है जहां एक बच्ची की मृत्यु हो गई और कॉलेज की भी लापरवाही थी, जो उन्होंने उनकी आईसी कमेटी ने नहीं सुना, उसको टेकअप नहीं किया और उसकी कंप्लेंट पे कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की। ऐसे विषयों पर पॉलिटिक्स करने के बजाय राहुल गांधी को इस समय परिवार को और स्पेशली विक्टिम्स के परिवार के साथ खड़ा होना चाहिए, ना कि उसे पॉलिटिसाइज करना चाहिए। जब भी कोई घटना वेस्ट बंगाल में होती है या कांग्रेस रूल किसी भी कंट्री में किसी भी स्टेट में होती है, वो बिल्कुल चुप रहते हैं, उस विषय पर कुछ नहीं कहते। मैंने नहीं सुना राहुल और प्रियंका को वेस्ट बंगाल में इतनी मृत्यु हुई, बच्चियों के साथ इतनी दुखद घटनाएं हुई, एक भी शब्द बोलते हुए।
As outrage grows, the demand for justice grows louder. Students and activists calling for urgent reforms to prevent such tragedies from ever repeating. The nation has lost its daughter who burned to get a hearing, but her cries fell to deaf and ignorant ears.
In a joint operation, the Manipur police, the Central Armed Police Forces, and others have made a big breakthrough. They've recovered 86 weapons. Assam rifles also involved. 86 weapons recovered. 974 pieces of ammunition, including grenades, IEDs, AK series, INSAS rifles, pistols, anti-riot guns, and SPBL in the areas of Imphal East, Imphal West, Kakching, Bishnupur districts. Major arms recovery from 5 districts in the valley in Manipur. Warlike stores have also been recovered. They were acting on a specific intelligence about a large cache of arms, ammunition, and warlike materials concealed at various locations. Coordinated operations were launched simultaneously at multiple sites in the peripheral and suspected areas of Imphal East, West, Thobal, Kakching, and Bishnupur districts. I have Johnson joining us live on the broadcast. Johnson is in Imphal. Johnson, there were reports of firing in the last 24 to 48 hours. There was a concern. Is this crackdown post that firing? Can you take our viewers through what has been recovered and why this is significant?
Yes, Niranjan, today in the early morning, the security forces, as you have also already mentioned, the recovery of arms in both the hills and valley districts is still in progress. This is a major the development of the security forces to bring peace and development in the state and normalcy to return. So, in today's operation in the early morning, security forces are the combined security forces. They have based on an intelligent input, they have undergone an operation in the valley, in the 5 valley districts, namely Imphal East, Imphal West, Thobal, Kakching, and Bishnupur districts. So, on this very operation, the security forces could recover total number of 86 arms from, including assault rifles, and also including high explosive mortar shells and hand grenades. The security forces could recover 974 numbers of ammunition. Above all this, the security forces also could recover 41 numbers of assorted magazines. This is not the first recovery, and this will also not the last recovery. Before today's recovery, yesterday also, there were some firing sounds heard by the farmers in the Salung paddy fields. So they are acting on yesterday's tragic incident and yesterday's incident. The security forces have launched this operation involve the Belly district. I hope so.
Yeah. Giving us the inputs and the pictures from Imphal on that big recovery. There was firing in the last few days, and that's why this is critical now. Moving on to some news coming in from Punjab, where second bomb threat has been reported in the last 24 hours to the Golden Temple in Amritsar. Punjab police have launched an investigation. They've now assured that there's nothing to panic about. Earlier, the Golden Temple received a bomb threat over email. The security was tightened, and the Amritsar Commissioner had also gone on record to confirming receiving a complaint about bomb threat, saying the police will ensure security, crack the case. And let me go across to my colleague Lalit, now joining us on the story. Lalit, how many threats have been received? Any breakthrough on who's sending these threats, whether these threats are credible in the first place?
Well, Niranjan, in the past 24 hours, it's the second threat mail which has been received by the SGPC, and the Amritsar Police Commissioner has confirmed it. Regarding that, now the security has been tightened in the Golden Temple premises. Before also, when the first mail was received, that time also in the Langar Hall and in the other places, the security, the bomb squad team, the dog checking team and the local police searched it thoroughly. But today, once again, another mail was being received, and after that, the local police with the BSF searched, and after that said that there's nothing to get panicked all about. This matter is already pending with the cyber crime of the Amritsar police, who is trying to crack the cases. But it has been clearly said that there's nothing to get panicked, as it seems to create nuisance by some notorious person for whom the police is right now doing a thorough investigation. Back to the studio.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those inputs. Two threats to the Golden Temple in the last 2 days. Tracking the story closely. Nothing to panic is what the police is saying on record. Taking a break here on Republic TV. We have 3 big debates coming up, including the big story around the Pune Porsche hit and run case. Remember the juvenile who hit the 2 IT professionals, killed them? He's now being tried as a minor. And that's the irony. We will continue to report on that story. There's a big follow-up and a debate coming up at 9 p.m.
Kavod Yatra nameplate row reaches Supreme Court. Supreme Court sends notice to UP government over the QR code on eateries order. Why shouldn't eateries display name of owners? Debating tonight at 9 p.m. Pune Porsche accused to be tried as a juvenile. 2 dead but drunk driver to be tried as a minor. Justice delayed and denied in Pune Porsche case again. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी MDH की देगी मीरज देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of ISRO.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो तुम्हारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pune Porsche accused to be tried as a juvenile. 2 dead but drunk driver to be tried as a minor. Justice delayed and denied in Pune Porsche case again. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो तुम्हारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled, and they did. And they were both great leaders, and they were great.
So good evening. Thank you. This is important.
You did a great job. It's a really great job. We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, and Pakistan would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled, and they did. And they were both great leaders, and they were great. But Rwanda and the Congo, that was going on for 30 years, and at least 7 million people killed, and killed with a lot of pretty rough weapons like machetes, heads chopped off, going on for many years. You couldn't even get near the countries. Nobody wanted to get near. It's so frightening. And we got that one solved. Serbia, Kosovo, got that solved. That was going to be one that was going to happen. And again, that was something I used. I use trade for a lot of things, but it's great for settling wars. That was really very important. We're working, Marco is working very hard with everybody here on the Strip, the Gaza Strip.
I call it the Gaza Strip, one of the worst real estate deals ever made. They gave up the oceanfront property, one of the worst deals ever made. But it was supposed to bring peace, and it didn't bring peace. It brought the opposite. But we're doing pretty well on Gaza. Steve Witkoff is here, and I think we could have something fairly soon to talk about. And we solved other one that we just seem to have, Armenia and Azerbaijan. It looks like that's going to come to a conclusion, successful conclusion. We've been very successful in settling wars. You have India, Pakistan, you have Rwanda and the Congo. That was going on for 30 years. India, by the way, would have been a nuclear war within another week, the way that was going. That was going very badly. And we did that through trade. I said, we're not going to talk to you about trade unless you get this thing settled, and they did. And they were both great leaders, and they were great. We are very unhappy, I am, with Russia, but we'll discuss that maybe a different day. but we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means. It's a great honor to have a friend of mine who's become very friendly over the last number of years. We knew each other before, but Mark is the head of NATO, Mark Rutte, Secretary General of NATO. Highly respected by everybody that knows him, but in particular the European countries. They have great reliance on him, and he's done a fantastic job. And we had a tremendous meeting, I guess it's about a month ago. And I think Mark will tell you that it was really perhaps more important the date of November 5th. That was the election day. Maybe that was the most important because we've made tremendous progress together. And one of the reasons that you're here today is to hear that we are very unhappy, I am, with Russia. But we'll discuss that maybe a different day.
But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means. But today we're going to talk about...
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India, which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
With me, Akanksha Khajuria, and this evening we begin with a shocker coming in from Pune in Maharashtra. Remember the boy who mowed down two people with his Porsche? He has gotten another relief. We'll speak to the defense lawyer of this case, and up next, Sare Jahan Se Acha echoes as Shubhanshu Shukla has returned back to the earth. In a temporary respite to Indian nurse Nimisha, her execution has now been postponed. Also, S. Jaishankar is in China, where he met with his counterpart. We will tell you what he said there. And Tesla has opened the first showroom in the country, entering India after much back and forth in the last few years. And finally, King Charles III met with our cricket team in England, and we will show you the visuals that is coming from there. Let's get started. In fact, let's start with the Pune shocker. Remember that teenager who was asked to write a 300-word essay after he rammed his Porsche, killing two innocent people. Now that Juvenile Justice Board has ordered that he will now be tried as a minor, not as an adult, meaning that he will be let off the charges with much less punishment. And the board has rejected Pune police plea that he be tried as an adult, as he has committed a heinous crime of not only killing 2 innocent people but also tampering with the evidence. Now, in May last year, a Porsche driver, in fact, it was driven by a drunk 17-year-old boy, fatally knocked down software professionals who were on a bike in Pune, and there was national outrage after the boy was granted bail by the Juvenile Justice Board within hours of the crash and asked to write a 300-word essay on the road safety. Now, we will in fact be joining by the defense lawyer Prashant Patil, but before that, let's tell you what has happened in the last 1 year. In last 1 year, the trial hasn't started just yet. The family is irked by this new order that has come through the Juvenile Justice Board that has said that this teenager, who was a teenager last year, in fact, should now be tried as a minor. And the parents are in shock as far as this order is concerned. But this order rejects the plea that has been filed by the Pune police that this person be tried as an adult, as he has done the heinous crime. He has not only killed 2 innocent people, but he is also, he along with his family, they've tampered with the evidence as well as far as this entire case is concerned. In fact, we've been taking you through what has happened in the last 1 year. There have been several attempts to cover up, and we've been telling you what has happened. Driver was falsely named by the family. In the last 1 year, there was a bit to cover up the investigation in this case as well. And those there on the screen, you can see those are the 2 people who lost their life. Blood sample was swapped by the doctors as well. There is a bit to cover up the case, and hence the Pune police moved the Juvenile Justice Board, and they said that the teenager, who was a teenager last year, should be tried as an adult. In fact, now this plea has been rejected by the Juvenile Justice Board, which has said that, in fact, this boy will have to be tried as a minor, which means that he will be let off the charges with a very less punishment is what we are learning. We've been speaking to the family members that they're not happy with this recent order that has come in, because not just this, in the last 1 year, there's been several attempts to, in fact, hide a lot of things as far as this case is concerned. In fact, shifting our focus, astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla, who created history by becoming the first ever Indian to set foot on International Space Station, has come back to the Earth, and SpaceX Dragon spacecraft with Shubhanshu Shukla and 3 other astronauts on the Axiom 4 mission made the splashdown in California today at 3 p.m. and he spent 18 days in space, conducted science experiments. Let's now show you the visuals of his parents staring up and cutting cake after the splashdown. Have a look at these amazing visuals which came in after the splashdown at 3 o'clock today.
Congratulations, Team Axiom. Congratulations, ISRO. Bharat has today truly found an enduring space in the world of space. It's a moment of pride for the whole world and a moment of glory for India as one of her illustrious sons returns back after accomplishing a successful voyage and after having conducted some of the very vital life-bearing experiments never done before.
And therefore, as I said, today indeed Bharat has found an enduring space in the world of space.
And for more on this, let me go across to Dr. S.R. Vilanki, former Associate Director at ISRO. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now that there's been a splashdown, Shubhanshu Shukla is in fact back on Earth. Tell us how his health will be monitored in the coming days. As we saw during the case of Sunita William as well, her health was monitored for 45 days. So take us through how his health will be monitored this time.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. Congratulations to the ISRO and the nation all together for the fantastic experiment where Shubhanshu Shukla has been brought back to the earth. And if you look at the milestones while bringing the Shubhanshu Shukla Dragon flight from ISS to ground. It is a nice one. There is no event at all. It went on very well, like textbook. There was a phasing burn. After undocking, there was a phasing burn, and followed by the deorbit burn and the trunk jettisoning and the re-entry with the drogue parachutes, followed by main parachutes and splashdown and recovery.
And the moment they brought down to the, let us say, the Californian coast of San Diego, and all the crew members will be moved to the quarantine room. Actually, they will be quarantined for a week, and before quarantining them, the preliminary health checks will be carried out by the doctors, panel of doctors, and then they will be put in the quarantine room. And in the meanwhile, during that process, they'll come to know how to, let us say, bring their normal life when the gravity is present. These are the activities going to be there. And health is concerned because their stay was only 18 days. And it is not like, let us say, a few months where earlier astronauts have stayed. And then, after coming back, the practice of, let us say, following the gravity once they come back to the Earth is going to be time-taking activity. But in this case, probably in a week's time, they will be normal, in my opinion, because the moment I saw some of the earlier similar astronauts where they have stayed a week or 10 days and they have been brought to let us say, practicing the gravity on Earth for their daily activities very well. So taking that into account, their health monitoring as well as, let us say, a few training will do for 4 to 5 days to bring back to normalcy on gravity mode. His health is concerned because they are subjected to the microgravity, the muscles, the cardiovascular system, the bone, the effects point of view. The study will be made, and then they have carried some experiments there related to the diabetes and as well as the Voyager displays. The Voyager displays are nothing but the dashboards related to the let us say ISS and many other things, where on the microgravity your let us say inference and let us say understanding the system, are there going to be any difference between the presence of gravity and non-microgravity? Those things were already done there. After coming back to the Earth, they have to get back the normalcy of understanding of many things about what they are used to do earlier. So these things will be made, let us say, understood very clearly, and then in a week's time, in my opinion, they will be all right.
Absolutely. So their health will be monitored for the next 7 days, and it remains to be seen when they will adapt to the gravity now that they are back to the Earth. Thanks so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. Now, shifting our focus, there is a breather in nick of time for Indian nurse Nimisha Priyar, as her execution in Yemen has been postponed. Just 24 hours before the execution, it has been deferred. And remember, the nurse's family was trying to negotiate a blood money deal with the family of the murder victim so that Priya could be pardoned under the Sharia law. They had offered 8 crore rupees to the victim's family and even sought Supreme Court's intervention yesterday. The Indian government too was rendering all the possible assistance in the matter and made concerted efforts in the last 2 weeks. Now this has come as a major relief for Nimisha Priyar and family, as they will now get more time to reach a mutually agreeable solution with the victim's family. And we'll get you more details, and we'll also be joined by Nimisha's lawyer Subhash Chandra in just some time. But let me tell you what has happened in the last few days. We're learning that Nimisha Priyar was to be executed on July 16, that is in the next 24 hours. But just in the nick of time, we're learning that execution has been deferred. It has been postponed, and this is a huge relief for Nimisha Priyar and the family. In fact, this is as far as the execution of Nimisha Priyar is concerned. She is accused of murder in Yemen, and her execution was to take place on July 16. But just few moments, just few hours before that, now what we're learning is that now it has been deferred. And This will give a lot of time to the family members also to, in fact, do the blood money deal with the family of the murder victim as well. They had offered 8.6 crore rupees under the Sharia law to let Priya off the hook as far as her execution is concerned. So this is a temporary relief for Nimisha Priya as far as her execution is concerned. So there on the screen you can see that as far as Nimisha Priya is concerned, she is facing death in Yemen, a death penalty there. She is accused of murdering a Yemeni citizen in 2017. She has been jailed since 2017 for murdering a Yemeni national, and she was to be executed tomorrow. But now there's a temporary relief for her and her family. And we must also talk about the intervention of the central government as far as this entire execution is concerned. Now let me go across to, in fact, lawyer advocate Subhash Chandra, who joins us live in the broadcast with more details. Advocate Subhash, you are representing Nimisha Priya in the case. There's a temporary relief that will give time to the family to settle the case with that of the victim's family. Tell us and give us your first reaction to this.
First of all, we would like to thank of Yemen, the people of Yemen, the administration and the judicial system of Yemen for granting more time for staying this and granting more time to the family of Miss Nimisha Priya for the blood money negotiation. So we are also expressing our thanks to the government of India and the Grand Mufti Mr. Kandaparam Abu Bakar Musliar, who led the blood money negotiation process with the counterparts in Yemen. So we are hopeful now we can convince the victim's family, and we can have a proper fruitful negotiation with the victim's family and save Nimisha Priya.
Absolutely, this is a temporary respite for the family. Now, in fact, you have offered 8.6 crore rupees as a blood money to the victim's family. Have they accepted it till now? Because the ball is in the court of the family only. So give us update on that as well.
No, that was an offer from Samuel Jerome. We have not offered any official amount yet because the family has not come till yesterday. Even yesterday, the victim's family has not come to the negotiation table. And with the intervention of the Grand Mufti, Mr. Kandaparam Abu Bakar Musliar, we could make a hotline with the victim's family, and with the help of some Muslim clerics from Yemen also. They supported us, and some senior officials from the Yemeni government and the judicial officers from Yemeni government. They also supported us for to establishing a hotline with the victim's family. So yes, there were some negotiations yesterday, and today morning also we had a negotiation with the victim's brother. And but we will have to convince the entire family. According to Sharia law, a single person cannot take a decision on the blood money issue. The entire family has to come together and accept it. So we will have to have more negotiation with the entire family members, and by this order, staying of this execution order, we will be getting more time to negotiate with the family. So in coming days, we hopeful we can seek the pardon from victim's family and offer the blood money from our side.
Absolutely. So temporary relief to the Indian nurse Nimisha Priya. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now shifting our focus, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has visited China for the first time since 2020, attending the SCO Foreign Ministers meeting, and his visit follows that of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who was in China just a few weeks earlier. And the diplomatic engagements come at a time when both India and China appear to be exploring avenues for stabilizing their strained relationship. Now, during this visit, Minister Jaishankar held a discussion with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and also met with the President as well. And in his talk, S. Jaishankar emphasized that India and China relationship must be anchored in mutual respect and mutual interest, also adding that the differences between the two countries should not escalate into disputes. In fact, Chinese Foreign Minister also referred to the bilateral relationship as the dragon-elephant dance, advocating for greater trust trust between the two sides rather than suspicion. He also underlined that India and China relationship should be shaped independently without the influence of any third country. Listen in.
And major economies in the world today, there are various facets and dimensions of our ties. Measures towards normalizing our people-to-people exchanges can certainly foster mutually beneficial cooperation. It is also essential in this context that restrictive trade measures and roadblocks are avoided. I hope to discuss these issues with you in further detail.
Now shifting our focus, Tesla has officially made its debut in the Indian market with the launch of its first showroom at Mumbai's Bandra Kurla complex. Inaugurating the showroom, Maharashtra Chief Minister said that India will be one of the best markets for Tesla. Here's more.
Elon Musk's Tesla has finally made its long-awaited debut in India. The EV maker has opened its first showroom in Mumbai's Bandra Kurla complex. Tesla has begun its India journey with the Model Y SUV. It is offering two variants to Indian buyers: Model Y rear-wheel drive for Rs 60 lakh and Model Y long-range RWD for 68 lakh rupees. This is a major milestone for Elon Musk, entering the world's third largest car market after years of back and forth. At the showroom launch, Maharashtra Chief Minister expressed confidence that India will emerge as one of Tesla's strongest markets.
I think this is not just inauguration of an experience center, but it is a statement that Tesla has arrived, a statement that Tesla has arrived in the right city, in the right state. That is the state of Maharashtra and the city of Mumbai, which is the entrepreneur capital of India, not just financial, commercial and entertainment capital, but also the entrepreneur capital of India. We are very happy that you are here, and I'm sure that the people of Mumbai and the people of India are going to love Tesla, and you will have one of your best market in India.
Tesla's formal entry comes after years of delays, tax talks and tweets, but the EV giant
now plans to expand with more showrooms likely on the way. Tesla's first showroom is open,
and the race to go electric just shifted gears.
And now let's tell you about the Royal Meetup. In fact, Indian cricket team, they are in England tour, and as per the English tradition, the visiting team meets with the royal family of England at St. James Palace. King Charles III met with the Indian cricket team led by Shubman Gill and women's team led by Harmanpreet Kaur. The Indian team interacted with King Charles and shared a laugh too. Have a look at these visuals.
I hope it doesn't interrupt the training. Just finished a match yesterday, so it was. And I saw it on the news. He scored a sensational motor runs, wasn't it? The ball, didn't it? Spin, and then went and hit the. It's a game of cricket. I remember that terrible feeling. Anyway, I'm sure you're going to do it. see why it's likely young people will train.
Really have an honor. And this is all we could pack for you in this bulletin of 6 at 6. We'll be back tomorrow with more such stories. Till then, keep watching Republic TV.
Kavod Yatra nameplate row reaches Supreme Court. Supreme Court sends notice to UP government over the QR code on eateries order.
Why shouldn't eateries display name of owners? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
NDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला NDH मसाला।
Copy. Main chute descent rate nominal 1,000 meters for driving.
We copy 1,000 meters.
Great visual confirmation as well as those comms that the 4 main parachutes have deployed. Again, we are going to be slowing down the vehicle from 350 miles per hour all the way down to just about 15, 16 miles per hour by the time that the vehicle touches down and splashes down into the ocean.
For its water landing.
And it's a little foggy, as you can see there.
Yeah, Pacific fog is rolling in.
We've got some very bright lights as Dragon, you can see the ocean there. Dragon is about to touch down in just a few seconds here.
And working their way towards the vehicle are the SpaceX and Axiom support teams that will be present for the next phase of our splashdown coverage today. At this point, we'll be waiting for confirmation of the crew's safe landing, and then we'll move into the phases of this mission, which are really, let's recover the vehicle, let's recover the crew, let's make our assessments, and at that point, we'll be covering it.
Accused to be tried as a juvenile. 2 dead but drunk driver to be tried as a minor. Justice delayed and denied in Pune Porsche case again. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से
मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
सब मिलने की मुलाकात है, अभी तक जो है आने की वो थी, अब मिलने की अपेक्षा है। बस जितनी जल्दी मिलेंगे उतनी जल्दी मिलेंगे हमसे।
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
Hi there, welcome back. India's space ambitions are one notch closer with the Axiom mission and its commander, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, back with a lot of learnings which will help India's Gaganyaan mission. And also, in another development, Parliament's monsoon session dates have been announced. We are focusing on those. Let's begin with the headlines.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla, as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said.
India's space hero Shubhanshu Shukla returns to Earth with a wide smile.
So peace there'll be. He'll be moving out to Houston. He'll arrive there close to midnight by Indian time today. Then he'll be spending a week in discussion with Team ISRO. Then about 2 weeks having separate sessions with all the partners, Axiom, SpaceX, NASA. Maybe he'll be in Delhi by 17th of August.
Group Captain Shukla is expected to be in Delhi on 17th of August. Prime Minister congratulates Shukla, says he has inspired a billion dreams. Juvenile Justice Board rejects police plea in Pune Porsche hit and run case. Minor won't be tried as adult. Notice to Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand government over their orders to put nameplates on and QR codes in front of eateries. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar calls upon SCO to take uncompromising position on terror, says Pahalgam attack was deliberately conducted to divide. All right, friends, let's begin with a breaking news and interesting one with Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Chandrababu Naidu, wading into the language row. He has said while speaking at an event in New Delhi that while Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao learnt 17 languages, we are questioning the importance of learning Hindi. Naidu defended learning Hindi and added that today we are all talking about why we should learn Hindi. The former Prime Minister Narasimha Rao was a scholar of 17 languages. He did not just learn Hindi, but other languages too, and that's how he became a great man and a statesman. Chandrababu Naidu there drawing out from the Andhra legacy, and Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao, who was a polyglot, and Chandrababu Naidu there giving a new dimension to the language debate in the country, with every state having its version of their mother tongue and fighting or contesting Hindi. Let's listen to what Chandrababu Naidu said.
Because we are all one state, from Telugu state at that time, I had a very good equation with him. I know him very well. He was a great statesman and also visionary. The Telugu community is proud of him. He was a true Telugu Bidda who reshaped the destiny of our great nation. Born in a humble family, that to farming family, he showed brilliance from a young age. He was a student leader, a freedom fighter, a scholar fluent in 17 languages. Now we are all talking, why should we learn Hindi? Not only he learned Hindi, he has learned 17 languages. That is how he has become a great man.
All right, Aneri Shah joins us live. Aneri, one Telugu Bidda recalling another Telugu Bidda and mentioning, I think he's just making light of the language row. Why do you think Chandrababu Naidu chose New Delhi to speak about this? Is there an issue there in Andhra Pradesh also, or is Chandrababu Naidu actually taking the statesman's route on this whole issue?
Well, we have been seeing that since the time there is NDA government in the state of Andhra Pradesh, we have been seeing that Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan also have been time and again talking about the importance of Hindi language and why should we not learn Hindi language is the larger question that earlier Pawan Kalyan had also asked. And today we see that Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister, while attending a program of P.V. Narasimha Rao, ceremonial program there in the national capital, we see Chandrababu Naidu pointing out at P.V. Narasimha Rao's importance and also how he had learned 17 languages, and now we are questioning the language Hindi, and as we have been seeing that how there has been an ongoing language war where every state has been talking about their own mother tongue. Chandrababu Naidu says that why not learn Hindi,
and he also points out that how P.V. Narasimha Rao had known 17 languages, and still today we are questioning Hindi. He also knew Hindi, but then he also knew other 17 languages. But it is right now important to see how Andhra Pradesh has been pushing forward the importance of Hindi, and we have been seeing that how there has been a language war that has been going on all across the country as well.
All right. Andhra Chief Minister, they are getting into the language war, but in fact taking a position which sort of makes light of the kind of trench warfare that's going on in some states, including in Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra and even Karnataka. Moving on for now, in the case of Nimisha Priya, the Kerala nurse who was on a death row in Yemen, it has been learned that the local authorities in the country have postponed the execution scheduled for July 16, that's tomorrow. The Government of India, which has since the beginning of the case been rendering all possible assistance in the matter, has made concerted efforts in recent days to seek more time for the family of Nimisha to reach a mutually agreeable solution with the other party. Despite the sensitivities involved, Indian officials have been in regular touch with the local jail authorities and the prosecutor's office, leading to securing this postponement. Some role, of course, coming in also from the Grand Mufti of Kerala, and he leveraged his personal connections in Yemen, AP Abu Bakr Musaliar, and that's led to this postponement and the possible sparing of the life of the Indian nurse in Yemen. Let's listen to the chief negotiator on what he had to say on this development.
The Embassy of India in Saudi Arabia, the local staff, and Sheikh Abdul Malik Nahia. Sheikh Abdul Malik Nahia was the person who was able to go over the public prosecutor's office, North Yemen, Al-Houthi president, to go and get this permission. And the government of India helped with all the interventions that they have to do, and that was what this was achieved. And the local staff of the embassy came with us to the public prosecutor office. We gave the paper and everything went on well. This is what happened. Everything else is fake news. This is the fact. I had this, you have to understand, we had this news since Sunday.
All right, moving on to a breaking news development coming in connection with the incident at the ISKCON Toronto Rath Yatra annual parade. An official statement has come in from the ISKCON Communications North America, and during the annual parade, multiple eggs were thrown from a residential balcony onto the public street, where thousands of parade goers had gathered. ISKCON has strongly condemned the disrespectful and potentially dangerous act, and they have further reiterated that there is no place for such behavior in a multicultural and tolerant society like Canada. They have urged the people responsible be held accountable under applicable laws. Canada, again, becoming a picture of lawlessness there, with some elements inimical to the interests of India-Canada relationship, and specifically targeting the Hindu community there. And through this Rath Yatra, again throwing a challenge to the Canadian state to
take on them. We have, in fact, Sangana Bajaj joining us from Canada on this. Sangana, these incidents keep happening. Brampton, Surrey, and in this case, Toronto.
Please tell us what's been the response of the Canadian authorities since this incident happened 24 hours back?
Well, officially, nobody has reached out to me. But this is the first time I have faced something like this here in Toronto. And the Rath Yatra was going quite peacefully. We were quite happy, enjoying, chanting bhajan, singing, dancing. And suddenly at one point, eggs were thrown at us from a nearby building. And it was quite shocking.
Who do you think was behind this? Who all are these people who were targeting the Rath Yatra?
I have no clue about that. Like I said, this is the first time I witnessed something like this in front of me. So we all were quite shocked and hurt at that time, and we have no clue who did this.
Okay, but has there been a formal complaint made, Sangana, with the police, with the RCMP?
I think so. The volunteers must have done that, but officially nobody has reached out to me, and I have no clue about that.
You mean to say officially nobody from the authorities or the police, in case there is a complaint, have reached out to you for your account?
Yes, not yet. Right.
Which just means that the process is a little slow. But Sangana, before I let you go, is there a general sense of unhappiness and dismay in the Hindu community in Canada that this was allowed to happen?
Well, yes, people are quite hurt, and I have been getting a lot of messages since I posted this video, and we are all united in this. People are sending a lot of love and support, and definitely this was a very disheartening incident that happened, and it shouldn't have happened.
Right, absolutely, and hopefully the authorities will wake up and take note of this. Thank you so much, Sangana Bajaj there joining us from Canada. Moving on, another breaking news development, important one on politics. The monsoon session of Parliament is scheduled to be held between July 21 and August 21, and there will be a total of 21 sittings through that month. And no sittings would be held between August 12 and August 18. Remember, that's also the Independence Day week. And during the entire session, 7 pending bills have been listed for consideration and passing, even as 8 new bills are listed for introduction. And then, of course, consideration and passing. So a total of 15 bills on the agenda, 21 sittings, 1 month-long monsoon session with a week-long break in between for the Independence Day festivities. That's how the monsoon session is lined up. And these are the details about Parliament's monsoon session. We'll try and connect with our executive editor politics just in a bit. Aishwarya Kapoor joining us over the phone with more details. He perhaps can help us understand what are these bills coming, 7 of them from the last session and 8 new bills. That would be an interesting legislative agenda for the government, even as the controversies around politics generally get reflected during the Parliament session. Also remember, this is the first Parliament session happening after the Operation Sindoor. So you can expect that the government would make an official statement on the operation, and in fact the fact that it's an ongoing operation, whatever the government wants to share with the nation at large through the Parliament. Moving on for now. Another breaking news. An MLA's son has come under scrutiny after allegedly hitting a police constable with his car. The CCTV footage shows the vehicle crashing into an electric pole at high speed. The incident has happened on the night of 13th of July when a speeding SUV without number plate tries to crush the constables who were spending the night out there performing their duty. These are pictures from Alirajpur in Madhya Pradesh, captured on CCTV cameras. The police were at the city square in Alirajpur carrying out their responsibilities. The incident is being reported at the main intersection of the Alirajpur bus stand, in which Pushparaj Singh, the son of Jobat MLA, Sena Patel from Congress, has been accused of trying to crush the constables. Satyaprakash joins us. Satya Vijay joins us live from Bhopal on this, since the story is from Madhya Pradesh. Satya Vijay, please tell us, was this a deliberate act, or was this a case of drunken driving? Because it's clear that the speed at which the car comes and the manner in which it ramps into the electric pole, not noticing that the constables are standing there, there seems to be something amiss. ये जो घटना हुई है, इसके पीछे क्या सत्य सामने आ रहा है, सत्य विजय?
जी देखिए, मध्य प्रदेश के अलीराजपुर से ये बड़ा घटनाक्रम सामने आया है, जहां पर कि कांग्रेस विधायक, जोवट से कांग्रेस विधायक है सेना पटेल, उनका बेटा है पुष्पराज पटेल, जो कि बिना नंबर की गाड़ी से चल रहा था। फॉर्च्यूनर गाड़ी थी। देर रात 13 तारीख की ये घटना है। देर रात जब पुलिस ने इस गाड़ी को रोकने की कोशिश की, पुलिस ने, आप सीसीटीवी फुटेज देखेंगे कि पुलिस ने इशारा किया, उसे रोकने की कोशिश की, तो ये जो पुष्पराज पटेल है, इसने पुलिसकर्मियों पर ही गाड़ी चढ़ा दी। और इसकी रफ्तार इतनी ज्यादा थी कि अगर जो पुलिसकर्मी है वो वहां से कूदकर अपनी जान नहीं बचाते तो उनकी जान भी जा सकती थी। हालांकि इस मामले में एक आरक्षक घायल है, जिसकी शिकायत पर पुलिस ने प्रकरण दर्ज कर लिया है। इस मामले में जो पुष्पराज पटेल है, उसकी अभी तक गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई, वो फरार है। और बड़ी बात है कि पुष्पराज पटेल जो है, जो कि सेना पटेल कांग्रेस से विधायक उनका बेटा है, ये आदतन इस तरह के अपराधों में लिप्त रहा है। इससे पहले भी उसके ऊपर कई केस दर्ज हो चुके हैं। वहीं पुष्पराज पटेल के पिता यानी कि कांग्रेस विधायक के पति ये कह रहे हैं कि पुलिस ने जानबूझकर इस तरह की सरकार के दबाव में धाराएं लगाई है, क्योंकि वो कांग्रेस से बिलोंग करते हैं और वो हाईकोर्ट जाने की बात कर रहे हैं। लेकिन फुटेज में आप देखिए कि पुलिसकर्मी एक बिना नंबर की गाड़ी को रोकने की कोशिश करती है, इशारा करती है। ऐसे में अगर पुष्पराज की कोई गलती नहीं थी तो उसे वहां रुक जाना था, क्योंकि आशंका ये भी है कि पुष्पराज पटेल जो है वो, ये आशंका है कि चूंकि अभी उसका मेडिकल नहीं हुआ, वो गिरफ्तार नहीं हुआ, आशंका है कि वो शराब के नशे में भी था और उसने जानबूझकर गाड़ी से आश्चर्यों को चलने की कोशिश की और इसीलिए अब वो भागा हुआ है। उसकी गिरफ्तारी के लिए पुलिस की टीम लगातार एक्शन में है। कोशिश की जा रही है कि जल्दी इस आरोपी को गिरफ्तार किया जा सके।
All right, thank you so much, Satya Vijay there, bringing us the details about this CCTV cam footage, which clearly shows a case of a man driving recklessly and injuring police. Moving on, over 1 billion Indians, multinational space agencies, ISRO, NASA, ESA, SpaceX, all waited with bated breath as the Dragon capsule entered the Earth's atmosphere. It was dreams fulfilled, future missions secured, and a hero back home. The Splashdown has started a new chapter of India's space story. Here's how it all started. The experiments, the Splashdown, and the history scripted by the Shuk's mission. Take a look.
Dragon copies, automated chute deployed.
History touched down in the vast blue expanse of the Pacific Ocean.
On behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
India's pride, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla has space station.
Dragon will also execute a phasing burn.
He carried the tricolor beyond Earth, conducted critical experiments in the orbit, and today history has been scripted. As the re-entry window opened, heat shields braced for impact.
And while we are in a blackout period, this is an excellent view, seeing Dragon from the ground as it's re-entering back into Earth's atmosphere.
Parachutes deployed in a flawless precision and sequence.
Excellent view. Great view. Drogue parachutes are deployed.
And just like that, Over the calm blue expanse of the ocean, there was a historic splashdown.
You can see the ocean there. Dragon is about to touch down in just a few seconds here. And we have splashdown of the AX-4 crew back on planet Earth.
Welcome home.
Recovery teams moved in fast. All vital checks were done.
I will let you know when we are ready for translation across the deck to the egress platform.
The Dragon capsule then stabilized, making way for the hatch opening.
The hatch is open and ground crews are making first contact with the Axiom 4 crew.
And there it was, the first glimpse of India's space hero, Shukla, and his Axiom colleagues.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla, as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said.
India watched with bated breath. Shubhanshu Shukla's family was emotional. Tears of joy rolled down the cheeks of his mother.
ईश्वर को धन्यवाद करते हैं, सभी लोगों का मतलब आभार प्रकट करते हैं जिन्होंने हमारे बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया और मिशन पूरा हुआ, उसके लिए सबको हम आभार प्रकट करते हैं और ईश्वर को धन्यवाद। बहुत खुशी है, हम तो गार्जियन हैं बहुत, और पूरे देश को खुशी है, आप सब लोगों को खुशी है कि बच्चा हमारा वापस सकुशल वापस आ गया।
एक्साइटमेंट की कोई लेवल नहीं, कोई सीमा नहीं, एक्साइटमेंट इतना ज़्यादा है और गर्व भी इतना ज़्यादा है कि वो शब्दों में नहीं बयान कर सकते। हाँ, उस समय थोड़ा सा डर लगा था क्योंकि सुनते यही थे कि आखिरी टाइम में ही गड़बड़ होता जो होता है।
अभी समय लगेगा मैम, तब तक आप बात, लेकिन ईश्वर का शुक्र है कि सारी चीज़ें बहुत अच्छे से रही।
सब अच्छे से हो गया, सब ईश्वर साथ में है, ईश्वर ने ही उसको वहाँ पहुँचाया था, उसी की दुआओं से उसी के सब पहुँचाया था, उसी ने सब सुरक्षित लैंड कराया, सब कुछ वही है।
Prime Minister Modi also welcomed Shukla back to Earth in a social media post. And MOS PMO Dr. Jitendra Singh also hailed our space hero Shubhanshu Shukla.
And indeed, it's a moment of celebration for India and a moment of glory for India, because one of Mother India's illustrious son has come back after having successfully performed a voyage, and more importantly also for having performed some of the first of its kind experiments which were never taken up before. So we are today, India is in a position to say that we were already equal as far as our space achievements and capabilities are concerned, which was more than evident even after Chandrayaan 3. But today we have proved that we can also accept the challenge of performing the maiden experiments, have the courage and conviction, and live up to the role of Vishwa Bandhu, as Prime Minister Modi keeps envisaging for us.
He is not just an astronaut. He is now a national icon, a name etched forever into the constellation of Indian achievement. He carried the tricolour beyond Earth, conducted critical experiments in orbit, and today he returns with data, discoveries, and most of all, dreams fulfilled. It was a moment that belonged to every single Indian, one that will be remembered for generations to come. A moment when science met courage, when mission met milestone, when one man became the face of an entire nation's space ambitions.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla.
Pune Porsche accused to be tried as a juvenile. 2 dead but drunk driver to be tried as a minor. Justice delayed and denied in Pune Porsche case again. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Sarah, this is your space, slay it your way. ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
We'll see another big smile coming out of the Dragon spacecraft in a moment.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla, as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said.
सब अच्छे से हो गया सब। ईश्वर साथ में है, ईश्वर ने ही उसको वहाँ पहुँचाया था, उसी की दुआओं से उसी के सब पहुँचाया था, उसी ने सब सुरक्षित लैंड कराया, सब कुछ वही है।
नहीं, ये उसकी सफल लैंडिंग के लिए हम ईश्वर को धन्यवाद करते हैं और देशवासियों का, समस्त देशवासियों का, और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और सभी गणमान्य सदस्यों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं। उनको तहे दिल से जो है हम आभार प्रकट करते हैं कि उन्होंने हमारे बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया। उनकी दुआओं से, उनके आशीर्वाद से बच्चे का ये मिशन सफल हुआ और सफल मतलब पृथ्वी पर आ गया, और यही हमारी इच्छा थी कि मतलब बच्चा सक्सेस।
Kavad Yatra nameplate row reaches Supreme Court. Supreme Court sends notice to UP government over the QR code on eateries order. Why shouldn't eateries display name of owners? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Sarah, this is your space, slay it your way.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
They're all important, and we are now seeing great confirmations of the Dragon spacecraft making its return back to Earth right now.
And while we are in a blackout period, this is an excellent view, seeing Dragon from the ground as it's re-entering back into Earth's atmosphere. Now, that blackout period is expected to conclude at 2.
Commander Peggy Whitson confirming the spacecraft's altitude as it's making its descent into the Pacific Ocean just off the coast of San Diego in Southern California.
Yes, love that it's coming off the coast of my hometown.
600 meters.
600 meters.
And at 600 meters, we're just under a minute before that expected splashdown. The landing in water is a lot simpler and more reliable. Provides a little bit of margin against unlikely parachute issues. We do we did have to learn how to make Dragon waterproof as we are splashing down into the ocean. But
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Tuesday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shubhanshu. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, I come to you with the story of the F-35. It's stranded, grounded for almost a month. What's really wrong with this $88 million powerhouse of a fighter aircraft? Why is it in Kerala even now, inside the hangar? Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we get you full details of a report that has been published in Britain as far as the F-35 is concerned, and also the big story coming up from Pune, the Pune Porsche case, all this and much more. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Juvenile Justice Board rejects police plea in Pune Porsche hit and run case. Minor won't be tried as an adult. British fighter jet F-35 stranded in Kerala for almost a month. Audit report exclusively accessed by Republic lays bare fault lines in the program.
And we've got
India's space hero Shubhanshu Shukla returns to Earth with a wide smile. Prime Minister congratulates Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, says he has inspired a billion dreams. A British Royal Navy F-35B Lightning II fighter jet that made an emergency landing in Kerala in June after suffering a hydraulic failure has been parked at the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport for almost a month now. On 6th of July, 3 weeks after the aircraft made an emergency landing, the fighter jet was towed to a hangar to fix engineering issues and hydraulic snag. The British crew has been trying to get on the bonnet of the aircraft and fix it. However, it appears unlikely that the fighter jet will be able to fly back on its own. Before I take you to the full details of the story, the mystery behind this Royal Navy aircraft, the very fact that it was part of an exercise and the exercise had already completed. Even after that, it had taken off from the aircraft. The aircraft had taken off from the fighter planes. And the fact of the matter is this, that for the longest time, there was no clarity as to why at all did it actually get off the aircraft carrier, even after the exercise was completed. And it turns out that the British did not really want any sort of an assistance coming in from India because as per the charter. But the question still remains that if the exercise was over, why did this fighter jet really take off from the aircraft carrier? Number one. Number two, what really is taking so much of time? Over a month, this particular fighter jet has been stranded. For the longest time, it was out in the open. Finally, after much request, Britishers have now accepted the request and have moved the aircraft inside a hangar, where you have had their engineering department taking a look at what's really gone wrong. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we tell you what's really gone wrong. But before that, take a look at this full report.
The British Royal Navy F-35 Lightning fighter jet that made an emergency landing in Kerala in June after suffering a hydraulic failure has been parked at the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport for a month now. On 6th July, 3 weeks after the aircraft made an emergency landing, the fighter jet was towed to a hangar to fix engineering issues and hydraulic snag.
The F-35B fighter jet that was grounded in the Thiruvananthapuram International Civil Airport on June 14th continues to be in the airport. It has been understood that there is a problem with the hydraulic system of this particular flight, because of which it has been grounded. It had made an emergency landing on June 14th, Saturday night at the Thiruvananthapuram International Airport, and in fact all support was given by the Indian government. However, many days there has been a fiasco that the fighter pilot in fact refused to move away from this flight and refused
FIR, Mr. Hire, the 304, Section 304, culpable homicide was not invoked.
Generally, FIR in such where accident occurred and someone lost or lose his life, the FIR is usually registered under Section 304A. This is what happened. Because this is the provision of the law.
Okay. Mr. Hire, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. That was the special public prosecutor in the Pune Porsche case who was brought in by the government at a later stage. But the reality is this, ladies and gentlemen, several questions still remain completely unanswered. The reality is also this, that a VVIP brat seems to have now gone completely scot-free. Thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast, Mr. Hire. Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. Coming up, trending with my colleague Rakshita.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Sarah, this is your space, slate your way.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
We'll see another big smile coming out of the Dragon spacecraft in a moment.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla, as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said.
सब अच्छे से हो गया सब। ईश्वर साथ में है, ईश्वर ने ही उसको वहाँ पहुँचाया था, उसी की दुआओं से उसी के सब पहुँचाया था, उसी ने सब सुरक्षित लैंड कराया, सब कुछ वही है।
नहीं, ये उसकी सफल लैंडिंग के लिए हम ईश्वर को धन्यवाद करते हैं और देशवासियों का, समस्त देशवासियों का और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और सभी गणमान्य सदस्यों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं। उनको तहे दिल से जो है हम आभार प्रकट करते हैं कि उन्होंने हमारे बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया, उनकी दुआओं से, उनके आशीर्वाद से बच्चे का ये मिशन सफल हुआ और सक्सेल मतलब पृथ्वी पर आ गया। और यही हमारी इच्छा थी कि मतलब बच्चा सक्सेल हमारा जो है जब पृथ्वी पर वापस है।
राजनाथ सिंह जी से भी बात हुई?
हाँ, उन्होंने बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया और हमें बधाई दी कि बच्चे ने कि मतलब जो है तो आपके बच्चे ने जो है कमाल कर दिया, बच्चा जो है आपका जो है मिशन सफलतापूर्वक पूरा हो, इसके लिए बधाई दी उन्होंने। और हम जो है कि बहुत खुश हैं उसके लिए।
India reached a major milestone for the nation's space exploration.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Sarah, this is your space, slay it your way.
They're all important. And we are now seeing great confirmations of the Dragon spacecraft making its return back to Earth right now.
And while we are in a blackout period, this is an excellent view, seeing Dragon from the ground as it's re-entering back into Earth's atmosphere. Now, that blackout period is expected to conclude at 2.
Commander Peggy Whitson confirming the spacecraft's altitude as it's making its descent into the Pacific Ocean just off the coast of San Diego in Southern California.
Yes, love that it's coming up.
From your smartphones to your smart television, the trending stories are always breaking the internet. It was a smooth and successful splashdown for Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, who was all smiles after returning to Earth with his other crew members on the Axiom 4 mission. India's space hero is back on Earth, viewers, and he's soon going to be in India. We'll tell you all that you need to know about what's next for Shuk's and India's space journey, of course. Meanwhile, Musk's Tesla has launched its first showroom in India. Also, on the show, we're going to get you how it was a royal affair in London for Team India as both our men's and women's cricket team met King Charles. And if you are a samosa fan, a jalebi lover, there's news for you on trending. Finally, Trump versus Russia continues on tariffs. Putin's aide now mocks Trump's 100% tariff threat, and how. All that and more on Trending tonight with me, Rakshita Mishra. In a proud moment for India, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and the Axiom 4 crew returned safely to Earth today after spending 18 days aboard the International Space Station. And as soon as Group Captain Shukla landed back, celebrations erupted in his hometown as well. But this is the moment of the splashdown and he exiting from the spacecraft.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla, as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said. India reached a major milestone for the nation's space exploration goals. AX-4 pilot Shubhanshu Shukla became the first astronaut to fly from the country's newly established astronaut corps. His participation marks a vital step forward for ISRO's Gaganyaan program, which aims to send Indian astronauts into space aboard domestically developed spacecraft. Shukla's flight demonstrates India's readiness to execute international missions and reflects the country's broader ambitions to become a key player in the global space community. As India continues to expand its capabilities in crewed spaceflight, this mission serves as both a proving ground and a symbol of its commitment to innovation, collaboration, and leadership in space exploration.
And amid chants, cheers and tricolors waving high, one image stood of his mother, Shubhanshu Shukla's mother, overcoming with emotion, seen with tears of joy. And you can see those visuals. Her son's safe return was not just a personal moment, it was a national triumph.
सावन के महीने में क्या हो तो पिछले 6 साल से लगा हुआ था, इसी की तैयारी में लगा हुआ था। हम लोग तो पिछले 6 साल से देख रहे हैं उसको। हाँ,
मंगलवार का दिन भी है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, हनुमान जी की कृपा है, शंकर जी की कृपा है, सबकी कृपा है, जिसकी वजह से सेफ लैंडिंग
हुए निकले।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, वो हंसता वैसे ही रहता। आप जब कभी देखोगे हमेशा उसको मुस्कुराते हुए देखोगे, चाहे जितना, हमेशा।
Indeed, it was a blessed moment for India, a proud moment for the nation, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi also posted on X welcoming astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla's safe return to Earth, calling it a landmark and another milestone towards Indian human space flight mission, the Gaganyaan. And Shubhanshu Shukla's capsule successfully splashed down in the Pacific Ocean today. With the parachutes deployed flawlessly, the re-entry marked the end of a historic journey. Watch these visuals on your screen, viewers. And Shubhanshu Shukla, of course, was all smiles as he stepped out of the capsule, waving to the recovery crew and the camera. All right, and also have Shubhanshu Shukla's childhood friend Vishal Shrivastava joining us on the broadcast. Thanks so much, Mr. Shrivastava, once again on coming to Republic TV. And this moment is something that everybody is looking at with a full smile, and everybody is so proud. Your first thoughts when you witnessed this moment?
First of all, thank you, Rakshita, for having me. I think it's a historic moment. I can say that, this is something what we have, the thrill that we have experienced. I don't think so, at least in my lifetime, I'm ever going to experience this again. In fact, when we got to know that he's returning today, so obviously there was a lot of anxiety that was instilling. So I thought I'll keep my day busy and be busy with my all corporate meetings wherever required. But I couldn't hold myself watching the live Splashdown. And trust me, when I spoke to you a few days back, I was saying that it's anxiety and feeling of, the pride that I'm feeling within. But today I can say that there is no space for anxiety. It is all over now. It's fantastic to see him back, especially seeing him smile as he keeps on smiling. You said you saw how Auntie said it exactly. So a great moment. I think personally, obviously, great to have him back. I'm very eager to see when I can meet him back whenever he's there. I know it will be, there are a lot of things that needs to be taken care by him, and before we could schedule any meeting. So I'm looking forward to that. But I think as a citizen of India, I can say that it's a very proud moment for us. Most of us would have heard the conversation that he had describing India. So while he was speaking, you could see the confidence in him. You could see the fearlessness in him. You could see the ambition in him. I could very confidently say that it was not only his ambition, his pride, or his fearlessness. It was the fearlessness, pride, and ambition of 140 crore plus Indians that he was carrying with him, the ambitions and their dreams. So yes, and I can't still get over from his statement that he made, that Sare Jahan se acha Hindustan hamara. So I think what was said about 41 years back is being said today, and I'm very sure this is going to be the case in future also.
Absolutely. In
so
fact,
he is embarking a history. The person with whom I studied is now becoming a question in himself in the history books. I'm sure a lot of the UPSC selections and different competitive exam selection will be based on his questions. Who was this first astronaut to go to ISS and what kind of experiments he conducted. So we are beaming with pride. We are beaming with pride, actually.
Yeah.
And on a personal front, yes, we are very relaxed that he's back, he's safe. What else could we have prayed for?
So how eager are you to meet him? What are you going to tell him when you meet him? And did you also manage to speak to his wife? How is she? Is she relieved? And how is his son doing? What's really next? You plan to meet him soon?
See, I've been in touch with his wife and been getting on and off, what things are going on. So we are able to share each other's anxiety. Sometimes I'm able to say that, okay, everything is fine. Things will go well. Sometimes she tells me the same thing. So I think that has been happening. She is definitely relieved. I'm sure she's relieved, although I've not been able to speak to her. But yes, we have been in touch. So lately, haven't spoken as of now. But it's I think completely, the relief that I am feeling, I can multiply it exponentially until that is what his wife would also be feeling. And with respect to meeting him, I'm sure there are a lot of protocols and processes in terms of once he's returned, he'll have to spend some time getting used to the gravity of Earth, right? And then there'll be a lot of discussions that he will have to. I'm sure there would be a lot of discussions that he'll have to, handle at both at US and then in India. So I would give him his space right now, and as soon as he's free, I'll coordinate and get to meet him. And can't explain how eager I am to meet him. It's been close to a year that we last met. So if I keep away the conversation that we have had in between,
yes,
we haven't really met in person for a very long time. And so I'm looking forward to meet him, very excited, and we're trying to plan for some grand welcoming in whatever form and format that we can.
Oh yes, the entire country is waiting to meet him and welcome him. And of course, on 17th of August, we expect him in New Delhi. That's what Union Minister Jitendra Singh has also said. But thank you so much, Vishal, for joining us. And of course, many congratulations for your friend as well. And he's, of course, India's space hero now. So we have a lot to talk about still how it affects India's space journey. So for that, I have senior scientist Dr. Srijan Singh joining us, an author and also innovation policy expert joining us. Dr. Singh, welcome back to Trending once again. And this is, of course, a moment that everybody hasn't witnessed ever. An Indian astronaut on ISS and coming back from space. He was the pilot of this mission, and it was a safe, smooth, and a very smiling splashdown. From here on, because he's also chosen for the Gaganyaan. He's going to be the Gaganaut. So how do you think it's going to help us, and how does it, revolutionize India's space journey?
A very important day for India, and what was very interesting and noteworthy is the fact that all the astronauts walked out of the Dragon module on their own feet. So that's quite a courageous thing to do, especially if you've been outside in space for 18 days. This is the beginning, the heralding of a new era of India's space dreams and space aspirations. We now are going to compete with the world's best and foremost in manned space missions, which means that an entirely new dimension of technology is to be added in the Indian arsenal of space technologies. And this is a very important mission because now the mission commander, the mission pilot in this case, but I'm sure that in the Gaganyaan mission, he will be the mission commander, and I hope so, will have an experience of being in space. So that's a very valuable experience, number one. Number two, he will be well aware of what things can go right and wrong in space and how to tackle them. He has spent in the company of some of the foremost and the most experienced astronauts from around the globe and learned from them. He's also now accustomed to how an international space station looks like and operates, which will be very useful in 2035 when we eventually build the Bharat Antariksh Station. So that run up to that 1 decade mission of India, he will be an important aspect, and his knowledge would be important. And of course, all the experiments which he brings in, which is so valuable and so cherished property for not just space agencies of India, but agricultural universities, science colleges, and so on, which will find it noteworthy on understanding him and his findings. So all this is important, and most importantly, I think the way it all happened and the whole coverage and what is going to happen now when he comes back to India, it will motivate millions and millions of young children in India, both boys and girls, who are in school, to take up challenging missions of space and even other sectors, but be the very best in whatever you do. That is important aspiration of India. That's the new India. That's what he said when he went to space, and he said, Bharat bahar se mahatvakanshi dikhta hai. India looks ambitious from space.
Yes.
And that's the ambitious India we're talking about.
Right. Dr. Sujan Singh, thanks so much for joining us on Republic TV with your thoughts and your understanding of this latest development. Viewers, we shift our focus to the other trending story on the show tonight. It's official, viewers, now. It's official. Tesla has made its debut in Indian markets with its launch of the first showroom in Mumbai today. The American electric vehicle giant launched an experience center at the Bandra Kurla complex. This marks the beginning of Tesla's journey in the world's third largest car market, as the company looks to expand beyond its traditional strongholds and counter the slowing global sales. There was a lot of anticipation on the ground. The public is excited to welcome Tesla's first ever showroom in India's financial capital. There you have how people queued up to witness the first showroom and check out the car. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis too said that India will be one of the best markets for Tesla. Listen in to the Chief Minister.
At the very outset, I would like to welcome Tesla to India. I think this is not just inauguration of an experience center, but it is a statement that Tesla has arrived, a statement that Tesla has arrived in the right city, in the right state. That is the state of Maharashtra and the city of Mumbai, which is the entrepreneur capital of India, not just financial, commercial and entertainment capital, but also the entrepreneur capital of India. We are very happy that you are here, and I'm sure that the people of Mumbai and the people of India are going to love Tesla, and you will have one of your best market in India.
And it was a day after a thrilling end to the Lord's Test. The Indian cricket team met King Charles III at St. James Palace. In fact, we'll get you more on hot trends. So the team, there you have the visuals of that meeting. The team is currently in England for a 5-match test series, which the hosts currently lead 2-1 after winning the second test by 22 runs. And we have the visuals of the meeting between the team and the King. 5 social media influencers, including India's caught latent host Samay Raina, appeared before the Supreme Court in a case seeking action against them for ridiculing persons suffering from disabilities. Visuals on your screens. Heavy rain swept across the U.S. Northeast on Monday night, causing widespread flash flooding in New York and New Jersey. The deluge stranded vehicles, closed subway lines, and prompted New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy to declare a state of emergency. And an 11-year-old boy Now, 11-year-old boy Ryan Arkandika, he's from Indonesia's Riau province, has become an overnight sensation with his viral aura farming dance video. Performing on the bow of a speeding boat during the Paku Jalur traditional boat race, Ryan's stylish and rhythmic moves have captured the hearts of millions worldwide. Harrowing incident unfolded in Jodhpur when a wall collapsed during heavy rain, barely missing a man and damaging vehicles and his house gate. The dramatic moment was captured on camera. Thankfully, the man escaped unharmed, but the same cannot be said for the vehicles and gate that bore the brunt of the collapse. Drama unfolded on a SpiceJet flight to Mumbai when two female passengers got into a heated argument during the taxiing, even attempting to breach the cockpit. The cabin crew and co-passengers pleaded with them to calm down, but the situation escalated until the aircraft was stopped and the women were handed over to airport security.
You cannot stop a plane. Listen, you can't see ISRO. Yeah, you can't see ISRO. We want them. This is illegal what they're doing.
An Air Peace Boeing 737 flight from Lagos to Port Harcourt had a heart-stopping moment when it veered off the runway and into the grass. It landed while landing at Port Harcourt Airport on Sunday. Thankfully, all 127 passengers and crew on board were safe and no injuries reported. Airline has reassured the public of its commitment to maintain the highest safety standards. Bizarre incident. Air India passengers at Bhuj Airport in Gujarat were denied boarding despite having valid tickets. The reason? A last-minute aircraft change that left 13 travellers high and dry. But here's the kicker. Instead of flying, Air India offered to transport those affected by car to Ahmedabad and then fly them to Mumbai later in the day.
जब 8 बजे मुझे ऑप्शन देना था कि आपका कुछ हो जाएगा, खड़े रहिए। मुझे तो आगे जाने के मतलब मेरे बच्चे, ये बच्चा है ना, इसका अभी अपॉइंटमेंट था, मुझे 1:30 बजे पहुंचना जरूरी है, बराबर है। अभी मैडम पहले आपने क्या बोला? अब कुछ नहीं होगा तो हम टिकट, हमें तो आगे का रास्ता करना कि नहीं। अब बोलते हो हमारे पास एक ही ऑप्शन है, मतलब क्या है मैडम इसका? जब 8 बजे मुझे ऑप्शन देना था कि आपका कुछ हो जाएगा, खड़े रहिए। मुझे तो आगे जाने के मतलब मेरे बच्चे, ये बच्चा है ना, इसका अभी अपॉइंटमेंट था, मुझे 1:30 बजे पहुंचना जरूरी है, बराबर है। अभी आप मैडम पहले आपने क्या बोला? अब कुछ नहीं होगा तो हम टिकट, हमें तो आगे का रास्ता करना कि नहीं। अब बोलते हो हमारे पास एक ही ऑप्शन है, मतलब क्या है मैडम इसका?
And food lovers in India, viewers, saw themselves in a jiffy of panic as a viral claim was doing the rounds that the Indian government was set to introduce health warnings on popular snacks like samosas and jalebis, just like you see on secret packets. Now it turns out that it was a big fat lie. The government has fact-checked. It was nothing but a samosa scaremongering. Well, of course, the centre says it does not mean to target Indian street food. Foodies across the country, however, were left both amused and confused after this viral post had claimed that the government would soon mandate health warnings of beloved snacks like samosas and jalebis. The buzz quickly spread across social media as people said, no, samosas, jalebis do not need health warnings. Fake news too. And viewer celebrations have erupted outside Shubhanshu Shukla's residence in Lucknow as he came back today. The splashdown happened and we see the family members of Shubhanshu Shukla all, of course, celebrating with dhol. You can see his friends, family and others connected with him dancing. And, of course, they have all the reasons to celebrate as Shubhanshu has made the entire country proud.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
We'll see another big smile coming out of the Dragon spacecraft in a moment.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla, as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said.
सब अच्छे से हो गया सब। ईश्वर साथ में है, ईश्वर ने ही उसको वहाँ पहुँचाया था, उसी की दुआओं से उसी के सब पहुँचाया था, उसी ने सब सुरक्षित लैंड कराया, सब कुछ वही है।
नहीं, ये उसकी सफल लैंडिंग के लिए हम ईश्वर को धन्यवाद करते हैं और देशवासियों का, समस्त देशवासियों का और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और सभी गणमान्य सदस्यों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं। उनको तहे दिल से जो है हम आभार प्रकट करते हैं कि उन्होंने हमारे बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया। उनकी दुआओं से, उनके आशीर्वाद से बच्चे का ये मिशन सफल हुआ और सकुशल मतलब पृथ्वी पर आ गया। और यही हमारी इच्छा थी कि मतलब बच्चा सकुशल हमारा जो है जब पृथ्वी पर वापस है।
राजनाथ सिंह जी से भी बात हुई,
हाँ, उन्होंने बच्चे को
As our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said.
India's space hero Shubhanshu Shukla returns to Earth with a wide smile.
He'll be moving out to Houston. He'll arrive there close to midnight by Indian time today. Then he'll be spending a week in discussion with Team ISRO. Then about 2 weeks having separate sessions with all the partners, the Axiom, SpaceX, NASA. Maybe he'll be in Delhi by 17th of August.
Group Captain Shukla is expected to be in Delhi on 17th of August. Prime Minister congratulates Shukla, says he has inspired a billion dreams. Juvenile Justice Board rejects police plea in Pune Porsche hit and run case. Minor won't be tried as adult. Notice to Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand government over there, orders to put nameplates on and QR codes in front of eateries. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar calls upon SCO to take uncompromising position on terror, says Pahalgam attack was deliberately conducted to divide. Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime, Raho Befikar.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे
मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Sarah, this is your space, slate your way.
They're all important. And we are now seeing great confirmations of the Dragon spacecraft making its return back to Earth right now.
And while we are in a blackout period, this is an excellent view, seeing Dragon from the ground as it's re-entering back into Earth's atmosphere. Now, that blackout period is expected to conclude at 2.
Commander Peggy Whitson confirming the spacecraft's altitude as it's making its descent into the Pacific Ocean just off the coast of San Diego in Southern California.
Yes, love that it's coming off the coast of my hometown.
600 meters.
600 meters.
And at 600 meters, we're just under a minute before that expected splashdown. The landing in water is a lot simpler and more reliable. Provides a little bit of margin against unlikely parachute issues. We did have to learn how to make Dragon waterproof as we are splashing down into the ocean. But
SpaceX copies 400 meters. Reminder to brace for splashdown.
कोई सीमा नहीं, excitement.
Pune Porsche accused to be tried as a juvenile. 2 dead but drunk driver to be tried as a minor. Justice delayed and denied in Pune Porsche case again. Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Yatra nameplate row reaches Supreme Court. Supreme Court sends notice to UP government over the QR code on eateries order. Why shouldn't eateries display name of owners? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, why must the killer brat from Pune who drove a supercar drunk and run over 2 lives be treated as a juvenile? And at 9 o'clock tonight, the Supreme Court sends a notice to the Yogi government over the cover nameplate row. Viewers, today the Juvenile Justice Board in Pune ruled that the 17-year, 8-month-old killer behind the Porsche that claimed the lives of two young professionals should be tried as a minor, which means nothing will happen to them. The killer will get away. The citizen will be run over. The pattern of hit, kill, run will continue. The richer you are, the more you can hit, the more people you can kill, and the more easy it's going to be for you to escape. Which is why tonight, on behalf of the citizens, we say that what happened tonight is not a decision. It is an insult. What the Juvenile Justice Court has done is an insult, and we, the people of India, will fight this. It is an insult to Ashwini and Anish, who were crushed under the wheels of a Porsche driven by a 17-year and 8-month-old brat who was drunk, underage, unlicensed and unafraid. And I repeat, unafraid. Why? Because he knew what the rest of the country was only beginning to understand. That in India, if you have money, enough money, contacts, enough contacts, and enough political backup, even murder can be essayed away. Yes, viewers, essayed away. Because that is what his original punishment was, a 300-word essay for killing 2 people. A trip to the RTO, a few therapy lessons, and that too after tampering with a blood report, scripting a false narrative, using your family contacts, swapping the driver, and using your grandfather's political muscle to twist every arm in the system. And don't you dare tell me that this is a rarity or an aberration. It is not. Just this weekend, 2 nights ago, on the 13th of July 2025, Utsav Shekhar, a Delhi-based realtor, allegedly drunk and speeding, mowed down 5 people sleeping on a footpath with his Audi luxury car, including a child. So if you're rich and drunk, you can kill people, and the system will ensure that nothing will happen to you. And on that very night, in another instance, Pushparaj Singh, son of a Congress MLA Sena Patel, tried to mow down 2 constables, here are the visuals, in Madhya Pradesh's Ali Rajpur with a numberless SUV luxury car. This whole act was caught on CCTV. What kind of message are we sending? What has actually changed in this country? We keep saying we'll become Viksit Bharat, Viksit Bharat. But are we telling the youth of the country that as we progress to a Viksit Bharat, you can kill more people, and if your father has money, you will be fine? Are we telling the parents of Ashwini and Anish that their lives of their children are worth a check of 10 lakh rupees? And are we telling every honest officer, every grieving mother, every working class family that justice has a price tag in this country? And then we say we will become Viksit Bharat. That's not what it looks like to me. What does it look like? The Juvenile Justice Board says the accused who killed 2 people is a child because the child is rich. And the richer you are, the more innocent you are presumed to be in our system. not an adult who drank gallons of alcohol in a pub, not an adult who drove a super luxury car without a license, not an adult who killed 2 people at 200 kilometers an hour. The system. Remember the system that Rahul Gandhi said he was born into from day one? That system wants us to believe that the killer is a misguided child. Let me ask tonight, was it a child who asked the driver to step aside? Was it a child whose father called a politician 45 times that night? Was it a child who manipulated blood tests and vanished evidence? And for all of that, what did he get? Bail in 15 hours, a 300-word essay, and a road safety lesson. Is this justice? This can happen to you. This can happen to any of us. The citizen is there to be run over in this country. The citizen is there to be killed. And the citizen is there to be bought over. The citizen is there to be pushed aside. And we say we are a democracy. We cannot be a democracy if this is the way citizens are treated in this country in 2025. This is privilege, not law. It is privilege pretending to be law. This was not law. This is privileged mercy reserved for the uber rich. Rich people can kill poor people. That's a simple logic in our country. And if rich people kill poor people, then poor people cannot fight. The richer you are, the more people you can kill. The more lawyers you can hire, the more the poor will be helpless against you. Poor juveniles are tried as adults in this country for far less. One boy spent 28 years in jail before the court realized he was just 12 years old at the time of the crime. But if you're a Porsche brat, if you're a Mercedes brat, if you're an Audi brat, you get empathy, counseling and therapy. This is the scripted betrayal of the law, and let me say it clearly. This country is not asking for revenge. We at Republic are merely asking for accountability. We are asking why a 17-year and 8-month-old cannot be tried as an adult under Section 15 of the Juvenile Justice Act. We are asking why the system has bent backwards for the rich and looked away from the poor. We are asking when there will be justice in this country. In fact, in this case, viewers, the system did not just bend, it fell to its knees. And the people will remember who looked away. Here's the story, and then we'll debate.
A Porsche driven by a super-rich brat ran over and killed Ashwini and Anish on May 19, 2024. This video is the proof. The culprit was identified as a 17-year-old son of a Pune businessman driving the 2 crore rupee car in an inebriated state without license. Video evidence from the site showed the rich brat was at the wheel. The same VVIP brat who got bail on the very same day on the condition that he would write a 300-word essay. Republic, in its quest to investigate and bring out the truth, revealed how the Agarwal family even tried to bribe eyewitnesses with cash after the murder.
ये हादसा शनिवार रात 3 बजे हुआ है और ये जो कार चला रहा था पॉश कार थी, महंगी कार है जो इसकी स्पीड करीबन 200 के करीब बताई जा रही है और ये आ रहे थे कोरियो पार्क से, एक पब में से आ रहे थे, ये दारू पी के आ रहे थे खुद और एकदम स्पीड में आ रहे थे। और यहाँ पे जब कुछ सवारी जा रही थी टू व्हीलर से जो एयरपोर्ट रोड की तरफ जा रहे थे, ये एयरपोर्ट रोड लगता है कल्लई नगर के, हम हिस्से पे खड़े हैं, और उनको आगे पीछे से 160 की स्पीड से उन्होंने उड़ाया है। और वो जो लड़की पीछे बैठी थी उनको कम से कम 15 से 20 फीट ऊपर उड़ के 10 से 15 मीटर दूर जाके गिरी और ऑन द स्पॉट उसकी जान गई है।
This is the same case where the Pune police also appeared to protect the culprit and his influential family. The DNA sample of the accused was taken for the second time, hours apart, raising questions. Reports suggested that CCTV from critical areas even went missing. Today, the Juvenile Justice Board has dismissed the plea seeking to try the 17-year-old accused as an adult. The board ruled that the accused will continue to be tried as a juvenile under the JJ Act and not under the adult criminal law. The family of the young techies who lost their lives are shattered, betrayed by the system again and again.
अब शौक तो लगा है, बाकी देश की जितनी जनता इस न्यूज को सुनेगी, जैसे पिछली बार शौक हुई थी 300 वर्ड के निबंध पर, उससे ज्यादा मेरे को लगता है शॉक्ड होने वाली। मेरे को शौक तो इतना ज्यादा लगा है कि देश के कानून के ऊपर मेरे को बेइज्जती से ज्यादा रोना देश के कानून के ऊपर आ रहा है। क्या है, 2 लोगों का मर्डर करने वाला, 2 लोगों के ऊपर कार चलाने वाला, दारू पी के गाड़ी चलाने वाला आदमी 2 लोगों की हत्या कर देता है, उसको हत्या ही नहीं मानते।
Since the day of the accident, Pune Porsche hit and run has been a case of botched up investigation and series of cover-ups. Attempts to blame the driver, attempts to hide blood samples, attempts to destroy evidence, call logs reportedly wiped clean. They have done everything that money could buy just to save a so-called juvenile who was old enough to enter a pub, old enough to drink, old enough to drive, old enough to kill, but just not old enough to face punishment. If this isn't injustice, what is?
Okay, I have with me first Ashwini Costa's father, Suresh Kumar Costa. Ashwini is one of the 2 victims in the Pune Porsche hit and run case. Ashwini ji, first of all, I am completely shocked at this temerity. I cannot believe, Ashwini ji, that after what happened to Ashwini, even after that, the Juvenile Justice Board has now said that the killer will be tried as a juvenile, which means that he will get away. I personally believe this is just proof of how the common man is taken for granted. We promise to fight for you. We continue to fight for your daughter, Ashwini. Sureshji, I would like your reaction to the decision of the Juvenile Justice Board, please, which has come out today.
नमस्कार सर। हेलो
जी, बोलिए बोलिए सुरेश जी। सुरेश जी,
आज जो जेजेबी के द्वारा जो डिसीजन दिया गया है वो बहुत ही निराशाजनक है। यानी हम लोगों को कानून व्यवस्था के प्रति विश्वास जो है ना, ऐसा लगता है आगे चल के डगमगाएगा। जेजेबी किसको पनिश कर रही है? 2 लोगों की, अब मैं सीधा सीधा मर्डर ही बोलूँगा, क्योंकि उसको पता होना चाहिए और पता था कि भारी मात्रा में शराब का सेवन करके और तेज़ रफ्तार से गाड़ी चलाने से क्या होगा, ये जेजेबी के सदस्यों को सोचना चाहिए था। मैं जेजेबी के सदस्यों से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ, ज़रा वो अभी आप जो क्लिप चला रहे थे वो क्लिप ज़रा देखें ज़रा, और जो लोग वहाँ पर कमेंट बता रहे थे कि क्या हुआ कैसा हुआ,
उसको जरा सोच कर देखें। मेरी बेटी को उसने 160 की स्पीड से टक्कर मारी और उसके बाद वो 15 फीट ऊपर जाना, फिर ऊपर से नीचे गिरना, तो मेरे को नहीं लगता उसकी चीख भी निकल पाई होगी। जरा सोच कर देखें। और ऐसे व्यक्ति को वो एडल्ट ही नहीं मानते, बच्चा मानते हैं। बच्चा क्या इतनी भारी गलती कर सकता है क्या? बच्चा होता तो थोड़े बहुत धीरे से टक्कर लगती है, कहीं थोड़ा बहुत फ्रैक्चर होता, ऐसा कुछ हो सकता था। मगर इतनी भारी गलती के बाद भी तो जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड का औचित्य क्या रह गया? किसको सजा दे रही है? जो बच्चे छोड़ा स्टेशन में पॉकेटमारी कर लेते हैं या किसी का मोबाइल झपट के भाग देते हैं, जिनका कोई माई बाप नहीं है, उनको सजा दे रही है क्या? और ऐसे भारी भारी क्रिमिनलों को कहीं जमानत दे रही है। अभी मैंने पिछली बार एक डिसीजन आया था तो उसमें भी मैंने सुना था कि वो मानसिक आघात पहुंचा है उसको। अरे मानसिक आघात किसको पहुंचा है? मेरे को पहुंचा है या क्रिमिनल को मानसिक आघात? किस बात का मानसिक आघात है? वहाँ भी उसको पिज्जा बर्गर खिलाए जा रहे हैं, वहाँ भी सेवा बाल सुधार गृह में भी उसकी सेवा होगा खूब। किस बात का है? उसको किस बात का आघात पहुंचा है? यानी जस्टिस, पूरा जस्टिस उसके तरफ बोल रहा है। जैसे हमने अपनी लड़की को वहां भेजकर कोई गुनाह कर दिया हो, या घर के बाहर निकल के हम कोई गुनाह कर दे, हमको मार दे, तो मतलब तो ये हुआ। बताया जाता है कानून सबके लिए बराबर है। कहाँ बराबर है? दिखना भी चाहिए बराबर है, दिख तो रहा नहीं है। विदेशों में भी जेजेबी कानून है, जहां तक मेरे को मालूम है वहां पर जेजेबी के कानून है, मगर वहां पर फैक्ट पोजीशन क्या है, किस तरीके से क्या हुआ है, उस तरीके से सजा दी जाती है। यहाँ तो बोलते हैं वो कानून तो एक तरफ है, मगर वो 18 साल से कम का है, इसलिए वो माफ है, उसको सब कुछ। मर्डर करना माफ है, चाकू मारना माफ है, सब कुछ माफ है। फिर तो जेजेबी का औचित्य क्या है? फिर किसको सजा दी रही, किसको सुना रही?
मुझे तो ये लगा, जो मैंने कहा आज प्रोग्राम के इंट्रोडक्शन में, कि हमारे देश में 2 कानून व्यवस्था सिस्टम है, एक अमीरों के लिए और एक मिडिल क्लास और गरीबों के लिए। और ये बिल्कुल एक तरह से ये प्रूव हो चुका है आज के डिसीजन के बाद। मैं चाहता हूं कि आप अपनी बेटी अश्विनी के बारे में कुछ कहें। वो क्या कर रही थी पुणे में, उनकी बैकग्राउंड क्या थी, वो कैसे कहाँ पे वर्क कर रही थी, उनकी फ्यूचर कैसी थी, ताकि लोग एक तरह से समझ सकें कि जो आपने खोया है। मैं चाहता हूं कि अश्विनी के बारे में आप कुछ कहें, ताकि हमारे व्यूअर्स रिलेट कर सके कि ऐसे एक यंग प्रोफेशनल के साथ जब ऐसा होता है तो इसको कोई 10 लाख के चेक के साथ इसको कॉम्पेंसेट नहीं किया जा सकता। मैं चाहता हूं आप अश्विनी के बारे में कहें थोड़ी बहुत, so that she is not just a statistic in the minds of people.
मेरी बेटी ने जब से चलना शुरू किया तब से ही वो एक होनहार थी। KG 1 से लेके हमेशा क्लास में अव्वल ही आती थी, व्यवहार में और अपना घर में कैसे रहना चाहिए, दूसरों से कैसे बात करनी चाहिए, आदर सत्कार से, सबसे प्रेम से बात करती थी। और वो अधिकतर अपनी पढ़ाई की बात और पढ़ाई में ही अपना बिजी रहती थी। 10th 11th के बाद तो उसको किसी से ना समाज से मतलब, ना अपना पड़ोसियों से मतलब, सबसे वो एक प्रकार से कट चुकी थी, क्योंकि उसका उद्देश्य था आगे बढ़ना, मेहनत करना है और आगे बढ़ना किसी तरीके से। तो वो इसी तारतम्य में वो पुणे में उसका कॉलेज में एडमिशन करवाया था, वाडिया कॉलेज में। वहाँ से भी वो अभी जितनी उम्मीद मैं करता था उस हिसाब से तो सही था। इतनी भारी उम्मीद भी बच्चों के ऊपर मैंने बोझ नहीं लादा कि मेरे को 10, 15, 20 करोड़ का पैकेज ही चाहिए, या मतलब जितना हम मध्यम वर्गीय लोग अपना कर सकते हैं उतना उसने बिल्कुल हमको पूरा रिजल्ट हमको दिया। मैं उससे टोटल सेटिस्फाइड था कि मेरी बेटी भी जो है ना कुछ करके दिखाने की हौसला रखती है और कैपेबल भी है। ऐसा नहीं है कि कैपेबल नहीं है और मैं खाली पीली संतुष्ट हो रहा हूँ। कैपेबल थी, कुछ करने का, कुछ करके दिखाने की हिम्मत रखती थी। उसी हिम्मत को उसकी दाद देते हुए मैंने उसको पुणे भेजा था। पुणे में रह कर वो जॉब कर रही थी। जॉब करने के बाद फिर ऐसा हो गया, और खाली पढ़ाई में और इसमें नहीं थी, हर चीज़ में एक्टिव थी वो
जी।
अपना बॉडी बिल्डिंग में थी, वेट लिफ्टिंग में थी, डांस में थी, संगीत में भी थी। संगीत में वो, अब मैं उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग तो नहीं कर पाया, गिटार, उसका संगीत भी, गिटार ला के रखी उसने घर में गिटार बजाया करती थी। अब कितनी खूबियाँ थी। मेरी बेटी है, लोगों को सुनने में शायद लगेगा अपनी बेटी है तो तारीफ कर रहा है, मगर कोई घर में आके मेरे देखे तो मैं उसके मेडल उसको
सुरेश जी एक
पढ़ाई से लेके
एक कॉन्ट्रास्ट बनता है। एक तरफ अश्विनी है आपकी बेटी, और एक तरफ ये जो लड़का है जो ये बहुत सुपर रिच फैमिली का लड़का है, जिसने बहुत ड्रिंक करके आपकी बेटी को 160 की स्पीड में अपने पोर्शे कार से मार गिराया। नाउ व्यूअर्स, सुरेश जी, मैं आपको कष्ट नहीं देना चाहता। मैं चाहता हूं कि अगर मैंने कहा था कि देखिए, आई सेड कि आपके साथ 1-to-1 बात होगी, मैं आपसे 1-to-1 बात ही करना चाहता हूं, मगर अगर बुरा ना माने, मैं दूसरे साइड को भी बुलाना चाहता हूं ताकि वो समझे। कैन आई हैव द स्क्रीन बैक? ताकि वो समझे कि इट इज़ नॉट जस्ट वन पर्सन इज़ नॉट डाइड, इसका इम्पैक्ट पूरे हमारे समाज पे पड़ता है। जब आपको न्याय नहीं मिलता है सुरेश जी, जब सुरेश कुमार कोष्टा को न्याय नहीं मिलता है, तो बहुत मध्यम वर्गीय लोग देश भर में इस प्रोग्राम को देखकर उनको लग रहा होगा कि हमारे परिवार के साथ भी ऐसा हो सकता है। Am I right, Ishkaran?
Absolutely, Arnab. And the law had changed for this reason only. Arnab, I remember Nirbhaya case where I actually went to the Supreme Court also, because that time the age limit was 18 years.
Yeah.
Then the law changed so that between 16 to 18, people can be tried as adults. Now somebody who drinks, and we saw those images of what was the alcohol bill, and then rams his car, knowing how dangerous it is, because it's not the first case.
Yeah.
It's not as if cars have been introduced in the market 1 year ago. People know if you drink and drive at a rash speed, day after day, there are deaths which happen due to it. It is nothing but a naked
I'll show one more picture. पहले मैं सुरेश जी, if you don't mind, आप 10 मिनट और रहेंगे हमारे प्रोग्राम पर? मैं रिक्वेस्ट, अगर आप 10 मिनट रहे, आई एम कमिंग बैक टू यू। मैं थोड़ी सी इस पर डिस्कशन करके आई एम कमिंग बैक टू यू। You see, there is no second view. I want to show you a different set of pictures. Jay Anand Dehadrai, please have a look at it. He is a Supreme Court advocate. The pictures I want to show are of what happened in, these visuals came from Madhya Pradesh, Ali Rajpur. Isko zara full frame dikhaiye, please. Show the pictures full frame. In this picture, there is an SUV. What we are seeing is rich people are killing professionals, poor people, and even police. Rich people are buying these expensive cars, they are giving it to their children, or they are driving it themselves, they are getting drunk, they are going for parties, and they are killing people. In this car, this SUV, which is being driven by the son of the Congress MLA Sena Patil, hits 2 policemen and then runs away from the crime scene. The SUV does not have a number plate, right? The constables narrowly escape, the driver flees the scene. One constable is in hospital, right? And the accused is on the run. So I'm not exaggerating anything, Jay. All over India, rich people are killing poor people.
You'll allow me?
This is a rich killing poor situation. Yes, please, Jay.
Yes, but
why are the
please
rich killing the poor and the middle class?
Yeah, but thank you. But please allow me to just make a few points. I, for a moment, would not disagree with you that the punishment given is not enough, but please allow me to make a few points. The question is not about rich and poor. The law applies squarely across the board, whether you are rich or whether you are poor. And the unfortunate truth in our country is, one moment, the unfortunate truth in our country is this, that the law as it stands today, under the Juvenile Justice Act, Section 2, subsection 33, it clearly says that if the IPC provision has to be minimum of 7 years. Now, in this case, the section that they have, the enhanced provision, criminal provision that they have applied to this minor is under Section 304, Part 2, even if we take it as Section 304 and not 304A, which was the milder provision that was applied earlier. In that case, it is up to 10 years. So there is no minimum band provided. Now, the Honorable Supreme Court has laid down in a judgment in 2020. My friend Ishkaran is on the other side. He's a brilliant criminal lawyer, and he will not disagree with me, that in Shilpa Shetty's judgment in 2020, a similar issue came up. the Honorable Supreme Court said that the Juvenile Justice Board was not wrong in treating the person as a juvenile, simply for this reason, on this ground, that the minimum prescribed punishment here is not 7 years, it is up to 10. And there cannot be a mini trial.
Let me argue on this.
Justice Board, one moment. So this person, just a moment. So as unfortunate as this offense is, and that this child has committed this, seemingly, allegedly has committed this crime, maybe he was drunk.
No,
the fact is that
what is maybe it is proven?
Cannot go beyond what the law prescribes.
No, 1 minute.
So
one minute. First of all, I hold my opinion.
I can't pronounce.
Jay, 1 minute. Let me give the contrary view. Let me give the contrary view. Let me give the contrary view.
Please.
Let me give the contrary view, and I will get PK Jain also, who besides being former additional DGP,
I hope
also
you
a lawyer.
appreciate what I have said on the law.
No, I'll tell you, I do not appreciate what you've said on the law, because what you're saying is wrong, and I'll explain why. You see, the Juvenile Justice Board has rejected the Pune police's plea to try the accused as an adult, despite knowing that it is a heinous crime and there is evidence tampering, right?
It is not a heinous
crime.
1 minute.
Now it is said to me tonight. Now this is where it gets interesting. सुरेश जी, आप देखिए, इस पे आपको भी बुलाना चाहता हूं मैं. Heinous translates in Hindi as what? What would it equally translate as?
Ghinona, you can say.
Ghinona, अच्छा. तो सुरेश जी, डिफेंस के जो लॉयर है, जो अमीर अक्यूज्ड है, सुपर रिच अक्यूज्ड है, उनके लॉयर प्रशांत पाटिल कहते हैं कि 2 लोग मर गए तो क्या हुआ, अल्कोहल पी के गाड़ी चलाई तो क्या हुआ, 160 की स्पीड पे चलाई तो क्या हुआ, भागने की कोशिश की वो क्या हुआ, 2 होनहार प्रोफेशनल्स मर गए तो क्या हुआ, मगर ये कोई घिनौना अपराध नहीं है. इट इज नॉट ए हीनस क्राइम. एंड आई एम आस्किंग यू टुनाइट, व्यूअर्स, रिमेंबर, दिस इन्वॉल्व्स यू. 2 people die. A rich, super rich brat kills 2 people, and it will be told it is not a heinous crime. सुरेश जी, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? ये जो आर्ग्यूमेंट दी जा रही है, would you like to say something?
मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ, पहले तो वकील साहब को अर्थ थोड़ा समझ में आना चाहिए. घिनौना मीन्स क्या होता है, जघन्य क्या होता है. घिनौना किसको बोला जा सकता है? जिसको देख के घृणा होती है. जघन्य, जिसको आत्मा दहल जाती है, उसको जघन्य बोला जाता है. मैं आपकी क्लिप, आप जो क्लिप दिखा रहे हैं, एक्सीडेंट की क्लिप दिखा रहे हैं, वो क्लिप देखने की मेरी हिम्मत अब नहीं हो रही. इतना जघन्य है वो. मर गए तो क्या हुआ, खुद सोचें. यदि उनके घर के किसी का एक्सीडेंट हो जाए तो वो उनके ऊपर क्या बीतेगी, जरा सोच कर देखें. सोच कर भी देखेंगे तो उनकी आत्मा दहल जाएगी. क्या होता है किसी के घर का इतना लाडला, इतनी प्यारा सदस्य को खो जाना, जरा सोच के खुद देखें. फिर उस बात को जो आपने वर्ड अभी मेरे को बताया, वो क्या हुआ, कुछ नहीं हुआ, मर गई तो क्या हुआ. सोच कर देखिए, जरा सोच कर देखिए कैसे आत्मा दहल जाती है.
और नहीं, मैंने आपसे शोक
कह देने से कुछ नहीं होता. जब जिसके ऊपर बीतती है वही जान सकता है.
कानूनी प्रावधान के बाहर बात नहीं हो सकती.
नहीं, कानून के बाहर बात जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड
सेक्शन 33 में ये राहुल इज
आल्सो रिस्पोंडिंग.
ये हमारा कानून.
Arnab ji, let me put forward a humble submission. First of all, it is not about technicality. And I offer my condolences and pranam to Suresh ji and to the memory of those people who lost their life. You know, there might be technical points. Nobody is disagreeing. But no, what you said is a very right spirit. I'm a normal middle class person of India. I will feel afraid and I will feel agitated. You know, God forbid something happened to somebody in my family. We will feel outraged. We will feel angry about the whole thing. And those people who are responsible for this are not getting enough punishment. Will wound my soul. Will hurt my soul. This is a reality that we should not forget. That's the reason why many times a larger point has to be set. A larger example has to be set. People who are rich, we respect them. But at the same point of time, there is a responsibility and social security cover that should be for the middle class and the poor people. And those people should not feel that justice is not done to them.
No, 1 minute.
I agree with the technical argument.
I can't hear either. Now, audio is being very poorly managed. I just want you to just give me a moment here. Viewers, what do I believe? I believe the middle class is treated very badly in this country. The poor are treated even worse in this country. The rich get away with most things, and the super rich get away with everything. Politicians who are rich can get away with murder and double murder and triple murder. And I am being told on the program tonight, PK Jain, that if a super rich brat kills two people after drinking alcohol in a Porsche car worth crores of rupees, and after that, if he tampers with his blood report, if he scripts a false narrative, if he gets his grandfather and his father to swap the driver and use political muscle to twist the system, after that he will get away. He will get away. This is the situation in India today. And let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, PK Jain, that if this person driving the super luxury Porsche car with a faulty registration under the influence of alcohol after partying all night with his friends in a bar had by chance been a poor person, he would have been in lockup for the rest of his life. PK Jain, please. Yes, sir.
No.
Arnab, I've got 3-4 points for all the people who disagree with the or who agree with the narrative that he should be tried as a juvenile. First of all, it is the same Juvenile Justice Board which had to lick the dust when there was a protest, very heavy protest on your channel, when there was a very heavy protest by the public and by the media. And they had to cancel his bail, they had to take him into remand, and he had to spend 20 plus days in the facility. One. Second, now they've been sitting on this plea by the police that he should be tried as an adult for the last 14 months. And now the judgment has come. I don't know what has been going and transpiring in a case where the entire system was corrupted, the entire system was influenced right from the police to the doctors to the Juvenile Justice Board. So now finally after 14 months, they've come out with this kind of an outrageous judgment. Third, yes, there's a provision of non-serious, serious and heinous offences under the Juvenile Justice Act. The punishment for rape, Arnab, is also up to 10 years. And it is more than 10 years. There are different categories. Now, if an accused who has committed rape can be tried as an adult, why not a person be tried as an adult in this case in which he has knowing the consequences of his actions, driving under the influence of alcohol without having a driving license? Why should he be given the benefit of doubt by anybody, whether it is JJB or the police or anybody else? So whoever, my learned friend who's there on the show, I think we must give it a serious thought. The Juvenile Justice Board has a discretion. It is not laid down. It is laid down in the act that there should be a minimum punishment of 7 years. But the Juvenile Justice Board does have a discretion. If in a case of rape, a person can be tried as an adult, then in this case also, which is absolutely outrageous, outright, the accused was aware of his actions and the consequences of his actions. He must be tried as an adult. The judgment is absolutely faulty.
Even now, viewers, remember this case is important for you to speak. I'll tell you why. Viewers, whenever you watch my program, don't look at it as something that is happening very far away from you. I only pick up subjects that matter to you. You know, God forbid this can happen to any one of us. And then nobody in this world will come to help you if you support the super rich brat. Today, it has happened to the family of Suresh Kumar Costa and to his daughter. But nobody in this country, rich people are killing poor people everywhere. And this is my problem. In the BJP government, we thought things would change. You remember when the Congress was in power, the Nanda case happened, the Ansal case happened. We used to say things are very bad. Rich people are getting away by killing middle class people. But have things changed in this new central government? Where is the initiative? I call upon the Maharashtra government, the central government to wake up and realize that citizens are not going to remain quiet always. They are watching and people are getting very angry. The law is clear. Anant Kumar Asthana is a child rights and criminal lawyer. The law is clear. He must be tried as an adult. Section 15, it is permissible to conduct a preliminary assessment with regards to the mental and physical capacity of the child who is above the age of 16 years, so as to try him as an adult under Section 18 of the Act. Why did the court not ask for an assessment under Section 15? Section 18, because he's rich. Why can't an almost 18-year-old not be treated as an adult when he has killed 2 people in a super luxury car in the dead of the night in a completely intoxicated state without a license or registry after underage drinking? Because he's rich. And in this country, viewers, I know politicians will hate me. One thing which doesn't change, any government can change. Rich remain rich and poor remain poor. Super rich rule over the middle class. Lines are open tonight. Mr. Asthana, what's your choice? What's your stand?
Thank you, Arnab. Thank you. Thank you for reminding in the very beginning that Republic is asking for accountability. I was very happy to hear that you from this channel is giving voice to a sentiment shared by many of us that we do demand accountability for any kind of injustice which is done to the victims or to the children. However, I will take this opportunity to say that the momentum which is being built against children and childhood, the momentum of anger, will lead us towards a situation where we will find a country like us, a great country like us, where we have successfully contained the juvenile delinquency. We don't want to be United States of America because the scale of juvenile delinquency is very high in United States of America because angry people demanded harsh punishments to the minors. Harsh punishments have demonstrated, and it is before us. My friend will allow me to complete, then I'll hand over to you, sir. May I, Mr. Jaskaran? Ishkaran Bhandari?
I'm not interrupting you. I just raised my hand to answer after you answer.
No, I thought you wanted to come in and make a point. I'll just conclude in a minute.
I was trying to catch Arnab's attention, which is difficult to catch.
I think that's a common struggle for all of us. But I will say and conclude this, that let us not make use of the tragedy of Mr. Suresh to build a case against Juvenile Justice Act. Juvenile Justice Act is a beneficial legislation. For every bad case, I can tell you a good case, right? There are cases where laws have not been utilized properly. Mostly poor people are treated differently. I agree with you, Arnab, that the rich have rather easy access into legal processes and poor often find themselves struggling. I'm very happy that you are articulating this. But I will urge you, Arnab, and you have been part of this discussion, that there is no gain in demolishing a brilliant law called Juvenile Justice Act, which allows the youth of the country to be put on a rehabilitative path. We don't want to be United States of America. Please don't lead us there. There is no virtue for us. High delinquency. We don't want to be a country infested with crime.
Mr. Asthana, I understand what you're saying. But tell me, someone tell me, and let me get Pula Rao on this. Is it not true that young, rich people, young and very rich people, driving very expensive cars, drinking a lot of alcohol, have been killing a lot of poor people on the streets of this country everywhere? Please understand, sir, you mentioned the US. Pula, I'm coming to you. Just like in America, there is an epidemic of shootings. In India, there is an epidemic of rich people killing poor people. I want justice for middle-class people. I want justice for poor people. This is not the first or last rich super brat who is killing people. In the name of a juvenile, he'll get away. Many more deserving people, many more young professionals like Ashwini will get killed. Pula, what's your take? And calls are being opened right now. Pula. Can't hear you, Pula. Just... Yeah.
Sorry. I agree 100% with two things you said. 2015, the Juvenile Act was amended. Why did they do it deliberately? Vague phrases were put in. Why couldn't they include all these heinous crimes and be clear about it? They amended it. And mind you, 1850 was the first time the British introduced this Juvenile Act, which came from the Napoleonic Code, 1800. What prevented this government from bringing a better law? Please tell us. Forget partisan attitude. They didn't do it. Secondly, the country appreciates when you say poor people don't get justice. They don't. Rich people driving crores of rupees worth of cars, drinking expensive liquor, can afford expensive lawyers. Tell me that's not so. If you want justice, it's not the law alone. Who is practicing in the courts? Please tell us. There are two nice people, they're lawyers. What is the law? You can't afford it.
No, but where is
you
the
can't
Supreme
go there.
Court of India
You can't go to the courts.
with great respect?
How are you going to
with
get
great
court?
respect.
You have pointed out.
I am so disappointed. I'm 1 minute, sir. I am so disappointed at now retired former Chief Justice Chandrachud. I kept shouting and screaming that the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of India should wake up. Where was Justice Chandrachud? With the greatest of respect to him and to all honorable judges of the Supreme Court, with the greatest of respect, where is the Supreme Court of India in cases like this?
Nowhere.
Where is
Nowhere,
the Supreme Court of India?
Nowhere.
Why is the Supreme Court of India not taking suo motu cognizance of this case? Every case in this country, the Supreme Court of India will wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to hear the case of a terrorist and his mercy petition. But it will not hear the cries of a father. Am I overstating the case? I have great respect for the Supreme Court. But am I not right in saying that the Supreme Court had time to take suo motu cognizance of the Calcutta High Court when it ordered a CBI probe into irregularities pertaining to admissions to medical colleges in West Bengal, but it has no time for the Pune Porsche case? Should the Supreme Court not know that poor people, middle class people are being killed everywhere in this country, that people don't give a damn about it? That the poor and middle class person does not have the stamina or the resources to fight for their dead child? Where is the Supreme Court when it needs to step in? Ishkaran, am I right on this?
Arnab, on this, I think the high courts are sufficient to deal with the law and order.
Whatever, high court, Supreme Court, appellate courts, where are they?
The courts are already, I in fact think Supreme Court already hears way too many matters, more than it should hear. So I don't think so I can agree on this. Already it is hearing way too many matters. But the point here is, Arnab,
No, when confronted. When confronted with the most important question.
Why did the law change? We have to understand that.
No. I am saying do you have a doubt in your mind that this
understand this juvenile act in its entirety.
Sir, we saw one person. Can we see the picture of the guy without the shirt?
The reason for the change was so that people who are just shy of 18 do not...
Ishkaran, rich people and their kids have become a problem in this country. Am I right or wrong? Rahul?
Rich get better representation is a fact.
Yeah, and okay, so all these...
It's a fact that there is easy access to justice. I mean, we all know, I'm also an advocate, we all know that rich people has more access to justice. They have more money to buy lawyers. That's a truth that nobody should, hide their freedom. That's the reason why media, the fourth pillar comes into play. Media like Republic, media persons like Arnab Goswami can raise it. Obviously, the courts
other media will not raise it because they are corporate media.
But they will take note of this.
Corporate media will not raise this. Media owned by corporate houses will not raise this. There's conflict of interest. They will not raise it. Why will rich people raise questions about rich people?
Yes, I agree. This is a very good thing. The lawyers must understand that people expect justice from the courts. Courts are silent. And then you can't blame, what is the juvenile board or what is this? The Supreme Court
I am saying the Supreme Court...
They can definitely take a stance here.
So I'll show you one picture. No. Look at this picture. This fellow driving a luxury car without a shirt on, drunk, shouting, behaving like crazy. When he's caught, he drives a car like this. And when he's caught, he says, my father is from Rati. PK Jain, this is an epidemic today. And poor people are going to, they're getting very angry. Middle class, this fellow says, I'm from Raj Thakre's party, I can drive whatever I want, I can kill as many people, nothing happens.
Absolutely, Arnab. I think people like him must get the right end of the stick. Somehow, unfortunately, all these people get away with flouting the law by flouting their influence, their money, their political standing. And the poor people, it's only the poor people who get the wrong end of the stick. Unfortunately, that's a fact. You have been saying this thing for all through the show. There's a fact that the rich people, everybody on the panel is agreeing that they have resources, they can approach the politicians, they can approach the officers, and get a lenient deal, whereas the poor fellow does not have any resources, he does not have any influence.
Abhi, I want to go to Suresh Kumar, Mr. Costa again. First of all, I'm opening the lines. Suresh ji, I first of all thank you, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आप इतने समय दे रहे हैं हमें. आपने बोला, इससे हमें थोड़ी सी हमें भी इसमें उम्मीद जागती है, क्योंकि जो मीडिया भी है ना सुरेश जी, वो मैंने आपको तब भी कहा था, मीडिया एक हफ्ते के लिए कवर करती है, भूल जाती है, हम नहीं भूलते. मैं ये जानना चाहता हूं कि
मैं एक बात और वो
जी
हेलो
जी सुरेश जी,
हाँ, मैं वो माननीय वकील साहब जिनने अभी बोला ये दो लोगों को चल दिया तो क्या हुआ, ये क्या, तो ये मैं उनसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, या वो मीडिया में ही जवाब दे दें कि वो क्या मैसेज देना चाह रहे हैं, जनता को क्या मैसेज देना चाह रहे हैं कि बड़े घर के जो बच्चे हैं, बिगड़े हुए हैं, वो जाएं रोड पे खुलेआम गाड़ी भगाएं और लोगों को चलते जाएं, क्योंकि 2 हुए या 20 हुए या 200 हुए, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है. क्योंकि मेरा बेटी का एक्सीडेंट जब से हुआ है, उसके बाद से पुणे और बॉम्बे के ही मैंने न्यूज चैनलों में कितने एक्सीडेंट देखे हैं. एक वो किसी विधायक का बेटा बॉम्बे में किसी महिला को 2 किलोमीटर तक घसीटते हुए लेके गया
जी.
मतलब कानून में ऐसे कुछ प्रावधान तो होना चाहिए, बदलाव होना चाहिए जिसमें लोगों को कुछ सबक मिले. यानी कानून का किसी को डर ही नहीं है. गरीब को तो डर है, गरीब को तो डर है कि भैया धीरे चलाओ यार, कहीं किसी को कुछ लग गया तो अब भी 2-4 लाख रुपया तो देना पड़ेंगे या जेल जाना पड़ेगा. इनको तो कोई डर ही नहीं है,
कोई चिंता ही नहीं है.
वो मतलब कानून
कोई अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं है सुरेश,
जो
आप समझ रहे. जय जय, यू कैन स्पीक टू हिम. जय आनंद राय, बोलिए. आप
डिसीजन होना चाहिए कि मतलब कुछ जनता को सबक मिले.
हमारा दिल, ये बहुत दिल दहलाने वाली बात थी, ये जो दुर्घटना हुई, हमको बहुत इसके लिए बहुत बुरा लगता है.
ये दुर्घटना नहीं है, मर्डर है.
मैं आपसे केवल यही कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि जो कानून है वो यही कहता है, और जो अर्नब जी आज कर रहे हैं, जो ये मुद्दा उठा रहे हैं, मैं उनकी दाद देता हूँ, उनको कॉम्प्लीमेंट करता हूँ कि उन्होंने ये मुद्दा उठाया है. मैं मान रहा हूं ये बात कि कानून को बदलने की आवश्यकता है.
आप इधर कह रहे हैं, आप मुझे दाद देते हैं, आपको सहानुभूति है, मगर बुरा ना माने जय जी, अगर आपको ऐसे कोई बड़े क्लाइंट मिल जाए, बड़े अमीर वाले बच्चे, और आपको बड़ी फीस देके वो आपका लॉयर बना ले, तो आप जाके कोर्ट में कहेंगे कि अर्नब गोस्वामी मीडिया ट्रायल कर रहे हैं. यही और अगर मैं मीडिया ट्रायल नहीं करूं तो मेरा सवाल है, कौन उठाएगा ये सवाल? सरकार कुछ नहीं करती, नेता कुछ नहीं करते, ब्यूरोक्रेट कुछ नहीं करते, पुलिस कुछ नहीं करती. आखिरी उम्मीद रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क है, बाकी मीडिया खरीदी हुई है, कॉर्पोरेट मीडिया है.
हमेशा इंपॉर्टेंट मुद्दे उठाते हैं, उसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है, लेकिन मैं कुछ और कह रहा हूं. आज हो सकता है हमारा मतभेद हो.
मतभेद नहीं है, मैं कह रहा हूं डेली भारत के अलग अलग शहरों में.
आप भी मेरी बात मानेंगे अर्नब जी कि जो कानून है वो वीक क्यों ना हो, लेकिन वो कानून तो वैसे ही अप्लाई
नहीं, वैसे नहीं. आपने कानून को रिच लोगों के लिए बनाया हुआ है, उसको ऐसे इंटरप्रेट किया है. अशोक नहीं, ये कानून एक तरफा हो गया है. कानून ने द कोर्ट सेड, एक मिनट, द कोर्ट सेड वी आर नॉट स्वेड बाय द अप्रोर क्रिएटेड. I want to ask the Honorable High Court, जब 300 वर्ड ऐसे लेके सॉरी और लोगों को नहीं मारेंगे, जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड ने जब बात कही, तो ये अप्रोर यानी कि हाहाकार, ये जायज है कि नहीं है? कि हाहाकार नाजायज है?
ये लॉ बदलना पड़ेगा, ये गलत है.
2 लोगों को मार के आप 300 वर्ड की ऐसे लिख के सॉरी बोल दीजिए, मार दिया.
वो बिल्कुल
किसी मध्यम वर्ग के परिवार के बच्चों को मार दिया, सॉरी सर, फिर नहीं करेंगे.
और अप्रोर हुआ तो चेंज भी हुआ ना जजमेंट. वही अप्रोर हुआ तो चेंज भी हुआ
जी.
ये पार्शियलिटी बंद करनी पड़ेगी. अशोक फ्रॉम चेन्नई. अशोक, व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
Good evening, Arnab.
Good evening, Ashok.
How long are we planning to debate this, Arnab? Any number of cases have been reported. Many cases are sleeping in the courts. Any number of cases are pending for accident claim victims.
Correct.
Nobody is getting justice. I think there is no point saying that justice delayed is justice denied. Just say justice denied.
Running over people. Show the other visuals. Absolutely, I agree with you. Ashok, see the other visuals. This case,
look at the brazen way people are doing this crime and getting away with anything.
Every day, everywhere in the country, rich people are killing middle class people and poor people every day.
Arnab, I must also add that if I have the facility to, let us say, deploy advocates like the likes of Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani or Mr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, I could, in broad daylight, murder somebody in Nariman Point and get away with it because the laws are only for the rich and not for the poor and the middle class.
This is terrible. Thank you so much. Mahesh is calling from Pune. Mahesh Kumar. Hi, Mahesh. You're from Pune.
Hi, Arnab. It's pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, Mahesh. Same here.
Yeah, and it's kudos to you for raising this issue because otherwise it would have been dead.
Completely cancelled.
Now I wanted to say three things. First thing, we are highly disappointed with BJP. I had been throughout a BJP voter, and we are highly disappointed seeing this kind of a treatment. The law is taking it.
Yeah.
They are not taking care of it. Secondly, we are losing a faith on justice system because it has become a keep of a rich and the politicians. There is nothing else for a common person. And third thing, I just want to pray that something like this happens to the judge and the lawyer who are representing these people.
Maheshji, never. We must never speak ill or wish ill. I know your anger, but let's not cross that line. I thank you for calling me. Rohit is calling from Pune. Rohit.
Hey, hi Arnab, good evening.
Hi Rohit.
Hi, so I wasn't expecting this topic. मैं almost every day ब्रह्मा कॉर्प के एक बहुत बड़े होटल के सामने से ट्रैवल करता हूँ ऑफिस के लिए, and then I crossed the point where this accident had happened. अभी आपको तो पता है ये तो एक कैच हुआ इसलिए, लेकिन ऑलमोस्ट एवरी अदर डे ये सिमिलर चीजें होते रहती है जहाँ पे प्रोबेबली कोई मरता नहीं है बट डैमेज होता है, कोई जख्मी होता है. वो तो टीवी पे भी नहीं आता, पेपर में भी नहीं आता.
ये चीजें दबाई जाती है.
And I thought we had even forgotten this.
No, as long as Republic is there, I won't forget this, Rohit.
तो मैं तो बोलूंगा जिस दिन उसने ये एक्सीडेंट करके पहली बार फटके खाए रोड पे, आई थिंक दैट वाज द ओनली जस्टिस दैट हैपेंड. लेटर वो एकदम फर्स्ट क्लास एसी में था.
तो इसमें ऐसा करते हैं रोहित, लेट अस रेज पब्लिक आउटक्राई. मैं रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क के सभी चैनल्स और रिपब्लिक डिजिटल पे इस पे आई विल मेक इट अ बिग इशू. आई वांट टू थैंक सुरेश जी. सुरेश जी, आपने बहुत हिम्मत दिखाई, हमारे प्रोग्राम में आए हैं, और मैं आपको आश्वासन देता हूं कि इस मुद्दे को हम छोड़ने वाले नहीं हैं. जब मीडिया से बात निकल जाती है सब लोग भूल जाते हैं, और नेता तो सभी एक ही है. हम लड़ेंगे इसके लिए, विल फाइट.
जी, मैं अंत में यही बोलना चाहता हूं कि न्यायपालिका को और जितने भी संबंधित इस केस से हैं, तो वो ऐसा कुछ उदाहरण पेश करें कि वैसे भी कानून व्यवस्था के ऊपर इस देश की, मतलब इस भारत देश की जनता जो है ना, विश्वास खोती जा रही है. तो ऐसा कुछ डिसीजन लाएं या फास्ट ट्रैक पर इसको केस को चलाकर ऐसा कुछ उदाहरण पेश करें
जी
कि जिससे लोग सबक भी सीखें और एक उदाहरण बन सके कि हाँ, इस देश में भी कानून नाम की कोई चीज
जी
आम साधारण इंसान के लिए बची हुई है.
जी अश्विनी जी, we need law and not hollow sympathy for the family. I thank you all very much. Ladies and gentlemen, on the other side tonight, the Supreme Court sends a notice to the Yogi Adityanath government over the cover nameplate row. There's complete division on this subject. Huge and hot debate coming up.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Sarah, this is your space, slate your way.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
we'll see another big smile coming out of the Dragon spacecraft in a moment.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla, as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said.
सब अच्छे से हो गया सब ईश्वर साथ में है ईश्वर ने ही उसको वहाँ पहुँचाया था उसी की दुआओं से उसी के सब पहुँचाया था उसी ने सब सुरक्षित लैंड कराया सब कुछ वही है
नहीं ये उसकी सफल लैंडिंग के लिए हम ईश्वर को धन्यवाद करते हैं और देशवासियों का समस्त देशवासियों का और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और सभी गणमान्य सदस्यों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं उनको तहे दिल से जो है हम आभार प्रकट करते हैं कि उन्होंने हमारे बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया उनकी दुआओं से उनके आशीर्वाद से बच्चे का ये मिशन सफल हुआ और सकुशल मतलब पृथ्वी पर आ गया और यही हमारी इच्छा थी कि मतलब बच्चा सकुशल हमारा जो है जब पृथ्वी पर वापस है
राजनाथ सिंह जी से भी बात हुई
हाँ उन्होंने बच्चे को आशीर्वाद दिया और हमें बधाई दी कि बच्चे ने कि मतलब जो है तो आपके बच्चे ने जो है कमाल कर दिया बच्चा जो है आपका जो है मिशन सफलतापूर्वक हुआ
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ डूबेगा नहीं जलेगा भी नहीं कोई खा नहीं जाएगा धोखा नहीं देगा ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा सेफ रहेगा सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम रहो बेफिक्र
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer. To create the big dream, the world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, across the highways of India, something sacred is unfolding. Lakhs of Kawariyas are walking with soaked clothes, cracked heels, and the sound of Har Har Mahadev echoing through the air. They are not tourists, they are not protesters, they are pilgrims. They don't demand headlines, they don't ask for luxury, they only ask for dignity. And yet this week, glass was scattered on their route in Delhi to target them. An FIR had to be filed after some people scattered shards of glass on a kilometer-long stretch. In Muzaffarnagar, a man spat on a devotee's cover. In Ghaziabad, a speeding car broke through the procession and injured 3 Kawariyas. These are not random incidents, these are warnings. These are reminders of how the most sacred, peaceful expression of devotion is being poked, prodded, and provoked. And it's being stereotyped. And what is the outrage directed at? Not at those throwing glass, not at those insulting rituals, but at a QR code. Yes, a QR code. the UP government said that food vendors on the cover route should display a simple sticker showing their name and identity. Not because of hate, not because of profiling, but because lakhs of devotees are fasting and following strict dietary rules. And they deserve to know who is serving them food. What's wrong with it? That's it. That's the story. But the usual suspects, they went running to court. They claim privacy is under threat. They claimed a community is being targeted. Where was this justification when halal certification quickly expanded into halal cosmetics, halal chocolates, halal flour, halal beverages, even the demand for halal cement and halal toothpaste? Where was this sudden love for privacy when lakhs of rupees are charged by private bodies to issue halal tags that affect what 85% of India eats? When lipstick gets a halal label, no one blinks. But when a QR code shows who made you a roti during a fast, it suddenly becomes extremely dangerous. You see, the problem is not the sticker, the problem is saffron. The problem for some people is Hinduism. The problem is Sanatan, the problem is chants of Har Har Mahadev echoing louder than the elite's silence. The problem is that this yatra does not need sponsors, banners or celebrity endorsements. It needs no marketing. It moves on grit, on belief, on centuries of uninterrupted memory. It is India's living heritage, and some people cannot stomach that. These are the same people who claim to speak for harmony but never show up when glass is thrown on barefoot Hindu pilgrims. Yes, I will emphasize Hindu pilgrims. When a Kawariya is hit, they disappear. But they hold press conferences when a QR code is pasted. But this is not about QR codes. This is fighting the idea of civilization, of India's civilizational history, of Hindu civilization, a civilization that cannot be broken. They are fighting Hinduism, a religion that outlives every attack, every insult, and every invasion. These are woke people. These are anti-Hindu woke people. Pseudo-secular, anti-Hindu woke people, but they will fail. Let them try, let them file their petitions, let them shout from the rooftops, because when the dust settles, and it always does, Sanatan stands with his head held high, because this civilization was not built in conference rooms. It was built on footpaths, on riverbanks, on chants and silence, on discipline and tapasya. You cannot fight Sanatan. You cannot shake what is rooted deeper than any fear, louder than any opposition, and older than every ideology that is trying to erase it. Let's debate.
On June 25, 2025, the UP government once again issued a directive ahead of the Kavar Yatra. The directive mandated eateries along the Kavar Yatra route to display a QR code that contained the information about the owners of the eatery. Today, the matter reached the Supreme Court of India once again, with petitioners challenging the UP government order. The petitioners argue that the new measures to display QR code once again compels the owners of eateries to identify names, which, according to them, leads to discriminatory profiling, something that the court had stayed by its order last year. Back then, the Supreme Court had observed that food sellers may be required to display kind of food, but must not be forced to display names of owners and staff employed.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आज इस चीज को खुल के बोला है कि हम इस मैटर को ट्यूसडे को लिस्ट कर रहे हैं, और हमारे साथ में और भी बहुत सारे लोगों ने इंटरवेंशन आईए फाइल की थी, जिनको सब पर नोटिस कर दिया है कोर्ट में। पर हमारे में जो पार्टीज हैं वो 3 स्टेट है। सबसे पहले उत्तर प्रदेश, दूसरा है उत्तराखंड, और इसके साथ में मध्य प्रदेश है। हालांकि कोर्ट के जो ऑर्डर था 22 जुलाई वाला, उसमें एनसीटी दिल्ली के बारे में भी लिखा हुआ है स्पष्ट, तो वह भी ऑटोमेटिकली समझ लिया जाएगा कि वह भी उस कोर्ट का ऑर्डर में कंप्लायंस है।
Today, the top court gave 1 week's time to the UP government and Uttarakhand government to reply to the application that is once again challenging the nameplate orders issued ahead of Kavar Yatra. The BJP says it's all about respecting religious sensibilities.
QR कोड के माध्यम से तो कहीं कोई कांवड़ यात्रियों के साथ में दुर्व्यवहार नहीं हो, कोई घटना नहीं हो, कोई अशांति फैलाने की कोशिश नहीं हो, अगर सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से कोई काम किया जाता है तो मुझे लगता है उसका कोई विरोध नहीं होना चाहिए।
Samajwadi Party, meanwhile, continues to call it discriminatory.
यात्रा जो लंबी होती है और ये अन्य धर्मों पर भी लागू होती है, ये सिर्फ हिंदू धर्म पर नहीं लागू होती है, अन्य धर्मों पर भी लागू होती है। उसमें मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जिसके पास इतना समय होगा, बहुत सारे नौजवान ऐसे भी होंगे, बहुत सारे ने कुछ भी होंगे, उनको जब लौट कर आएँ, आप योगी हैं, भोले बाबा के यात्रा से आ रहे हैं तो आशीर्वाद दे दीजिए, आशीर्वाद की पुष्प, नौकरी की पुष्प वर्षा कर दीजिए। तो अगर इस सरकार में नौजवानों के रोजगार की बात करना अपराध है तो अपराध कर दिया मैंने।
The UP police, however, continued to take action against anti-social elements, creating trouble during the Kavar Yatra.
जहाँ पे भी अराजक तत्वों के द्वारा तोड़फोड़ या ऐसी घटना की होती है उसमें तत्कालीन रूप से पुलिस पहुंच के जो भी यहाँ पे श्रद्धालु है जिन्हें दिक्कत हो रही है उनको मदद पहुंचाती है और जो अराजक तत्व है उनके खिलाफ FIR करके विधिक कार्रवाई की जाती है।
With a week left for UP and Uttarakhand government to reply, will it be a repeat of 2024 with another stay order?
QR code controversy over the Kavar Yatra. What is the problem in a QR code? A QR code will reveal the name of the person who owns the food selling joint. If you have a QR code sticker, then it's a better way to identify the person. इसमें छुपाने वाली बात होनी ही नहीं चाहिए। क्यों शांतनु जी? There's nothing to hide. You may be Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai, from any religion. Why do you want to hide your name?
Yeah.
You have to reveal your name. If you drive a taxi, you have to reveal your name.
If somebody is not revealing his name, the administration will take care of it.
What do you mean take care?
Nobody has the right to take law in their own hands. If somebody is doing some illegal activity, the police, the administration is there to take care of.
No.
Who are these vigilantes? Who has authorized them to go and check Aadhaar card? Who authorized them to remove the public pant and check what is his religion? Who are they? And if the question is of hiding the name, India has become the second export.
Listen, suppose now I ask you this. What is?
Atul Sabarwal, your friend. He Al-Kabir export. Why does he keep the name of Al-Kabir? Where is he a Hindu? Why Al-Noor? Why Sunil Kapoor?
1 minute. The question
why,
is,
why
the question is, what is during the Kavar Yatra, these are Shiv Bhakt saying Har Har Mahadev. Har Har Mahadev. They are Hindus. Now if a Hindu says, I want to eat food from 1 minute, is there anybody, if a Hindu says, 1 minute, if a Hindu says, don't speak over me. If a Hindu says that during the yatra, I want to eat food from a dhaba owned by a Muslim, nobody will stop him. If he says that if the name of the dhaba is Al-Kabir, I will eat in Al-Kabir or Al-Akbar or Al-whatever, right? I will go and eat there, nobody will stop him. But a Hindu devotee, I submit, has the right to decide as much as a Muslim where he will eat. You can't tell a Hindu that because you are a Hindu and you are a Hindu devotee, I will force you to eat in a Muslim joint. You can't force.
Yeah. Nobody can force
in this country, for your kind information, Hindus have some rights too.
No, I will disguise you. I will disguise you by being an imposter.
Okay, 1 minute. What are you saying? Shantanu is countering you. Shantanu is countering right now. I'm allowing the counter. Shantanu is countering right now. Shantanu is countering.
Arnab.
Yeah.
Exactly. Arnab, they are not saying force. They are saying we will disguise you. We will disguise you to eat in a Muslim shop. Not even force you. We will disguise you. We will cheat you. We will become an imposter. हम लोग शादाब होंगे लेकिन रेस्टोरेंट का नाम शिव ढाबा रख देंगे. That's the problem. that we will not force you, we will disguise you, we will cheat you, we will become an imposter, we will be something like the way we become Chintu Mintu to marry Hindu girls. Here we become a Shiv Dhaba and a Vaishnav Dhaba. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Waris the Muslims in the name of this template system. That is the thing more than that. Every person has the right to eat food of his own choice.
When you call terrorist sympathizer on TV,
how can I eat food of my own choice?
That's the problem. When you call terrorist sympathizer on TV,
you are a terrorist sympathizer. I am not. You may be a terrorist sympathizer. Waris Pathan is not.
Oh, come on.
Don't give me a certificate.
Your boss provided legal aid to ISRO terrorists.
I know what we are.
You know
Waris, did you not sign? Waris, I don't want to change the subject. But since you are speaking of who is a terrorist sympathizer and who is not, did you not sign the mercy petition for Yaqub Memon?
No, I did not sign. Show me, don't lie. Show me. I have never signed any mercy petition for any terrorist. Forget about Yaqub Memon. Ram Jeth Malani, the then MP, the late Ram Jeth Malani was one of the signatories to it, who was the BJP's Rajya Sabha member. You won't take his name because it does not suit your agenda.
What is your agenda, Waris? Waris, what is your agenda? 1 minute. Waris, now, first of all, don't shout again. Don't shout in an uncouth way like you all every time you do. Don't behave in an uncivilized Waris Pathan style of way. Listen to me. The fact is this: Hindu devotees cannot be targeted. Hindu processions being targeted on Ram Navami, on all the time, especially during the auspicious month of Sawan, when the Kavariyas in their devotion. You must understand what Hindu devotees are doing. There is, first of all of you people on right and left must accept, there is a Hindu revival in this country. You may call it Hindu revivalism. It's very good. If there is Hindu revivalism, it's very good. Hindu pride, and you saw that during Hindu consolidation, Hindu assertion, Hindu pride, Hindu vocal tradition, Hindu civilizational heritage, and all of this is happening. आप क्यों irritated हो रही है समाजवादी की प्रवक्ता पूजा मिश्रा जी? हिंदू एकत्रीकरण हो रहा है तो आपको बुरा क्यों लग रहा है? Why are you against Hindu unity?
There is the caste politics.
One minute, let me hear her.
The caste politics. वो चाहते हैं बटे ये लोग.
In your studio, that is louder than the DJs on the road. You're talking about the Hindus. Today, in the spectrum of the state, there is BJP government. They are called the flag bearers of Hindu. In the center, it is the BJP government. They are called the flag bearers of Hindu. And who are in threat? The Hindus. Rather, this government is weaponizing the Hindus. Rather, they are weaponizing the Hindu dharma. You are not talking about what Kawadiyas did. And if displaying the name can make a food.
Why are you anti-Kawadiyas? What have they done?
There isn't need of any foresight.
Why are you anti-Hindu devotees? Why are you anti-Hinduism?
No, you are anti-Hinduism. You are weaponizing them. I appreciate them. I'm against those who follow lawlessness. I'm against those who just hit the girls. I'm against those who in Meerut drove the school bus. They are not the Kawadiyas. They are not the Hindus.
Okay, tell me, people. Tell me one thing. You are against lawlessness, did you say? Pooja.
I don't know why you are not talking about that.
Okay, Pooja, now you are against lawlessness?
Of course I'm against lawlessness.
Okay, then my counter to you, if you can hear me, please don't shout. Pooja, when in Purkazi town of Muzaffarnagar, a man called, listen to the full story, don't disturb. In Muzaffarnagar, a man called Usman, है ना? He starts spitting on Kawar during Kawar Yatra. थूकना शुरू किया इन्होंने. थूकना उन्होंने अरेस्ट कर दिया. Authorities arrested the man because it's a Yogi government. The man was arrested. In Akhilesh government, the man would not have been arrested.
We are deploying the police. The police will take care of the Kawadiyas. Then what the police were doing? You are asking the question, how come this happened? This question should be asked to the police, to the authorities, to the government. They were, making propaganda that we are protecting the Kavadiyas. The route will be glorified for them. They will be protected. Their procession will be protected. Now you are asking how does
Okay, one minute. Pooja, I'm going to the next point. See, Pooja, I want to ask you, Pooja, do you have, personally, I don't know, whether you have any diet restrictions in this month, but many Hindus do. Okay. Now my question is to Mujibur Rahman.
In this month, at the same time, I have thinking restriction in this this month of Samana too.
Okay. Now Pooja, listen to me.
I can't break anyone's car.
Pooja.
I can't beat a girl. I can't break a school bus. I can't do those stuff too.
Pooja, listen to me. Listen. Understand. Hindus have dietary restrictions.
Spit on cover?
ठीक है, हिंदूज हैव डाइटरी रेस्ट्रिक्शंस. अब कांवरियों को अगर कोई प्याज खिला दे, ये सीधा सवाल है ममता काले जी आपको, मुझे, और आपके साथ एडवोकेट मुजीबुर रहमान है, तो इट विल हर्ट द रिलीजियस सेंसिबिलिटीज. अभी ऐसा भी इंसिडेंट हुआ है. व्हाई डोंट यू हियर मी ऑन दिस? यू मस्ट हियर. इफ कांवरियाज हैव गॉट एंग्री, दे ब्रोक फर्नीचर एट अ ढाबा. व्हाई? बिकॉज दे वर सर्व्ड अनियन इन देयर डिनर. ओके, सो and this became a case.
Out of this 15 Kavadiyas, only one plate has the onion.
No, I'm saying to you.
You didn't report that.
I'm saying to you. I'm saying to you. Pooja, 1 minute. Don't shout. No, Pooja, I'm not shouting. अब आराम से मैं मुजीबुर को, I'm going to Mujibur because you're not listening. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Pooja, I'm getting Mujibur and Tala. Mujibur and Tala on the right.
Am I precise with the fact only?
And Madhuvanti and Mamta Kale on the left. Now, I'll tell you, ये अप्रोच को कहते हैं कागज नहीं दिखाएंगे अप्रोच. हम भारत में हम कागज नहीं दिखाएंगे. अभी अगर यूनाइटेड अरब एमिरेट्स में ममता हर रेस्टोरेंट को लाइसेंस दिखाना पड़ता है, उसमें नाम, एरिया, सब कुछ डिटेल दिखाना पड़ता है ना. यूनाइटेड अरब एमिरेट्स में कोई नहीं कह सकता है कागज नहीं दिखाएंगे, मगर भारत है.
यूनाइटेड अरब एमिरेट्स में शरिया कानून लागू है, क्या आप इंडिया में लागू करवाना?
अच्छा, आप शरिया भी चाहते हैं अभी?
तो
आप शरिया भी चाहते हैं?
नहीं,
भारत मुस्लिम देश कभी नहीं होगा. इंडिया विल नेवर बिकम इस्लामिक कंट्री.
You want to implement the UAE कानून in India.
What is the problem? What do you want to hide?
Go through the constitution.
What do you want to hide?
Go and read the constitution.
What do you want?
Article 40. Go and read article.
And by the way, Sharia is only in personal matters, not civil matters. थोड़ा पढ़ लिख के आइए. बिना पढ़े लिखे मेरे प्रोग्राम में क्यों आते हैं? Why do you expose your ignorance? Sharia is only in personal matters.
ठीक है.
Forgot.
अभी तो आप कहते हो you want to law.
But I told you this.
आप अपनी डिबेट में कहते हो you want to implement Sharia in India. Now
you brought in Sharia. I don't even think about Sharia. You must be thinking सुबह शाम about Sharia. सुबह शाम आप शरिया कर रहे होंगे. आपको सिर्फ शरिया दिखता है. भारत में रहते हुए शरिया चाहते हैं.
That is the problem. आपको शरिया दिखता है दिन रात. मेरा सीधा संपर्क.
हमने ट्रिपल तलाक निकाल दी, वापस नहीं आएगी.
लेकिन अब आप एक बात सुनिए मेरी तरफ से, ये देश संविधान से चलेगा, शरिया से नहीं चलेगा. आपकी ये जो नापाक इच्छा है ये इस देश के अंदर पूरी नहीं होगी. पहली बात.
बिल्कुल, ये देश संविधान से चलेगा.
दूसरी बात, जब सावन का महीना चल रहा है और हमारे जो कांवड़िया है वो इतने मुश्किलों के साथ बारिश में धूप में कांवड़ लेकर के आते हैं और डाइटरी रिस्ट्रिक्शंस होती हैं. एक तरीका होता है पूजा करने का, उसको भंग करने वाला कोई भी कौन होता है? एंड व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम विद क्यूआर कोड? यू टेल मी क्या प्रॉब्लम है क्यूआर कोड से? क्या प्रॉब्लम?
लेट हर स्पीक. उसके बाद तला आफ्टर हर एक साथ नहीं प्लीज.
और उसके बाद कहता है ये शुद्ध वैष्णव ढाबा है. तो डोंट यू थिंक दिस इज रॉन्ग? डोंट यू थिंक दिस इज चीटिंग? आपको नहीं लगता कि ये गलत है? क्यों शुद्ध वैष्णव ढाबा वो लिखेगा? भाई आई एम फ्रॉम उत्तराखंड, मैं उस रोड से आती हूँ. केवल सावन के महीने में जब कावड़िया चलते हैं उस समय इस तरीके की रिस्ट्रिक्शंस होती हैं. बाकी टाइम पे कोई बॉदर भी नहीं करता है किसका ढाबा है. पर मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कि जब आप लोगों के त्योहार होते हैं तो आप लोगों को लगता है कि नहीं भाई सब कुछ हमारे हिसाब से होना चाहिए. हर बार जब कावड़ यात्रा की बात आती है कोई ना कोई सुप्रीम कोर्ट पहुंच जाता है. हमारी कावड़ यात्रा बिना सुप्रीम कोर्ट पहुंचे हुए क्या समाप्त नहीं हो सकती है? क्या क्यूआर कोड में प्रॉब्लम है? हलाल के लिए आप लोग सर्टिफिकेट देते हैं, लिपस्टिक के लिए हलाल का सर्टिफिकेट, सीमेंट के लिए हलाल का सर्टिफिकेट, कोई कुछ नहीं बोलता, everybody is quiet.
Wait, उनको बोलने दीजिए, बोलिए.
You and cry. Nobody is hyperventilating. But the moment कांवड़िया यात्रा starts, you all starts hyperventilating. आप लोग मतलब पता नहीं किस प्रकार की बातें करते हैं. कोई फिट कर रहा है, कोई कुछ कर रहा है, कोई कुछ कर रहा है. Is this the way you treat Hinduism?
Allow me to respond.
You see, before you respond.
अरे सबने सब अर्नब.
What is one point? What is listen? If you are going to New York City,
very important
in New York City आपको कागज दिखाना पड़ेगा. न्यूयॉर्क सिटी में आप रेस्टोरेंट करेंगे तो आपका नाम इंक्लूडिंग द नेम ऑफ द परमिट होल्डर, द ओनर एंड द ओनिंग एंटिटी, सब डिटेल्स दिखाना पड़ेगा और आप दिखाएंगे भी. मगर भारत में इफ somebody tells you show the name, oh Muslims are being targeted. Why are Muslims being targeted in New York?
The largest democracy.
No, you are being largest. Don't give me the largest democracy argument when you don't respect the sensitivities of Hindus, which is the largest religion in this country.
That is why I say you don't respect the constitution. Arnab, your problem is you don't follow the constitution. Constitution is about equality.
Problem is that you want halal cement. The problem is you want halal cement, halal lipstick, you want halal soap, halal sugar, you want halal cola, halal Pepsi cola, halal atta, halal spices, halal pepper, halal coriander, halal chili, halal toothpaste, halal water bottles, halal cosmetics, halal shampoo, halal soap.
सुनो अर्नब गोस्वामी, सुनने की ताकत.
नहीं सुनने. halal डोसा बैटर.
सुनने की ताकत रखो अर्नब गोस्वामी.
halal बेसन.
इक्वालिटी की बात क्या तो मैं जरा
halal रवा.
मैं उनके माइंड को और थोड़ा सा नॉलेज देना चाहता हूँ.
हलाल इलायची.
सुनो, इक्वालिटी देखिए, सब
हलाल दालचीनी,
सब फेथ का सम्मान करते हैं.
हलाल बिस्किट्स,
अरे बोलने
हलाल टी,
लोग तो मालूम है.
हलाल टी पाउडर, हलाल कॉफी.
मैं भी आपको चुप करा दूंगा 2 मिनट में.
हलाल 2 मिनट नूडल्स, हलाल रस. क्या चुप कराएंगे आप?
मेरी बात.
Tomorrow you'll ask for a halal shirt.
फिश आपका हलाल हराम सब बराबर कर देता हूं मैं. सुनो, हलाल हराम सब बराबर करता हूं. अभी आपका इक्वालिटी की बात करके संविधान की बात.
धमकी मत दीजिए.
सुनो,
बात की दे रहे हो भाई?
सुनो, सब आस्था का सम्मान. अरे आपसे नहीं बात करो, अर्नब से बात करो.
But why you giving धमकी? किसको धमकी दे रहे हैं आप? Is this the way to talk to her? Is this the way to talk to her? Apologize to Mamta? Is this the way to talk to her? What do you think it is? Roll up your sleeves and try to attack a co-panelist? क्या ना बनना बोल रहे हैं आप? पहले apologize to Mamta.
अरे आप भी बेवकूफी निकले. अर्नब आप भी बेवकूफ निकले. सुनो मेरी बात, सुनो डरने का नहीं.
The biggest बेवकूफ in this debate is you.
कावड़ यात्रा निकालेंगे, सड़क पे जाम.
You don't know how to speak to a co-panelist.
सड़क पे जाम करेंगे कावड़ लोग, कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं लेगा. हम तो ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं लेंगे. लेकिन वहाँ पर मुसलमान 15 मिनट जुम्मा की नमाज पढ़ेगा तो ये अर्नब गोस्वामी चिल्ला पुकार करेंगे. ये अर्नब गोस्वामी कुर्सी से उठेंगे, चिल्लाएंगे. यहाँ पे पागल के वापस चिल्लाएंगे अर्नब गोस्वामी.
Don't
Mamta.
Don't hyperventilate. If I'm telling you the truth, have the decency and guts to accept the truth. Tell me, why would you need a halal certificate for a lipstick? For coffee? For a shirt?
We don't object.
For cosmetics? For cement? Why would anybody need a halal certificate? क्या हलाल है उसमें? बताओ ना आप. क्या हलाल है उसमें? And don't threaten me, okay? Don't threaten me. Don't show me this attitude of yours. I am not here to take your attitude. And I remember who आप हो कौन? You are the same person जो आके बोलेंगे 15 करोड़, 100 करोड़, 15 मिनट में पुलिस.
Yeah, he is the same person.
No. अरे you may talk whatever rubbish you want to.
That is your style. This is how you have been threatening people. This is how you have been threatening all of us. You think that I am scared of you?
What is listening to you? I have removed my earplugs. I don't even listen to such kind of rubbish.
Yeah, you don't want to hear it because it's true. Put your earplugs back.
Watching you. You are on the.
He'll run away now from the debate. I know he'll run away.
Everybody is watching you.
I am not allowed to make my point. I should be allowed to make my point.
Mamta.
You are a Nautanki Baz number 1. I don't. You are Nautanki Baz number 1 on the channel. You are just talking rubbish without any sense, without any merits to your point.
Disrespecting me.
You don't know what you are talking.
You know, you are showing your values.
I don't listen to such rubbish.
Your upbringing. Yeah,
I don't listen to rubbish. Yes.
How does that matter to me? This is all happening because this is, you know, why or not? Because there is an order that on the route of Kaavad Yatra, every shopkeeper will have to keep a QR code. And it is not for A, B or C, D. It is for every shopkeeper, be it Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai. But look at these people. The moment the order came, these guys have started showing their true colors. What is the problem? Why should Abdul write that it is a Ram ka dhaba? Why should he write Shuddh Vaishnav dhaba when he is serving non-veg?
Go on.
Why should he write? Tell me. And why shouldn't these cowards have the right of, going wherever they want to go and have their food?
I have removed my earplugs.
You don't want to listen. I am not even
viewers,
interested. I am not even interested whether you are listening or not. I am showing
Mamta.
to the people of this country.
Mamta, we must the law also and the Supreme Court. Just 1 minute. Waris, can you be quiet for a minute? People want to listen to me, not you repeating every line like you always do without any knowledge basis. And especially a person like you, you've got a third-class law degree. You must have failed in your law and given compartmental exams and got past your exam. I don't think you know anything about the law. You are a failed lawyer. You don't know anything about the law. You should be expelled from the bar. If I ask you 3 questions on the law, if I ask you 2 questions on the law, if I ask you 2 questions on the law, I will expose you. I will ask you 2 questions and expose you on live television today. Viewers, I'm fed up with this man's arrogance, his communalism. He's the man who says 15 crore, 100 crore pe bhari honge. He's anti-Hindu. He's Hindu-phobic. He refuses to say Vande Mataram. He refuses to say Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Right? And he's a failed lawyer. I'm going to expose him on my program tonight in a merciless way. And unlike KBC, इधर कोई phone a friend नहीं होता मेरे program पे. कोई आपको नहीं बचाएगा. I will roast you now. I am about to roast you. I will grill you. I will fry you on my program and you'll cry. You'll cry after some time, like, now listen to me. Yeah, now, anyway, I'll ask you a serious question. I'll ask you a serious question on the law. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indian Constitution, you are behaving like that side artist on a program, वो फिल्म में हर फिल्म में एक कॉमेडियन होता है ना साइड में.
They don't know. They don't know how to behave with you.
Yeah.
I know how to behave with you.
Yeah. Now, I want to check out your knowledge of the law. Thank you. I want to, viewers, you see, he's got a jihadi mindset. He's an Islamist. He's an Islamist jihadi mindset. He has been pro-terrorism, and he says whatever comes to his mind. He's also a person. He's also a person who's provocative, and I want to ask you, Waris Pathan. I'm asking Waris Pathan a question. There are 2 lawyers on the program. Now I want to ask Waris a question. Waris, listen to me. Don't be angry. I'm just going to expose you. Viewers.
Boss, don't reduce my feather. Have the guts, don't reduce my feather.
Put that page down. Don't behave like a comedian.
Don't reduce my feather. Don't reduce my feather. Don't run away like a coward. Have the guts to listen to me. Don't run away. Sitting on your channel,
number one joker on television is Waris Pathan.
Today I will expose you fully.
I'm surprised that Asaduddin Owaisi has not sacked him.
That name is given to Arnab Goswami.
अरे भैया इतना मत चिल्लाओ.
That name is given to Arnab Goswami, number 1 journalist joker of India. Okay. Number 1 joker of India, Arnab Goswami.
Waris Pathan.
Take that from me, yes.
The Indian Constitution. What does
in journalism is Arnab Goswami.
Okay, now number 1 channel. Thank you. Number 1 channel.
Number 1.
Now, just be quiet, Waris. Why do you think you come back to me on my program every day when I keep insulting you? Because you know we have the highest viewership. Now the question is, what does Article 25 of the Indian Constitution guarantee? Article 25 of the Indian Constitution guarantees the freedom to practice, profess and propagate religion subject to public morality, order and health. I want you to argue your case for or against Kawariyas using Article 25 Clause 1. Can you use Article 25 Clause 1? My first open challenge to you.
I have the guts to sit on your channel and expose you, humiliate you, insult you.
What is Article 25 Clause 1?
This is what
is Article 25 Clause 1? What is Article 25 Clause 1?
You call your Pakistani.
What is Article 25 Clause 1?
Call them.
What is Asaduddin Owaisi? If you're watching the program, your spokesperson has made an idiot of himself. He does not know Article 25 Clause 1. Please expose it. Yeah.
I will expose
Article 25 Clause 1.
I will expose you.
Article 25 Clause 1, please.
Article 20. What do you want to do with that?
Now he's pulling out his paper. Now he's reading from a book.
Freedom of conscience. Freedom of conscience and free profession. I had last time also a debate on this.
No.
Practice and propagation of religion. You know what is Article 25(1)(a)? You know that.
25 clause.
Allow the Muslims to offer
Article 25 clause.
You won't allow. You can allow Kavadiyas to go on the road.
What is without looking down, without looking down, without
objection. Why your objection? This is this.
Read Article 25 clause 2, package 2.
You are every day reading from what is given to you by your team.
Okay, but read Article 25 clause 2
without referring to what is given to you by your team.
Read Article 25 clause 2.
We argue on your channel openly.
Read Article 25 clause 2.
Nothing in this article shall affect the operation of any existing law or prevent the state from making any law.
Okay.
Who is saying though? Nobody is doubting this.
Okay.
Same logic applies to the Muslims.
Now go to Article 21. Go to Article 21. Go to Article 21 now. Go to Article 21.
Okay. Same applies to Muslims. Yes, Article 21.
What a joker! What a joker!
That is for you. I come here to educate you.
Now go to Article 14, right to equality. Read Article 14, right to equality. Read Article 14, right to equality.
You must not debate from me.
Read Article 14, right to equality.
First you will follow. If I read, will you follow that Article 14?
Open the page.
And then you have to follow.
Open the page.
Open the page. To offer Friday prayers.
Open the page.
Like Kavadiyas are allowed to block the road.
Open the page.
Kavadiyas are allowed to block the road.
Open the page. Open the page.
You cannot just read. Follow it. Follow Article 14. Follow the Constitution. Follow the Constitution by calling Pakistan on your channel.
Okay, now if you are quiet.
Don't call them.
Waris,
don't pay them money and call them on your channel.
Waris, you are sounding like you are sounding like Sachin Vaze. 1 minute. You are sounding like Sachin Vaze. You are sounding like Sachin Vaze wearing that suit outside Antilla after being caught trying to plant a bomb. Listen to me. Article 25 clause 1 means that Kavadiyas have a right to consume food prepared in accordance with their religious dietary preferences. If somebody wants to have Sattvic food, Waris Pathan or Mujabir Rahman cannot force him not to have Sattvic food. If I want to have Sattvic food, I'll have Sattvic food. If I want to have food cooked by a Muslim, I will eat food cooked by a Muslim. If I want to have food cooked by a Hindu, I will eat food cooked by a Hindu. You can't stop me. Yes, Tala.
Individual right, not the state is not going to dictate that to me. That's an individual right that would be implemented by myself, not the state. The state is no one to go ahead and
okay, Tala, can I counter you? Tala, can I counter you? Tala countering you. Tala countering you. Tala.
That's Article 21.
Tala. Asking.
Before law.
Tala.
Fundamental right.
Tala. Okay, now I'm getting Mujabir. The article prefixes a word subject to public order, morality and health. Okay, now listen to me, my having Sattvic vegetarian food is my morality. Therefore, asking for the identity of the maker of my food which goes into my body is not a violation of the article because it is subject to health and morality. Mujabur, do you understand?
That's a personal choice. Exactly.
Your whole argument is Hindus have no rights.
That's not going to be a state mandate.
Mujabir.
The state cannot put a dictate forward. That's unconstitutional. Understand that it's as easy as that.
Okay, now under clause 2. Under clause 2. Under clause 2. Article 25 clause 2A clarifies that nothing in the article shall affect state laws from regulating or restricting any economic or financial activity, which means the state government can take this act. It also is in line with Article 21, fundamental right to protection of life and personal liberty. For a Kavadiya, you have your own rituals as Muslims, Hindus have their own rituals as Hindus. Having Hindu rituals is communal. Having Muslim rituals is secular. Ye kya hai? If there are Muslim rituals are secular. Hindu rituals are communal. Why?
No one who is telling the government to
why target Hindus all the time?
Put forward a dictate about halal products. Have you ever heard the Muslim demanding a dictate about halal products? Have you ever heard it? I'm a Muslim. If I want to eat something, I would go ahead and eat it. I don't want to eat something, I won't eat it. Have you ever had some Muslim asking for a government diktat regarding halal projects?
I'll tell you. Tala, 1 minute. Tala and Manju. See. Tala, listen. Tala, listen. Tala, listen, no, yaar. Please.
How long do you want me to?
Tala, listen to me now. The question is, okay, now see, you have meat. Now, you will not have jhatka meat. You will have halal meat because you're a Muslim.
That's my personal.
1 minute, that's your personal. So, oh God, so Muslims can have personal preferences about food, but Hindus become communal when they want to eat.
I don't understand this.
Manju, Hindus are communal, Muslims are secular. Madhuvanti.
I don't understand this logic. He has a personal preference to eat halal meat, but a Hindu does not have a choice to avoid onion and eating onion when he's on the yatra. I don't understand this logic.
Please
what do you mean by targeting Hindus all the time? And what is your problem if a QR code has to be displayed? What is your problem?
You know the law more than the Supreme Court. You don't have the faith in Supreme Court. The Supreme Court cancelled this order last year, and that's what.
No, the Supreme Court did not cancel any order. Even now, the Supreme Court has only asked for an explanation from the UP government. The Supreme Court did not cancel anything. What is your problem? What is your basic problem? That Hindus are uniting as a force and going on a yatra. You have a problem there. What is your basic problem? I do not understand why a QR code identity cannot be given. What are you hiding? What are you hiding? If a Hindu wants to eat from a Muslim stall, let him decide. Who are you to decide where that Hindu eats? In the month of Sawan, a Hindu has every right to follow the dietary restrictions that he wants to follow. What is your problem if a Hindu says, I want to know where I am eating from? You people want halal in shirt, halal in coffee, halal in lipstick, halal in... You want halal all over India. You want halal Bharat. That's what you people want. But if we want to have simple food, we want to ask the Dhaba whether he's giving us the right kind of food when we go on a yatra. You people don't have the answer to give us, right? What sort of hypocrisy is this? What sort of hypocrisy is this? A Hindu cannot choose where he wants to eat, but you people will want halal all over, spread all over this country. Even we have to accept halal rules, but we can't ask for a proper diet when we go on a yatra. What hypocrisy is this? Don't be so hypocritical. You are the ones who are hypocritical from the word go, because you do not understand the sentiment of a Hindu when he goes on a yatra. Because when it comes to a Hindu, everything is communal. But when it comes to you people, everything is secular. I don't understand this line of thought at all. And you suddenly talk about the Constitution as though you are Baba Saheb Ambedkar. I don't understand your understanding of the Constitution in the first place.
You don't have faith in the Supreme Court order. You are debating on the notice of the Supreme Court. If you had
I am saying the Supreme Court has asked the government of Uttar Pradesh to give an answer in 1 week's time. Are you even aware of that? I know what I am debating on. Do you know what you are debating on? You're screaming and shouting, not realizing what you are debating on. I know what the Supreme Court has asked the government of Uttar Pradesh to do. That is not the point of discussion here. The point of discussion is what is the problem in displaying a QR code? What is the problem in displaying a QR code? What is the problem in displaying a QR code? What is your problem in displaying a QR code? What are you hiding? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? What are you hiding? What is the problem in displaying a QR code?
1 minute. Now you see. 1 minute. Okay.
Why do you want to display it only?
Why do you want to know the
Why
name?
shouldn't I display the QR code? What are you hiding? What are you afraid of? What are you people afraid of? What are you afraid of? Tell me what you are afraid of. Answer my question. What are you afraid of? Why are you afraid to display the name on the QR code? Why shouldn't I demand that as a Hindu? When I have that,
if Tala Amir Rashidi, just giving an example, Tala, 1 minute, I'll get Shantanu on the debate. Tala, just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. See, because now we have to decide. Is the law equal for all in this country? This Consumer Protection Act, does it apply for Hindus? Under the Consumer Protection... Tala, can you not try to complete my sentences? I'm saying something. Tala, can you be... Tala, if you're quiet, I can say something. Otherwise, I won't. I can shout you over, but I don't want to. I allowed you to say what you did, but now I want to make my point. And my point is this, that as far as I know, Consumer Protection Act 2019 says that citizens can be informed about quality, quantity, purity, standard and price of goods and services. Now, Kamariyas have a right to know the quality, quantity, purity, standard and price of goods. They have a right to safety, which is 291 of Consumer Protection Act. Consumer to be protected against goods or services hazardous to their life or property. Right to choose, 294 of the Consumer Protection Act. The right to choose the vendor from whom they want to buy their food from. Now, you are a situation here. Now, one minute. Shantanu, Mujibur and Shantanu are on the debate. Mujibur and Shantanu are on the debate. Please be quiet. I'm making a point. Shantanu is a Hindu, Mujibur Rahman is a Muslim. Okay?
Yeah.
Shantanu as a Hindu says, in this holy month, right, I will have sattvic food. I have to have sattvic food. I have to be extra careful that my sattvic food is not contaminated with anything else. As a Hindu, he has a right.
Yeah.
Mujibur says, I am a Muslim. I will have only halal meat. Because if I have jhatka meat, my religious sensibilities will be affected. I say, treat the Hindu and the Muslim equally. Mujibur as a Muslim can choose. He will go, and when Mujibur buys meat, I'm 100% sure he asks, is it jhatka, is it halal? I'm sure he double verifies that he's only having halal meat. I'm sure he checks the vendor. He knows which vendor, where is serving him halal meat and not jhatka meat. And I am not saying, Mujibur, you have to eat jhatka meat because I will be affecting, or I will decide where you will eat from because he will say, I'm a Muslim. Why are you crossing into my personal rights? Similarly, Mujibur cannot tell Shantanu.
Yeah.
Mujibur cannot even dare to tell Shantanu that Shantanu, you don't have a right. I have a right to have the meat of my choice from the place of my choice, but you being a Hindu must not have that right.
Exactly.
That is what it boils down to. Equal rights for all. No pseudo-secularism in this country. Shantanu versus Mujibur. Shantanu, make your point to Mujibur, then Mr. Rahman will respond.
And Arnab, in your...
versus.
And Arnab, in your debate, their hypocrisy is completely... You have thrashed their hypocrisy completely. What a Kavariya is asking. Kavariya is saying, I am carrying liters and liters of water. I am walking barefoot, carry this Gangajal for the blessings for my country, for blessings for my city, for blessings for my family. I just want the food I want to eat. Just tell me what is your name. Don't be an imposter. Shiv ढाबा के पीछे अब्दुल को मत बिठाओ. That's all he's asking. कि मुझे बता दो who is cooking the food. That's all he's asking. He's not asking something very fancy. He's asking, I want to eat the food which I want to eat. That's all. Just tell me who you are. But this is the कागज नहीं दिखाएंगे syndrome is coming again. Hide क्या करना है? What they want to hide? I remember when I was in UK, there is a Delhi ढाबा चला रहा है कोई पाकिस्तानी. Because they know उनके brand में खाएगा नहीं. पाकिस्तान ढाबा चला तो कोई भी नहीं आएगा वहाँ पे. I think they have an inferiority complex. उनको पता है कि हम लोग तो we are terrorist sympathizers. हमारे पास कोई आएगा नहीं खाने वाला. हम खाने में थूकते हैं. What all we do with the खाना? We have seen the videos.
Now,
घी नहीं लगाते रोटी पे. हिंदू घी लगाता है, हम सुस्सू लगाते हैं. So why will they come to? So वो क्या करेंगे? They will camouflage with some Hindu name. Oh, Hindu means purity name. Shiv Dhaba is purity.
Okay, let's get
purity. That's the mark of purity.
I think nobody should change their identity.
शूशू लगा चुके हैं, अब चुप हो जाए. Let me reply.
That's all.
Let me
Just
reply.
don't change your identity. अपनी identity change मत करिए. जो नाम है लगा दीजिए. नाम से क्यों शर्म आ रही है आपको?
आप लगा चुके शूशू तो let me.
What your name?
You are not. Why? I can have any name. I have a right in the law. I can have any name. Arnab gave me the example of New York.
You have a right to be imposter.
UAE. They do not want to know the religion. They can have any name. State is not suggesting what name you should have. I can have a name Shiv. Why I cannot have? Even my religion. Why you want to know?
Thanks to you.
There is one more article.
You guys are exposed.
There is one more article, Article 17. There is Article 17 in the Constitution professing untouchability in any form or is unlawful and illegal and unconstitutional.
Then halal,
you are
then halal
promoting untouchability in 21st century.
Then halal certification. Then as
I will only ask Mujibur one question. Mujabir, I will only ask you one question. Mujabir, I'll ask you. Mujabir, can I counter you, please? Mr. Rahman, can I counter you with one counter question? Can I counter you with one counter question?
No,
No, I must.
No.
I must. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Just give me a moment.
I was silent for 40 minutes.
Exactly. I'll ask you a 10-second question. 10-second question. Do you choose the meat you eat and the place you buy your halal meat from?
You can choose whatever you want.
You do, no?
Why you want it?
But why can't Shantanu?
What do you do, man?
Let me reply.
What do you do?
Let me reply.
Okay.
Let me reply.
Tell us
Let
what
me
you do.
reply.
Do you choose the meat you
Where do
eat?
you buy your meat from? Just tell us.
Do you choose the meat you eat when you buy halal meat? Why do you choose the meat you eat and where you get it from?
But the fasting in Ramadan is mandatory for every Muslim. But we can eat fruit
So eating
from
sattvic
anybody.
is mandatory for every Hindu.
But
From
leave the
any person.
Leave
We don't ask religion who is growing the vegetables, who is selling the fruit.
So सावन के महीने में there are restrictions on food.
Though the fasting is mandatory.
Why are you getting into Hindu customs? Mr. Rahman, why are you interfering in Hindu customs?
Can be Hindu without Kawad Yatra.
हिंदू कस्टम छोड़ो ना, आपके नहीं समझ में आ पाएंगे.
We are not interfering. You are just promoting untouchability. You are working against the constitution.
No, Mr. Rahman, you are saying that you can change your name to Shiv. I agree, you can if you want change your name to Shiv. But if you open a restaurant, the name in your Aadhaar card is the name. The name in your Aadhaar card is the name that will be in the name of your restaurant.
Which law stops you?
You'll have to have your right name. No, you can't change your name. You can't mislead. You can't mislead.
Which law stops you?
You're right.
I can have any brand name.
Yeah, but your name won't change. No, you can say Shuddh Hindu Vaishno Dhaba, right? But if you are owning it, the name will be Shuddh Hindu Vaishno Dhaba, run by Mujabir Rahman.
If you open Al Kabir, if you open Al Noor, if you open Al Huda,
Correct.
If you open Al Bed, why I cannot open?
But my name will still be Arnab Goswami, no? I can't change my name. I can't change my Aadhaar card name.
So why you?
I'm saying concealment क्यों हो रही है? That Shantanu बोल रहा है नाम छुपाने की जरूरत क्या है?
Anyway, under Shops Establishment Act.
What next?
Because they are ashamed of this name, ना? उनको पता है कि हमारे नाम हमारे नाम पे मालूम है कि रोटी पे थूक लगाते हैं. Because they know Abdul Dhaba is associated with घी की जगह थूक लगाते हैं. They know what they add in juice. उनको मालूम है क्या है. Their name attached to what? वो कैसे कैमोफ्लेज करेंगे? नाम छुपाएंगे. नकली आधार कार्ड बनाएंगे. नकली नाम से शादी करेंगे. चिंटू पिंटू बन जाएंगे. चिंटू पिंटू बन गए थे. कुछ भी कहाँ से लाते हैं? Arnab, you should upgrade your guest team.
No, Mujabir. Look, I thought you're a lawyer. Argue by the law. Waris, you couldn't argue by the law. Give me one law. In your Waris, you see, you can't conceal your identity. Nobody's stopping you from starting a Shuddh Vaishno Dhaba. But I have a right as a...
Okay. And if anybody...
Yes, you can't change your name.
If anybody is
why do you have this approach?
Selling something which is not liked by the Kawadiya, then police machinery is there. Who has given them the right to go and ask for Aadhaar card, open them, strip them naked and eat them?
Nobody is stripping them naked.
That is what I'm saying. You have to follow the constitution. You
see, knowing
cops of the UP government are deployed. Now they will be blocking the road. Nobody's taking objection. But if a Muslim prays for 15 minutes on the road on Friday, there is hue and cry being done in the country. That is law equality.
What is continuing my legal education of yours because you have got a third-class law degree? Tell me Article 25 Clause 2. Come on, pick up your book, read.
Arnab, first talk like a journalist, not like a joker.
Yeah, I'm asking you, you don't even know. Every time you ask you a clause of the law, You should be thrown out from the bar. You don't know Article 25. You don't know Article 19. You don't know Article 14. What kind of lawyer are you, man?
Propagation. I've read it. Every day I am giving you knowledge, but you are not accepting it. That is why people are now laughing. Don't become a laughing stock.
One of them is Arnab. They belong to that brigade which says कागज नहीं दिखाएंगे, अब नाम नहीं बताएंगे, है ना? नॉनवेज में झटका नहीं खाएंगे, अपनी मर्जी से हलाल खाएंगे, पोर्क नहीं खाएंगे, हमें पोर्क खिलाओगे तो ढाई तौबा मचाएंगे, है ना? भारत माता की जय भी नहीं बोलेंगे, शरिया से इस देश को चलाने की कोशिश करेंगे।
ओके, वारिस, अच्छा चलो वारिस, टेल मी आर्टिकल 25 क्लॉज 1 बता दो, चलो एक ही तो बता दो, एक बता दो,
हम बकवास नहीं सुन,
आर्टिकल 25 क्लॉज 1 बता दो।
बोलने दे उसको जितना बोल रहा है।
What do you mean बोलने दे, कुछ तो पढ़, you don't know one clause of the law.
I won't listen to rubbish talks. That's my final answer.
No, why? It's incredible. You don't know Article 25 of the Constitution, and you are here to argue with me. You think I will leave you?
I am showing you the Constitution.
Showing me the you're behaving like Rahul Gandhi.
Implement the articles which are stated.
Rahul Gandhi also shows the Constitution. He couldn't answer my questions. The similarity between you and Rahul Gandhi is the similarity between you and Rahul Gandhi. Both of you evaporated when I started asking you questions. Why are you looking left and right? कोई health coaching कर रहा है आपका?
Similarity between you and somebody else.
Yeah, now I'll tell you one thing. If I ask you what is in alignment with the Constitution and what is not, I'm not telling you what to eat. You don't tell me what to eat either.
I am showing you Article 25.
Stop putting the book down. Put the book down.
I am talking about Article 25.
And what do we do? Literally, you show the cover.
This is my Constitution.
This is the cover of the Constitution. Oh God!
Take back your words and apologize.
You don't even know between the cover of the Constitution and a clause.
The Constitution, which nobody would accept in the country.
Even Pooja Mishra is laughing at you. Even the Samajwadi Party is laughing at you. You've given a lot of entertainment on my program.
I don't care.
Pooja!
I don't feel like it's a debate. You gonna beat the laughter, all laughter shows. This is gonna happen.
No, but Pooja, if Mamta Kale wants to have sattvic food, if Hindus want,
going to that, you are not debating on the
but
fact.
Pooja, there is Pooja according to the law.
You have called us to see a comedy show.
Pooja, you need to understand that the what.
Congratulations in advance.
Well, Pooja, you don't understand.
You'll beat him.
Pooja, requiring the vendors to display their names promotes transparency and non-discrimination. This ensures.
And this is into the law. You have to present your firm name and proprietor name. That's already in law, and if it's not implemented,
so what is wrong in showing the name?
I didn't say that there is wrong in showing the name.
Shopkeepers are not even displaying their license.
One minute. Pooja, when you scan the QR code, what comes up? The name of the vendor only, no?
And how the purity is decided by the name? Then why this Fasai is mad? Why the food inspector is there?
Why are you all hyperventilating over?
Okay, how is purity decided by the name? Counter from Mamta.
Give the purity to the food.
I just want to.
Okay, closing, ladies and gentlemen. I have to close. It's a hot debate, but I have to close. I'll have to take this debate forward another time. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. This matter will be dealt with in the courts of public opinion, but finally in the courts of law. Let's see what argument the UP government and the Uttarakhand government put. I'll see you tomorrow with the issues that matter and the news story that's breaking. Good night and goodbye.
For a quick breather, Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा, अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
We'll see another big smile coming out of the Dragon spacecraft in a moment.
And we've got our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla, as our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said.
सब अच्छे से हो गया सब। ईश्वर साथ में है, ईश्वर नहीं उसको वहाँ पहुँचाया था, उसी की दुआओं से, उसी के।
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the...
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड भी, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime, रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड भी, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला। Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार।
As our second crew member exiting the spacecraft. And some big smiles, as you said.
India's space hero Shubhanshu Shukla returns to Earth with a wide smile.
He'll be moving out to Houston. He'll arrive there close to midnight by Indian time today. Then he'll be spending a week in discussion with Team ISRO. Then about 2 weeks having separate sessions with all the partners, the Axiom, SpaceX, NASA. Maybe he'll be in Delhi by 17th of August.
Group Captain Shukla is expected to be in Delhi on 17th of August. Prime Minister congratulates Shukla, says he has inspired a billion dreams. Juvenile Justice Board rejects police plea in Pune Porsche hit and run case. Minor won't be tried as adult. Notice to Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand government over there, orders to put nameplates on and QR codes in front of eateries. 'Tis 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 ' External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar calls upon SCO to take uncompromising position on terror, says Pahalgam attack was deliberately conducted to divide.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, why must the killer brat from Pune who drove a supercar drunk and run over 2 lives be treated as a juvenile? And at 9 o'clock tonight, the Supreme Court sends a notice to the Yogi government over the cover nameplate row. Viewers, today the Juvenile Justice Board in Pune ruled that the 17-year, 8-month-old killer behind the Porsche that claimed the lives of two young professionals should be tried as a minor, which means nothing will happen to them. The killer will get away. The citizen will be run over. The pattern of hit, kill, run will continue. The richer you are, the more you can hit, the more people you can kill, and the more easy it's going to be for you to escape. Which is why tonight, on behalf of the citizens, we say that what happened tonight is not a decision. It is an insult. What the Juvenile Justice Court has done is an insult, and we, the people of India, will fight this. It is an insult to Ashwini and Anish, who were crushed under the wheels of a Porsche driven by a 17-year and 8-month-old brat who was drunk, underage, unlicensed and unafraid. And I repeat, unafraid. Why? Because he knew what the rest of the country was only beginning to understand. That in India, if you have money, enough money, contacts, enough contacts, and enough political backup, even murder can be essayed away. Yes, viewers, essayed away. Because that is what his original punishment was, a 300-word essay for killing 2 people. A trip to the RTO, a few therapy lessons, and that too after tampering with a blood report, scripting a false narrative, using your family contacts, swapping the driver, and using your grandfather's political muscle to twist every arm in the system. And don't you dare tell me that this is a rarity or an aberration. It is not. Just this weekend, 2 nights ago, on the 13th of July 2025, Utsav Shekhar, a Delhi-based realtor, allegedly drunk and speeding, mowed down 5 people sleeping on a footpath with his Audi luxury car, including a child. So if you're rich and drunk, you can kill people, and the system will ensure that nothing will happen to you. And on that very night, in another instance, Pushparaj Singh, son of a Congress MLA Sena Patel, tried to mow down 2 constables, here are the visuals, in Madhya Pradesh's Ali Rajpur with a numberless SUV luxury car. This whole act was caught on CCTV. What kind of message are we sending? What has actually changed in this country? We keep saying we'll become Viksit Bharat, Viksit Bharat. But are we telling the youth of the country that as we progress to a Viksit Bharat, you can kill more people, and if your father has money, you will be fine? Are we telling the parents of Ashwini and Anish that their lives of their children are worth a check of 10 lakh rupees? And are we telling every honest officer, every grieving mother, every working class family that justice has a price tag in this country? And then we say we will become Viksit Bharat. That's not what it looks like to me. What does it look like? The Juvenile Justice Board says the accused who killed 2 people is a child because the child is rich. And the richer you are, the more innocent you are presumed to be in our system. Not an adult who drank gallons of alcohol in a pub. Not an adult who drove a super luxury car without a license. Not an adult who killed 2 people at 200 kilometers an hour. The system. Remember the system that Rahul Gandhi said he was born into from day one? That system wants us to believe that the killer is a misguided child. Let me ask tonight, was it a child who asked the driver to step aside? Was it a child whose father called a politician 45 times that night? Was it a child who manipulated blood tests and vanished evidence? And for all of that, what did he get? Bail in 15 hours, a 300-word essay, and a road safety lesson. Is this justice? This can happen to you. This can happen to any of us. The citizen is there to be run over in this country. The citizen is there to be killed. And the citizen is there to be bought over. The citizen is there to be pushed aside. And we say we are a democracy. We cannot be a democracy if this is the way citizens are treated in this country in 2025. This is privilege, not law. It is privilege pretending to be law. This was not law. This is privileged mercy reserved for the uber rich. Rich people can kill poor people. That's a simple logic in our country. And if rich people kill poor people, then poor people cannot fight. The richer you are, the more people you can kill. The more lawyers you can hire. The more the poor will be helpless against you. Poor juveniles are tried as adults in this country for far less. One boy spent 28 years in jail before the court realized he was just 12 years old at the time of the crime. But if you're a Porsche brat, if you're a Mercedes brat, if you're an Audi brat, you get empathy, counseling and therapy. This is the scripted